Good morning, everyone. We got match 2 and 3. I know that first one was a quick one. Well, we got some better ones, I think, around the corner. At least let's hope so. We're the Double L's. This is Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi. You guys have seen us in APAC before, but we've also seen these two next teams a time or two. The Chengdu Hunters versus the LA Valiant are up to bat.
Well, I mean, only one of them we might be seeing in the mid-season madness. Starting off, when we're talking about the LA Valiant, they had a languishing beginning to the season, just showing these sparks of brightness after a rebuild. Of course, 2021, we don't talk about LA Valiant in 2021. But 2022, we're seeing a little bit more, and we're seeing a lot better as well. They've recently brought in some new reinforcements in the form of Marvel and Molly, but it's actually going to be Sarsin who's starting today. But looking at this, Lemon, I still want to focus in on one of the reinforcements, Molly, who I think has been a significant upgrade over Coldest and has been very reliable and a powerhouse in that flex support role. There's a reason why Molly was on that championship team in the Shanghai Dragons, was considered a good enough talent to remain on that roster for a while. But can the rest of the Valiant work around him?
Well, the rest of the Valiant are working quite hard. I mean, they didn't make the kickoff clash, but when it comes to the mid-season madness qualifiers, they are actually undefeated. Now, to be fair, they've went up against Guangzhou and Philly, but still incredible, and looking even better now that they've added Marvel into the lineup, which is giving them a Doomfist specialist, as he was on the Boston Uprising when it came to the Western region. Sashin still has limited flexibility for them with the Zarya and the Sigma. He just really needs to understand the give and the take when it comes to space on those tanks, especially when you're the only one at the front now in 5v5. Let's take a look at their opposition, though, the Chengdu Hunters, another team that was not at the kickoff clash, and a lot of their identity is centered around their dives, and especially Gaga.
Yeah, Gaga on the dives. We were talking about how Marvel's got this huge hero pool behind him, but the same can be said of Gaga. Every single main tank is definitely within Gaga's pool. An incredibly impressive wrecking ball. And if there's one thing that the previous Chengdu Hunters needed, it was definitely not a good wrecking ball, because they had Ameng on the roster, but Gaga's good enough at wrecking ball to be able to just go toe-to-toe with Ameng when it comes to being able to play that wrecking ball, and has the Reinhardt, the Winston on top of that, maybe a little bit of a Doom as well. And at the moment it seems like definitely Chengdu Hunters are all about that kind of dive identity, having the power of Jinmu's quick insertions alongside Gaga's mastery of the ball and Winston.
At least Jinmu is in his seat. He's ready to go. Backdrop just pulled up because Jinmu is about to pull up, okay? Because this is the star player when it comes to the Chengdu Hunters. I would say that easily the #1 Genji in APAC, and the statistics speak for itself. #1 in hero damage, Dragon Blade kills, and second in Dragon Blade efficiency on the Genji. So I like that with Gaga's Hammond or Winston, it synergizes really well with Jinmu's Genji, which is interesting that they lean more on the Genji side, while as the Western region prefers a lot more Tracer for their dive. So I love that APAC kind of gets away, or just has a unique take on the meta, although Genji's becoming more returning in the meta, while as Leave gets to sit back on the Sojourn and just chill and poke people down.
Yeah, we've seen Jinmu play Tracer here and there, but we definitely agree that Leave is the better Tracer of the two, and Jinmu's Genji is a little bit too powerful sometimes to leave on the sidelines, and the Genji does have its place, as we've seen before, in being able to move up and having some quick explosive damage when it comes to brawls. When you're trying to overwhelm a Sigma, for instance, with your own Sigma and Brigitte at your back, Jinmu as a Genji can essentially play as a frontline DPS, and that can really create a lot of distraction for Leave to be able to find final blows and claim space elsewhere to generate crossfires.
I'm excited for this match, also because we just haven't casted APAC in like a hot minute. Like the last time we did it was what, the kickoff clash qualifiers, and then we're like, oh, I just woke up from my coma and I was like, I can't wait to see the Shanghai Dragons, which will be our last match of the day. I was like, man, they're doing good. I predicted them to go all the way in the kickoff clash, and then I was like, I'm sorry, what? They're 0-6. So the times have changed with the most recent patch with the soldier nerfs and of course the big up and up with the flex supports, kicking butt in the meta quite literally. So I'm wondering how the dives of Chengdu are really going to do, and mainly how LA Valiant, despite having such limitations in their tank role, how much better they've looked with Marvel. And after VOD reviewing, I think Marvel adds a lot more decisiveness to Valiant's engages.
Let's have a look at our map set limit to see where this one is going to be decided. Of course, we do have a preset map selection during the qualification for both Mid-Season Madness and for most of our tournaments, I believe. The loser picks comes in the tournament cycle itself, and we're in double push at the moment, so New Queen Street is going to be where we're beginning. Canada Day has passed, but today we shall be looking at the beautiful streets of Toronto, and this has been one of the places where I think we see a little bit more Tracer than Genji, but over in North America, where you and I have been hanging out a bit more, Lemon, we've seen some wacky things on New Queen Street, all about the speed and the power of moving in with a Sombra and a Tracer together and simply trying to outpace an enemy Doomfist, which is incredibly popular in North America. A little bit less Doomfist, it feels like, in APAC.
Well, when it comes to both these teams, they've seen recent success on this very map. Just looking back at LA Valiant's history, they fully captured New Queen Street for the win against the Philadelphia Fusion in Week 7. That went all the way to a Game 5. And it was Sasha and Zarya with Easy Han's Sojourn, Innovation Sombra, and a Lucio Zen, which we don't get to see too often. And just recently with Chengdu, when they went up against the Charge just yesterday, it was Gaga's Hammond with Leaf Sojourn, Jinmu Tracer, and a Zen Ana. So a bit of different approaches from either sides.
There might be trouble here for the side of Los Angeles Valiant if Jinmu can try and find some purchase towards the back with this Tracer, because they don't have a huge amount of healing really, and already Innovation has managed to get Nisha quite low.
Yeah, it looks like some good control of Statue with Sashin leading the way for the Valiant. He's a good brawler, and Gaga may just want to ignore Sashin and jump on someone like Easy Han, who's going to be the easiest target. You know who's an easy target? Innovation! Apparently who's been slept already this match, but Easy Han has his back, snipes the supports of the Chengdu Hunters, and that's a quick fight for the Valiant.
So let's have a quick look at the overall LA Valiant comp and what it means, what needs to be done. When you look at the explosive damage that comes out of a Zenyatta alongside Discord Orb and the speed of Lengza as well, it's short fights in the interest of the LA Valiant. They don't want to try and beat Monk in a protracted battle where he's eventually going to hit one of those bardic grenades and doom a member of the Los Angeles Valiant. Sarsen might even be saving bubbles to cleanse anti-heals in the midst of these as well.
Still some good card push, 30 meters. Innovation with Mega Control, which is always a safe spot that the defensive team are going to take and keep, especially someone like Molly, who's been slept, quickly woken up. Not an assassination that Jinmu could find right now, as Easy Han's keeping patrol of the flank and has spotted the Hunters behind them. Doesn't look like he's too concerned. More getting towards the bot and counter-rotating to the left side as you see the Hunters grab the high ground.
Innovation has hacks and packs as well, which keeps a good amount of territory control basically free for the LA Valiant. Gaga's taking so much damage before the fights even happen, but finally Sasa might be overwhelmed.
Oh, Easy Han. He's charged up, he's got his sights set onto Monk and doesn't connect on that shot as Monk gives the nano over, but I mean, this is just pure death after the EMP from Innovation got them low, and a great finish for the Valiant as they continue to extend their lead.
And I love how Sarsen's playing around the central Nexus terminal, Lemon, where that Mega Pack is. Hacked by Innovation, 250 HP, burst healing. This is going to be the first checkpoint capped. And sure, Innovation has fallen away, but actually that slowed down Chengdu on their way to contest. And the bot was going to be pausing here anyway for a quick scratch and to watch those bollards fall on down. And now there's so much to try and defend Valiant with both their support ultimates available.
It's a hack. Jinmu, Pulse Bomb. It's just taking the card away. It's like taking candy from a baby, and Sasha does 100 energy. He could jump into this back line at any time, but knows the entirety of the Chengdu Hunters could turn around, but without Monk, they don't have a lot of healing, so it's just up to the Valiant to just go and rotate behind the Hunters and take the bot back and extend this past 57 meters. Now, there's still a ton of time left in the game, and the Hunters, they have the ults, and Gaga thinks it's winnable. He's using the Primal Rage and has already killed 2, and if he resets looks at Sashin's energy here, he was close to 100. That's detrimental for the Valiant. But at least we see signs of life out of the Hunters.
That's going to make Sashin a little bit less dangerous in these forthcoming battles, at least until he can generate enough energy to get back up to those higher numbers. For now, you can see that Jinmu is playing a little bit further forward, looking for these early engagements. The thing is, Innovation has such a freedom of information by being able to ping while in stealth and have a very well-informed dive for the Valiant.
See some control for the Hunters. But I'm worried about Valiant taking angles around them. They're just going to try and poke Gaga down. Nisha is the focus of Innovation, but Leave has his back. Nisha is able to keep the sound barrier. 5 versus 4 for the Hunters. They're trying to just get some push here on the barricade. Finally, Gaga just jumps inside of the gym, and Leave gets up in there too, and has already sniped one. There's no supports left of the Valiant, and now you can see Hunters at the 30 meter, and now a fight win will get close to matching the 57 meters and potentially even take a lead.
Yeah, should be viable here to at least begin to grab that checkpoint, and of course there is going to be a pause after it, which will be a important battle. Innovation poking away, really wants that EMP, only 20% away. Combining that with the Graviton again might be everything, but for now it's all about contesting and getting Sars into position to use that big grav.
Oh, Gaga's so low. Monk has the Nano. Usually want to give it to the Winston, although I don't mind a Jinmu Nano if he's feeling like frying. See, Innovation was trying to lock down Jinmu. They both leave. There's the Nano onto Gaga. He's going after the supports. He's actually just a sniper boy. And forces out the Transcendence from Molly. Perfect patience. Now, how does Valiant use this resource? It's the Graviton catching 2 of the Hunters. Gaga is hacked and unable to use the Primal. Probably didn't want to anyway. As card control back to the Valiant, and Hunters never took that lead back, by the way.
The focus fire on Leaf there was so important. I mean, killing him before Nisha's sound barrier came out was imperative. And that was because Innovation could do 40% more damage to the hacked targets as well. So they just evaporated Leaf. There was no overclock for that most important battle. Innovation continues to demand this. And look at that. Leaf has to use the leap. So now, or rather Gaga has to use the leap. So now his engagement is going to be weaker for a couple of seconds.
Only a 6 meter advantage for the Valiant. They got some push, and now they're just going to try to play defensively. The top of this tunnel is such a great spot, a great position for Easyhan to not only have cover, but also have just angles above the shields of Gaga. Here's the sound barrier engage. Sashin gonna get especially aggressive. Easyhan overclocking. Jinmu safe in the shield, only from now whiffs the pulse bomb on Easyhan, who slides past him as Sashin destroys the front line. But Gaga is building so well for his back line and actually just dove past, killed Langsa and Molly. So throughout this engage, it felt like Easyhan and Sashin had 2 different jobs and accomplished neither, and Hunters take the fight.
Yeah, if Gaga can find the timing here of Langsa's amp it up, Langsa and Molly are super vulnerable to getting dove by this Winston. Sure, Molly can try and kick him away, but that means you have to move into a very dangerous place. Easyhan takes out Nisha early, and maybe Monk can seal this with a nano boost.
Oh, Jinwoo's on the flank, and he's going after Molly, I believe, and he doesn't have Transcendence and leave. He pushes from the front. It's a pinch maneuver from the Hunters, who are so desperate to get that 6 extra meters to take back the lead. 3 minutes left, and a few more rounds of ults will happen. Sasha needs to play safe. 90 energy plus. He is a force to be reckoned with on the front line, and has to demand the attention of the Hunters, who have since left, even though Jinwoo is appearing in the back line. We're looking to see how Gaga is going to maneuver around this, and there is the dive from the Hunters, who have already dismantled Sasha and reset his energy, and no grab even came out.
Sasha was caught in a poor position there, crunched around the bus, meant that it was easy for Monk to move around the back and hit a Bartic Grenade, get rid of all that healing. And Innovation's actually sort of functioning as a third pseudo-healer at the moment by hacking these health packs. The thing is though, Sasha does not have the mobility to get to the health packs quickly, and so needs to demand huge resources from Molly and Langsa, and that means Innovation can't deal with Jinmu effectively.
Oh, is Molly going to be forced to use Transcendence here? Yes, he does. Great pressure from Jinmu. Pulse Bomb doesn't stick, hoping to burst through that healing. And then Sashin, well, when Jinmu isn't able to kill and he has the Transcendence, Sasha gets to just laser everyone from front to back. And Hunters head for the hills. They do not want to be staggered at this moment. Only a 2-meter lead for the Valiant with 2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes remaining. It's anybody's game still. Those 2 meters could prove incredibly fateful. No ults on the board just yet, but Lijiang is getting remarkably close to that overclock, and it's incredibly dangerous as well for the side of Chengdu Hunters, who are all incredibly vulnerable, including Gaga. So easy to headshot on that Winston and do huge amounts of damage to. And Gaga's been bullied out thus far. Innovation's been doing huge amounts of damage to him.
I wonder if Jinmu has the potential to go onto a flank in Mega, where Lengsa and Molly are hanging out at, and that pinch maneuver is what's been really successful for the Hunters, and there he is. He manages to lock down Innovation, I guess, without the translocate, and that 5v4 just unleashes his fight. The sound barrier too from Nisha. They want to keep up this tempo. They go after Molly, and they execute. And this is a great fight for Hunters to take, because this will get them the lead with 1 minute left, and if they win this next fight, this will be really tough for Value to come back.
Yeah, Valiant losing out in the poke war quite often here because they just don't have the healing to try and sustain themselves through it, and that meant that they lost control of Timmy pushing the barricade for so long. Now Monk is in a safe position, ready to deploy this nano at will, likely onto Gaga to try and save him from this early aggression.
Sound barrier first from Lengsa, but it wasn't able to save Molly. Now this overclock from Lijiang has to go big. He has the bubbles from Sashin, but he's just overwhelmed by Leave and Gaga, including the Leave overclock, allowing him to take multiple 100 energy shots into him, eventually winning the Soldier in 1v1. This propels Hunters in this fight to keep this boat sailing 89 meters and growing with 20 seconds left.
Gaga still with a Primal Rage. He can take risks if he wishes to. A big stick goodbye, Lijiang, and that could be Valiant put to bed, Lemon.
A couple of seconds left for Valiant to touch. This will be last fight. If they give it up, that's the first map for the Hunters. After really it was the Valiant that started off with a 60-meter push. And look how the Hunters have grown up. You got a 4v4. It's up to the Valiant to stay on the cart. It's overtime into effect. Lijiang is there on his own, but at least he has Molly's Transcendence. Innovation's EMP comes out and hits all the remaining members of the Hunters, and they fall one by one. Monk and Nisha trying to get out and not get staggered, but Innovation is on the hunt. A great boot by Nisha, but you're just delaying the inevitable. Monk manages to get out. No Lijiang's on the flank, and these staggers could be really critical for the Valiant to get an edge.
Innovation falling to that Disruptor field is going to be an issue. A 4 versus 4 here if Chengdu Hunters wish to engage in it. And remember, Gaga has the Primal Rage here, and it's overtime. So Timmy needs to stay attended to by the LA Valiant. If you can knock people off of this bot, that's a win. You don't necessarily need to kill them all. And all out of resources right now of the LA Valiant. It's got to be the vanilla mechanics.
This is possible for the Valiant, but it's not looking good when you don't have any ultimates. Monk has a nano, but Gaga dies! Wasn't able to use the Primal in time! Too much burst from the Sojourn player of Lijiang! Now what do the Hunters do without Gaga? Leaf is hacked, taking extra damage from Innovation, playing safe. Innovation is going to try and stealth behind them, see if he can get any pressure on the Monk and Nisha. They know he has nano, and look how passive Hunters are playing. They have high ground, they just need to go for pokes. Now Gaga has returned, and the nano actually is given to Leave, who just presents himself on the barricade. Sashin is antied. There's no takes remaining for the Valiant, and Molly's gone too. Lijiang has to go absolutely feral with the overclock as bested Leave, but no other picks are coming out from the Valiant, and they were only 20 meters short. Overtime goes away, and the Chengdu Hunters will take map number 1.
In the end, Lemon, that was all she wrote. When Sarsen had used both the bubbles on the cart, there was not enough healing to sustain him. Sure, in the middle of those brawls, when you could just duck in and out of battles and pick up hacked health packs, you had a little bit more sustainability as a Zarya. But when you're forced to stay on the robot, when you have to remain there on overtime and take the damage, a Zenyatta and a Lucio is simply not enough. Chengdu Hunters turned it around at the last moment, and Gaga's Primals have been something else. As few and far between as they have been thus far, they've both done incredible damage.
Yeah, it's just, if he's able to stay alive against the burst of the Sojourner, but we've only seen that not work out a few times. But good heads-up play from Monk to also nano Leave at the very end, who I feel like has been getting the edge on the Sojourn duels against Lijiang. But Chengdu Hunters take map 1. And will this be the case after this break? We'll find out.
They took him. Let's fix that.
Hey, gamers, been a wild ride already in map 1. Valiant were up like, what, 50, 60 meters? And it's gone. And the Hunters took the map at the very end. Pretty back and forth, but a great momentum push at the very end. But it's a different map now. It's a different map, and we got different tanks coming in.
Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of focus onto Gaga during that previous map, so it was just like, okay, take a rest, Gaga. Chengdu Hunters have subbed him out. Brought in Daisy instead, who's probably going to be playing for Sigma, because Daisy only really gets subbed into play Sigma. He's a pretty mean Zarya as well, but we're not really living in the Zarya world right now, unless you happen to be a team who's doing some funky things and trying to get a little bit weird with it. Elsewhere, other substitutions we have coming in right now, Marvel going to be rejoining the Los Angeles Valiant. We're expecting a lot more Marvel today, I think a little bit less of Sarshin, and Dia joining as well, which means the double hit scan is likely on the horizon here. We're going to be heading over to Circuit Royale, so I'd expect to see the double hit scan here, maybe even double sniper if Dia wants to pick up the Hanzo instead. Easyhan remains in, and Easyhan's been seeing a lot more usage during the mid-season madness compared to Kickoff Clash, where it was mostly Dia and Innovation.
Yeah, they've kind of figured out that Easyhan is their more preferred sojourn. The interesting interchange that's happening is between Innovation and Dia, where both of them overlap on their Tracer and when it comes to their hero pool, but Innovation provides them a Tracer Sombra type of hero pool, so more flanker heavy, while as Dia prefers more of the ranged hit scans like Tracer and Ashe. See, we're going to Circuit, so imagining some Widow duels and some Sigma coming out. Marvel and Daisy. Now, Marvel was more known for his Doomfist when it came to at least this stage when he was on the Boston Uprising. You know, they did have 3 tanks, so he got relegated to learning only one of them. So sometimes you gotta learn how to walk before you run. But I'm liking to see more of Marvel in that starting position and what he can really bring to a team when he doesn't have to share that time with 2 other tanks.
Yeah, Marvel being one of 3 tanks was a very weird setup on the on the Boston Uprising. I think that they may have overplayed their hand when it comes to generating their roster, and now that they have a more condensed one, things seem to be going a little bit better for them. For the LA Valiant here, I would be kind of worried going up against the Chengdu Hunters if Jinmu decides on the attack to start running a Genji alongside maybe Nisha playing the Brig. I think they could very easily overwhelm Marvel when Los Angeles Valiant set up here mostly to play double hit scan and be very heavy when it comes to the poke. Lengsa gives me hope though. Playing the Brigitte here is going to mean that Marvel has a little bit more force behind himself when it comes to trying to play against Daisy and force him out of positions.
It's also not too bad having a cardboard box for a shield. You know, if you want to rotate from one side of the street to the other and you don't want to get your head blown off, it's kind of nice to have that shield. It's gone. You know what? It's great if
Lemon,
you use it.
You were saying.
It's great if you use it, but hey, I mean, Leave hits those shots. I don't know what to say.
Just trying to be eco-friendly, man. Can't be using the power of that shield when it's not necessary, you know? Keep those energy bills low. It's bloody expensive these days. Easyhan, just taking these quick peeks here, looking for pings here and there to keep their teammate informed of where Leave and Jinbu in particular are.
Ooh, that's charged up boys, Easyhan. Yeah, you're doing that off the Sigma shield, looking pretty nice, and he gets to swoop into the right side and pick people off and look just on top of Jinmu like that. He's got the Brig right behind him with Inspires, so there's a ton of healing from Valiant when they're in this brawl phase, while as with the Zen Bap from Hunters, they prefer more of the ranged duel. They like to be as socially distanced as possible, but this has been quite a trek for the Valiant as they have just captured A.
Yeah, you said that they prefer to be distant, and that's exactly why the swaps are being made here. This is what I wanted from the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu on the Genji. He's first in hero damage on Genji. He's bloody good at this. A really good brawler, and Nisha moving over on to the Brig now. This means that Daisy is going to be a lot more difficult to run over, and Marvel might have to stop in his tracks when looking for these duels.
Oh, the double hit scan, though, from Valiant. That's going to be scary. Hunters have to be smart with their rotations, trading up the shields with Daisy and Nisha. as Dia is pretty far away and wants to make sure of that, and just mainly understanding the space between him and Jinmu and not being dashable. Getting quick packs too is important with Langsa. Jinmu presents himself on the right, has used deflect and dash, and didn't get the reset until the very end. Trades it 1-to-1, which isn't awful, but Valiant are missing too, and mainly Langsa. That's the bulk of the heals gone, and Marvel's just gonna suffer because of that. So Hunters still hold the high ground, and this is a great spot for Leave.
Yeah, you're happy with this trade as well. Means that Los Angeles Valiant have lost one of their main tools for momentum in the form of that overclock, and it's given Monk time to generate a Transcendence, which is going to be so important for dealing with Marvel's Flux here. One of the things that needs to be thought about, though, is how you're going to stop Dia from headshotting everyone when they're in the Gravitic Flux and instantly killing them before the Trance can heal them. So if you're Marvel here, you're looking for squishies to put up in the air.
Valiant just have to hug that right side too, because that's what's scary, is like you're pointing out that Leave is just going to shoot everyone, so they got to stay out of line of sight as much as they can there to grab Flux, but this time from the attack of Marvel, and it forces out the Transcendence of Monk. Now the response from Daisy, Molly with the same thing, Transcendence up, Jinmu dashes through, didn't get an elimination, is caught in the red zone, and just with his pants out, of course he's going to die. There's no DPS left for Hunters, but Valiant don't have Lexa, very limited heal, and they need those resources if they hope to bulldoze their way to walk uphill quite morally and physically against the Hunters. But as soon as Easy Hunt distances himself, he gets some great picks, maybe gets too confident, swooping on in front of Monk like that, but Valiant could go for a point B push here.
Daisy played things a touch early there. Forcing out the trance from Molly was so important, but a lot of the healing was done while people were still in the air, and vulnerable. Leave's been isolated now. Chengdu, if they contest, it's 4 for a little bit, Lemon, until Easy Han returns.
Marvel is just in deep. He's smelling Christmas presents. Like, yeah, it looks cool killing Leave, but how are you going to get back from that adventure, huh? There is no rewind button, so the blade from Jinmu solely used to make sure Marvel couldn't rotate back and just had enough burst to not get packed up by Langsa too. So Valiant without Marvel are just left unprotected from all the damage that could be coming from Leave, especially the headshots. As Jinmu has already seen Langsa and the supports on the left, Marvel has returned, and I don't think Hunters knew that. Marvel snuck up, and here's the Valiant push, a 5v4. You got the grab flux from Marvel, catches most of the Hunters, but Monk is fragging out. The amount of picks this Zen has gotten is insane, but it's not enough to save the defense, and Valiant eventually cap.
A game of percentages, Lemon. When that Gravitic Flux came out, Monk was at 98%, and while he may have been fragging out, was a couple of orbs shy from being able to save the team from the onslaught of the Valiant, who continue to roll on forward. Now, 3 minutes is quite an egregious time bank, to be honest. When it comes to third point of Circuit Royale, usually that first point drains quite a bit more than it did on the Chengdu Hunters defense. And now Chengdu, they've got to decide what kind of location they want to leverage to make this battle work. It looks like we're going to get very aggressive here and try and force out Marvel early into the crosshairs of Leave, who's playing the crossfire from Pool.
It's really important for Valiant to get control of this high ground, just to have better line of sight onto the pool window, which is a power position for the defense, and just forcing them out of that and being able to rotate on coast, so important for the attacking team. So it's a bit of a stalemate between both Sigmas, but Valiant had control of the cart. Jinmu had to be there to contest. Transcendence from Hunters to allow them to safely rotate back to the front of the cart, but Valiant matched that and used it a bit later. There's still a leftover rally. Langsa and Nisha are going to match that. Marvel's been stunned up, and it's up to Daisy and Marvel to truly end this fight the old-fashioned way with a grab flux. Now that no support ultimates are available from either side, and Jinmu might miss that support with his blade 30% away. Marvel pulls the trigger first, catches Nisha around the corner, mostly safe. It chunksters some of the armor, and Daisy gets his grab flux canceled. A huge play from Marvel, but he's gonna pay the ultimate price with his life. And Lexa doesn't have a shield. He's caught out in the open. A good flail and Inspire buys time, but at this point, Valiant are just staggering. And with a minute 35 left, every second counts.
And when it comes to the timing here, Lemon, the more time you spend in combat with Chengdu Hunters, the worse it is, because Jinmu is just out-damaging Easy Han so thoroughly. Double Pulse Bomb here means that Easy Han's just like, okay, I'm going to pressure the car. Has to be very careful about Leave's respawn, but Leave's actually moved over onto Sojourn here instead, so no instant pick potential.
This is bad. Nisha's dead! How did Lijiang just turn this entire fight around? The double pulse bomb into killing Nisha? How are Hunters gonna get this back? Well, at least you shut down the blade. It's a 1-to-1 trade, and Marvel's dead too. Valiant are probably gonna have to take flanks because they just can't afford to take any poke without Marvel present. Lynx is gone too. There's just barely any healing and no shielding for the Valiant. This could have been an incredible push to the end, and I mean almost a C9, but Hunters have been able to stabilize, and they've warded away the Valiant.
Yeah, that should have been potentially the full completion right there, forcing Nisha to come on down and defend that cart and go into a vulnerable position. You had 3 frags on the Chengdu defense, but the return of Liv and Jinmu was just so well timed to manage to find these holes in the LA Valiant, and even Dia getting a freebie pick from the back. Molly's down as well. This is falling apart for the Valiant, who had so long, 3 minutes to attack point C, Lemon.
Just wondering how Molly is even getting picked. Maybe he was sitting on the high ground and Marvel's on the low, so the shield not covering the backline too much, but Valiant are just poking away with the Hanzo. They'll have a bit more shield break and especially access to the high ground. A pool, but just couldn't hit the shots, gets Leave. And the burst of the Sojourn's too much. It's a number advantage for the Hunters, and the rally kicks things off. Marvel is getting bullied and shoved into a locker, getting almost his lunch money stolen until Molly uses the Transcendence to bring him back to full. And you need him alive. Marvel has the grab flux. All of the Hunters are there. 3 are lifted up, and 3 are slammed down. But it's the Hunters that are still fragging out. Monk is like the 3rd DPS of this defense, and the Valiant are removed from the car and will not be able to complete the map.
Feet of Fury, Lemon. Monk gets 2 melee kills in the midst of all of that, and Daisy also has a flash of brilliance, gets stuck by the Tracer, and decides that it's a do-or-die moment. Actually uses the Griddick Flux to fly the Pulse Bomb away from the rest of the team, because Chengdu Hunters were so tightly packed up there. Here's Lijiang getting themselves for a double. This is when Jinmu came to try and have a defuse. I'm coming, leave! And we're leaving together, baby.
It's like, oh, shiny, what's that?
Give me a look at that.
No. Oh, that was a cool pulse bomb. Just like, yeah, an unlucky dash at the end of that. That Lijiang pulse almost got them the cap. And I'm surprised that they didn't, because they killed Nisha. They have a 5-on-4. They have Hunter's backs against the wall. And then it's gone. So they even traded 1-to-1, I think, with Jinmu's blade, which I think ended up removing Lengsa, and Valiant not having, just Marvel is just getting focused down too much too, which just means the poke of Hunters is so lethal without a shield standing in their way. So Hunters were able to turn around some fights that looked real sketchy.
So let's have a quick look at how these comps are going to stack up. This is with the assumption that Chengdu Hunters stick to what they're currently showing. And this means that Lijiang and Dia, they are on a strict time limit, Lemon, to get this opening pick. Because when Jinmu, Nisha, and Daisy reach Marvel, they will overwhelm him. The frontline damage with Jinmu just being able to spam away those shurikens into a large target is simply too much, which means Dia and Lijiang, they are essentially trading Marvel's life and resources, his survival, for time to find these picks.
Jinmu just climbed over the building and is just on the flank. He's gonna dash to safety, and the Valiant don't know what to do after they've lost Molly. There is so much confusion of looking at, wait, there's a Genji behind us, wait, there's people at the front, what are we supposed to do with the Valiant? They just fall like dominoes. What a player from Jinmu, and completely illegal. Of course, you don't have to use a Maywall and Sim to do that. You can just use your hands.
Wow, a legal maneuver. Signed off by the Lemon Kiwi legal team.
Sure.
It's safe, boys. It's safe. Los Angeles Valiant forced to back off around this corner. They're going to want to try and take this zone again, but Lijiang being picked off early by Leave is very bad news.
Well, at least you have the Brig v Brig, and Liam is picked off too, and he's just on the low ground. Now he's going to take a power position on the stairs, and Valiant are just not going to bother to even contest, unless Marvel wants to just Leroy Jenkins from the high ground. I just don't think that's going to be the case, so Hunters get a free cap, and Valiant are going to hold the better position of the high ground, and Leaf said, well, I'll meet you halfway, Anakin.
What was that aim? That was a wild flick from Leave. Send him to the hospital. His wrist is now powder. Jinmu, once again, just choking away all of this space. And remember, Los Angeles Valiant, they don't have a heal in the back of that garage anymore, so we can only back off so far, and they have to try and make some dangerous rotations across open ground where Leave can start to snipe them. Speaking of which...
Well, Leave has arrived for the Hunters, back-to-back first bloods, and Hunter, it just doesn't stop! It just, hi Mom, hi YouTube, hi Reddit, it's Leave here! Just everyone get into the backpack for the Hunters. Now the grab flux just to finish this off quickly before reinforcements come back. Dicey gets in the kill feed too, and Hunters are winning fight after fight, and Valiant, I don't think they can recontest.
That feel when Leave hears you saying former MVP. No, mate. Current MVP. So many beautiful shots already hit right here. Of course, waiting on this infra for a while until either Dia forces it out with a defensive infra, or Leave can find a position where they really want Los Angeles Valiant to back away just a touch. Now moving into third, 5.5 minutes. Lemon, surely this is infumbleable by the Chengdu Hunters.
Oh, we gotta look up a dictionary for that. Fumbleable. Uber's gonna rip our heads off when he wakes up in the morning. Well, the Hunters, I mean, they have the ults. You could just rally Blade here, or you want to try and bait out Molly's Transcendence first. Depends how you're feeling. 5 ults from the Valiant. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Expecting Marvel with the grab flux. It's usually what's in store. And for sight, both teams especially know who's on the pool power position there for the Valiant, who on the Hunters are rotating on the coast side. This is very important information for the Infrasight. Now, the Blade has started from Jinmu with the rally from the other side of Langsa, and Jinmu gets rocked and he gets sought. He gets 0 value from the Blade. EasyHan falls, but you have a number advantage for the Valiant. You are just kicking and screaming and about to toss Dicey off the cliff, and that's not the drink he wants to take. So 4:20 left for Chengdu Hunters.
Langsa, though, so much value off that rally. I think that Chengdu Hunters tried to be a little bit too economical for their own good there, Lemon. A Transcendence or a rally just to keep Jinmu alive during that Blade. Because Chengdu Hunters, they played that. They forced out the whip shot from Langsa that would have been a massive impediment to doing serious damage with that Blade. And then Jinmu comes in from the back. It was so well set up, but they tried to overplay their economic hand and so were under-resourced for the fight at the pool. Now they need to siege into this zone without a Blade, and that's going to be much more difficult.
Well, now you see Valiant are just counter-rotating away from the upcoming push, keeping an eye on also how they're crossing that pool window. Grab flux there from the defense. Dia finds the snipes within it. Transcendence of Monk, not going to heal through all of that burst, and Marvel's getting kicked in, but Molly has his back. The Transcendence heals back up the Valiant, and they finally bully back the Hunters, who have lost Monk. Dicey's half HP. Nisha has to do all the healing on his own. Jinmu has a Discord orb on him and has to play safer, and Hunters are doing everything they can to rotate right side, but because they're not running a Tracer, there's just no card presence. It's up to winning the fight, and Dicey kicks off things well, but without Jinmu, you're just relying on Leaf picks, and that can be really tough.
Yeah, Leaf doesn't have the most reliable damage right now, and down to 1 HP as well. You don't want to take any egregious peaks. Dia finds a good engagement range, but EasyHan elsewhere, picked up by Nisha. Already 2 minutes of a time bank for Chengdu Hunters has faded away, and you can see that there's a concerted effort here from the Los Angeles Valiant to try and take back this high ground, but soon they're going to have to remove themselves. They're going to have to just spill down onto the cart instead as it gets closer and closer.
Jinmu realizes, like, he just can't play front to back against Marvel. He's getting rocked every single time. He's barely getting Blade value, as you're not expecting the 5k, you know, without the Nano. This is an Overwatch 1. So Jinmu's actually pushing the cart and has got it to almost the very end, leaving Hunters within 1 fight territory to win the map and go to series point. Jinmu's Blade, he's right in front of Marvel, has to dodge the accretion. He sidesteps it around the pillar, goes right after Langsa, finishes him off. And there's no Molly Transcendence. And I mean, I don't even see Molly in this at all, but Jinmu has located the target, but EasyHan finally has a presence on this map, has killed 2. Nisha's still up, but without Dicey, there is no one to heal. What a turnaround for EasyHan and the Valiant.
EasyHan What a double that was found, and still has Pulseman in the back pocket as well. Sure, Marvel may have overcommitted a touch there, using Rigoridic Flux, knowing that there was such an advantage when it came to the spawns for Los Angeles Valiant compared to the Chengdu Hunters. But I said at the beginning of this, Lemon, 5.5 minutes for third, surely it's infumbleable. Chengdu Hunters might just have done that. 2 blades now with admittedly very little value. Jinmu had some excellent movement to kill Lengsa, but that means that Lengsa didn't feel the pressure to pop the rally in the previous round because he was dead. And now they can use that to rebuff aggression up at the pool.
Valiant are just playing at the back of their spawn. Hunters don't really want to push the card if the Valiant are going to be on the high ground, but someone is there from the Hunters. The box of victory in sight. It's probably Jinmu pushing it as, oh, it's actually Liam who's traded that off with Jinmu. Jinmu wants to be involved in the fight, has already dove Dia. Now Molly holding on to the Transcendence. Lynx has already used Rally. Now the Transcendence second. A ton of resources for the Valiant, including respawn advantage. Hunters have to live. The Grapplux plus the Transcendence of Monk. Surely that's enough for the Hunters to out-pressure the Valiant. Dia heads for the spawn room doors. He dodges the accretion. Molly's on his own, and Jinmu's on his back. And Molly finds himself on his back as the Valiant hope to just touch one last time, but it's too little, and it's too late. The Hunters have taken Circuit Royale and go to Series Point.
Despite a valiant attempt from Los Angeles on the defense there, draining away a 5-minute time bank. Poor Molly, I think, just broke a second too early when it came to the Transcendence Lemon, and then towards the end of the Transcendence, threw himself off the high ground towards the car to support whatever duel was happening down there, and that meant it was easy street for Daisy to get value from the Flux. Marvel was put up in the air, bought low, and slammed down into the ground without a single healer to sustain him, and with the main tank gone, the rest of Los Angeles Valiant could be picked apart piecemeal by the Chengdu Hunters. Great forward planning, and we've seen some excellent ideas from the Chengdu Hunters here, which have been occasionally stymied by Dia, Easyhan, Marvel having heroics, and I think that Easyhan's definitely proving himself to be a very dangerous DPS. Alas, the scoreline don't lie, and Chengdu are 2-0 up.
Well, Easyhan also is either dead first or kills 2. It's just you're getting all or you're getting nothing with Easyhan, and he turns these fights once in a while, but it also, I think that final fight came down to support ultimate usage, where Hunters had the Transcendence last, and they also had the Grab Flux uncontested without any support ultimates from the Valiant. So a battle of resources and a battle of 2 teams gunning for the mid-season madness. Chengdu Hunters ahead in the series 2-0, and after this break, we'll see if Valiant have any bark left. The LA Valiant are one map away from their first loss in the Midseason Madness qualifiers against the Chengdu Hunters of all people, but this has been quite fun. I think I especially enjoyed Leave on Widow on Circuit. He just put on a show. What can we say? Why are we here?
For what's least hyped, Leave Circuit enjoyer right there. Like, it was such a performance from Leave. And Lemon, while this has been fun as well, this also means so much for the future of this particular matchup. These teams are 5th and 6th in APAC, and that's important because only our top 4 teams in APAC go to our international tournaments like the Kickoff Clash or the Midseason Madness that's coming up, and the winner of this match is going to be in a position to take away that 4th seed from either Philly or Shanghai, depending on who wins the next match. So both of these last matches today are incredibly important for not only potentially getting into the Kickoff Clash, but potentially, or rather the Midseason Madness, but losing your spot there as well, maybe. And this could be potentially Valiant losing their chance to go to the Midseason Madness, even though their performance has had a significant uptick from the start of the season.
Well, look how the turns have tabled. When you think about the Kickoff Clash qualifiers, it was LA Valiant who was their only win in those qualifiers was against Chengdu 3-1. And look at the scoreline now. Look how everyone has glowed up in the new meta. No more Soldier.
That was Valiant's first win in like
Reaper.
over a year as well.
I know. No one was too high on Valiant, but when it comes to the Midseason Madness, they were undefeated. Now I don't know about this because it's not like they're gonna keep this streak. But we are going to King's Row, which it doesn't bode well for Sashin, who's really only playing Sigma and Zarya, and kind of gets run over by rush comps. And a lot of teams have specifically brought out Reinhardt for Sashin because it just outbrowse them. But Hunters don't really run that. They're gonna stick to what they're good at.
Jinmu picking up a Tracer here is interesting. A little bit less of a direct damage from the Genji, and a little bit more ability to pinch towards the back. Of course, the Tracer does have a really good matchup against the Zarya compared to the Genji, who can't deflect the beam, obviously, and so can be very easily dispatched of by a high-energy Zarya. And the Pulse Pistols have a really good spread to try and deal with the larger hitbox and lack of armor that Zarya has. However, on the other side, the Zarya interacting with the Tracer, very easy to bubble those pulse bombs and really remove some of the value that Tracer has with that fast-charging, high-damage ultimate. Los Angeles Valiant will roll out here with Becky back in. It's been a while since we've seen Becky, Lemon, but last time we saw him was pretty impressive on both the Genji and the Echo.
Yeah, I don't think we've even seen Becky much at all in these mid-season. I'm kind of scrolling through my notes. I think this might be his first map.
Just Kickoff Clash.
Yeah, so this is a cool look. Going towards that Echo, having some bursts, and really good at finding isolated targets and punishing them. But because Leaf got I got healing from Nisha, the burst heals. I was expecting a Brig pack, but it was Nisha. Leaf lived longer than he should have. Either way, Valiant, their support's heading to the hotel. There's a counter dive from Gaga. They seem pretty fine with that. Valiant trying to counter, rotate away. Hunters found behind, and the Hunter support's found with no friends. Monk and Nisha are dead. So the Valiant will be capping the point off of this.
Chengdu Hunters unable to really make too much purchase off the what should be a big onus and a big differential in engagement power when you have the Winston versus a Zarya. Like, Becky is the diver right now for Los Angeles Valiant and is essentially diving alone with a Zarya bubble, and then Sarsen's following up afterwards. Jinmu and Gaga simply couldn't find a target together, and Dia staggering Leave here is so much trouble if Anna gets pinged. Oh, this is such a huge investment.
Oh, Nisha is allowed to rotate into Mega Room because of that. A great bubble by Gaga. That could have been detrimental if Nisha would have been staggered at that moment. Now, Sashin really wants someone to brawl. Got the bubble, want to build up the energy. Missing that 100 number like they were on New Queen Street. Gaga setting themselves up on the high ground to drop down on maybe someone like Dia. Doesn't have a ton of mobility on the Hanzo. You only have a jump back, so Jinmu and Gaga could go after him. The pulse bomb barely misses Dia, but the flank from Jinmu in that back alley was what truly finished off these Valiant members. And just with limited mobility, as soon as you use either flight or the Hanzo jump, Hunters are all over you like butter on toast.
finally, we've seen a really well-directed crunch there from a Chengdu Hunter, sort of Jinmu zoning LA Valiant either with the stick or with the mist bomb into that narrow alleyway where Leave was wrapping around the back. Chengdu Hunters moved together there and managed to take advantage of Los Angeles Valiant during a disengage that had no speed behind it, so there was no escape from the crossfire that was generated. However, still, this is not an easy round now for the Chengdu Hunters. We have to deal with a armory of ultimates from the Los Angeles Valiant, who have almost a grab ready to go and a dragon to combine with it. What is this?
Well, there is Becky duplicating a Zenyatta. Gets a Transcendence, though. Gaga could beat him down fast enough, but Gaga's still behind them, and this is clearly still a problem for Valiant. They're going to force their way through the front. Becky is now back to the Echo form, and Valiant have the rally, but it's still not enough to keep Molly up. I mean, Becky's just not doing a ton of damage, and Dia has the Dragon Strike, but decides not to use it. Silver lining is you got 2 or 3 ults out of Hunters, and Valiant can hope they can take the next fight.
And you got the critical ult as well, then, and the Transcendence. That's exactly what Valiant wanted. Just a big dive, get out the Trans, and then in the next fight, you can force out a kill with the Grav Dragon. The only way this really gets healed through is if you do not concentrate your fire on whoever's trapped within the Grav itself. Molly falling early, of course, is really unfortunate, and Jinmu. If you could try and interrupt the cast of Dia's Dragon, that would be huge, because that's your only real mitigation you have right now.
There's just so much flanking happening. Jinmu is currently slept. Is this something that Dia or... Yep, there's the execution. So that's a window of opportunity for the Valiant. Now you have Graviton Surge, you have Dragon Strike. Who are we gonna... We're trying to get as many people as possible, but it's like Sasha is waiting for Overwatch 3 at this point. Has had it since last fight, but wants to get as many members as possible if you're gonna invest 2 ultimates, especially even the Dragon Strike, to go for a full team wipe, because you need that. But Gaga is looming above them, ready to drop onto someone like Lengsa and Molly. Sasha is taking the space. Notices Hunters on the left side, and there's Dia with the range and the picks and finds even a second one. They might not even need the ultimates, but they're still gonna invest the Graviton Dragon Strike, and Dia with almost the ace, and Monk heads for the hills.
Chengdu had a good start there, playing very spread to try and avoid Grav Dragon, having some good spacing to make sure Sasa could find them together. But the second they tried to huddle up for warmth and protection against the roving pack of LA Valiant is when Sarsin could finally bring out the ultimate that they wanted. Now Chengdu, they've made significant changes here, Lemon, which means that a reset on a bunch of ultimates. Leave had to move over to the Sojourn, Jinmu onto the Hanzo now, and Gargar's going to be the only ultimate available with that Primal Rage to buy some time or make a very aggressive dive.
Ooh. Hunters were so close to losing some people. Really quick and good heals from Nisha. There's the Gaga Primal Rage, but he's beating down people who have bubbles, so the Sasha is buying time, and I'm sure he's got a ton of energy. But with Dia and Becky gone, he also has no damage. So Valiant cannot afford any more staggers here. Gaga heads back with 200 HP, keeping himself safe. And Valiant fired back. Leave got a little too aggro jumping in like that, and here is the fire back from the Valiant. Becky's been nanoed, Sashin has slept, and Becky will try and do all the work for him, but he needs the pocket of Molly to keep the aggression. Gaga's healed back up. Monk is behind him. There's the counter engage from Hunters, the nano onto Gaga. Becky duplicates and hopes to do the counter dive himself. And now it's just left with a stalemate. Gaga keeps going in deeper, but he was antied, and the bombs from Becky are just so overwhelming for Gaga. Now this Transcendence is just so the Hunters, I guess, don't lose anyone else, but maybe you needed that to recontest. Hopefully Gaga gets back quick. Sasha is close to grab, and that could be the nail in the coffin. Becky has already picked off one. It doesn't bode well for the defense. Valiant in a 5 versus 4. They've lost Langston, but they still have a ton of heals with Molly still up. Leaf has killed 2, and he's going buck wild. Sashin redirects his focus, but it's too late. Leva saved the fight.
All right. 2021 MVP moments hitting once again. Los Angeles Valiant. Unfortunately, Sashin, I hate to say it, bud, but you kind of threw that. You guys forced out the trance from Monk super early, then there's nothing to deal with the Grav Dragon. The same technique that got you B, and you send out the Grav while Dia does not have Dragon. Becky, an ill-considered peek but Jinmu puts down, and now Los Angeles Valiant, things get so much more tough, Lemon, because they have to try and attack into the super heavy poke of Chengdu. You're up against an Ana, a Zen, and a Dragon Strike straight away.
Jinmu just threw the Dragon Strike into the right hallway where Valiant were trying to push from. This catches Dia. There's no escaping that. Even though Dia got a nice pick before, this is just Hunters finding the window of opportunity off of a great awareness and great play from Jinmu. And now you invest the Primal and you get more stagger kills. This is shaving so much time off the Valiant bank.
Yeah, the rotations of Valiant now, they are going to be so heavily contested by the long-range damage that's been proffered here. Chengdu can also play from the high grounds to begin with as well, forcing Becky to use cooldowns to run from behind, and it's Leave on the flank with the overclock here. Might be checked by the Hanzo, but has a good idea of where that hero is and could easily try and headshot them.
The overclock, it's all about patience. Take the shots you know you can take. Gaga going after Dia, only has one jump, but Dia gets to the high ground and Gaga can't access him. Valiant, is anyone on the cart? It's Sashin there keeping the overtime wick burning, but it's the Hunter's flank that is so overwhelming. The Valiant are just rushing to the objective and they're not looking back. And how can you? It's just destruction and fire behind you as Hunters will hold Valiant at bay and stop them from capping C.
Chengdu Hunters finally make this aggressive push forward, but they talk about it first. It's part of the game plan, Lemon, and that means that the supports are in a position to push forward all of this healing from relative safety, like from the Mega Pack room. We saw that Chengdu almost fumbled this map when they overchased towards the end of C and lost out on both their DPS. Dia has had some impressive plays thus far, yes, but it feels like overall LA Valiant, their plans were just taken down by a lack of forward planning within the midst of all of these battles. They should have been able to take advantage of the fact that Monk overplayed his hand with the Transcendence and then used a Grab Dragon, but unfortunately Sashin could not make that happen, and so Los Angeles Valiant could not finish the map.
It's been a bit tough for Becky, too, on the Echo. I mean, I don't envy him. Having to play against a Jinmu Hanzo and a Leave Sojourn. How can you take flight? It's up to Molly to just keep that permanently pocketed. And you see when Becky goes for these kind of risky flights up in the air to just try and get a pick, gets shot at. And if you don't get that trade, then you're, like you pointed out, it ain't great, Valiant having to play 4v5 like that. So Becky is brought in for this Echo reason, and also that Valiant got a bit pounded by the dive. Dia only has the one jump on the Hanzo and has now since gone to the Ash. See if the coach gun will be any better.
So the questions here we have about the Chengdu Hunters composition is the kind of pace they want to play with. Is Gaga going to be playing an aggressive dive here, or is it more of a catch poke, wait for the nano, and allow Nisha to be the main playmaker for the squad? Because of course Leave, using the slide, can essentially act as a dive hero by getting up to these high grounds.
Gotta be careful with how you dive with that though, and at least he's charging up off the Zarya shield of Sasha, but as the later this fight goes, the more energy Sashin has, and Hunters realize that, and Jinmu gets to slice and dice through all these low HP targets. So well set up by Gaga's dive, and the pressure at range from Leave, so what a flawless fight from Hunters.
Somehow LA Valiant ended up going for a brawl on the point. I think they may have overreacted to pressure on the point early from both Jinmu and Gaga. Becky found in the back, and of course this means now that Becky's going to get terrible spawns, Lemon. And that, in turn, means that LA Valiant can't contest this early because they're simply missing a huge amount of their damage. Gaga wants to take advantage of that. No focusing beam, you say? Don't mind if I move forward, do you?
Oh, Valiant are just stuck in this left side, and Leave has 100 energy. He's looking to just take a shot onto Molly and Lanksa. Not able to connect, as Hunters are still just pushing out of choke, so Hunters have more than enough real estate. They got a big backyard too, so it's about how Valiant are going to reclaim it, and especially scale up this Zarya of Sashin. It's so important, and you see with how low his ult charge is, how not much Sasha's been able to do in terms of brawl. Hunters are more focused on their backline. It's good dynamite from Dia, and having Bob before the end of point B is going to be important, but here's the dive. The nano to Gaga, going right after Lanksa. Lengsa, who still doesn't have a shield, but he's getting pocketed by Molly in the back, and Lengsa's living for so long, but Liam has already picked off 2. Gaga's made more than enough space for this DPS. It's a bit unlucky for Jinmu, but now you nano Lengsa just to have sustain for the defense, but there's really no winning this fight if you're the Valiant, and Hunters are about to cap, and that's going to be a thick time bank for point C.
Gaga played that so well there with Nano. You might think, oh, he hasn't even been able to kill Lengsa, but it wasn't about killing Lengsa. It was never about killing Lengsa. It was about keeping Molly's attention, getting that consistent pocket onto the Brigitte to try and make sure both the supports survived. And that's where Sarsen and Becky start to fall through the cracks as Jinmu and Lee take their own 2 versus 1s with the support of Nisha behind them, because Gaga doesn't need additional healing while he's nanoed.
Okay, Sashin has a Discord Orb on him, and he's just posted up at the front. Lengsa has to get involved. He starts the rally. The grab is thrown. Hunters counter with a Transcendence, but they don't have Jinmu to counterblade and turn this fight around. In a 4v4, both teams walk away from each other, especially from the bomb that was just placed from Dia. But Leaf gets charged up off Sashin and takes shots at the backline. But it's not an opening that Hunters can take, especially not without Gaga.
5 minutes now for Chengdu. Nisha 10% away from a nano. And the nano blade does seem pretty appealing here for the Chengdu Hunters. There's no major ultimate to try and counteract here, only the spacing of the knockbacks from the Brigitte. If you can force out 2 bubbles from Sashin, it is easy landing for Jinmu. You can already see 1 has been spent on Sashin. Keep track of those, because that is going to be the only thing to stop Jinmu's blade.
Yeah, and I mean, with a Brigitte Ana, you're not going to have a good response to the Nano Blade too, and he's going to invest it, the Nano to Jinmu. And just now pulling out the blade, getting Sashin low enough to get the dash reset, and 3 more fall for the Valiant. It's only Molly and Dia, but Dia now swaps to the Tracer, knows he's not going to have the space to operate as Widow, is choosing the other doorway to go on the flank, but Jinmu's on the right, Gaga's on the left. Hunters are just trying to camp Valiant, but here are the ults from the defense. Molly nanos the Sashin Zarya just to buy space. You need the frontline to exist if you're this defense. Becky, well, he was a tank and didn't really do much on the Winston copy earlier as the Valiant are surviving, but for how much longer? The anti hits Lengsa, and Gaga realizes this, pounces on him, squashes him like a pancake, goes after the other support, and Valiant can't touch. The Chengdu Hunters sweep this series 3-0 and hand Valiant their first loss of the Mid-Season Madness Qualifiers.
I don't know if Sashin even got to use the Graviton that Nano built up to there, Lemon. It was very dire straits for Chengdu as they lost Jinmu just a touch earlier. Went too deep, too early, and we had this split from the Chengdu Hunters to try and lock down both of the exits, and that was so important. Gaga put up so much pressure on that left-hand exit from the attacker's perspective that both the duplicate from Becky and the Nano onto Sashin had to be used to try and force him out of that zone, and so much damage was done as well from Gaga cleaving through 4 that he instantly got the Primal Rage and was able to stay around for a lot longer when we saw just how much damage that could deal to Molly, who got absolutely battered in that final fight.
I mean, the dive ended up working out. I originally thought it was just so for it, just to go rush, but I forgot that the entire Hunter's identity is behind Gaga. The win condition of nanoing him, or Jinmu if he has the blade, and because Lengsa and Molly chose the Brigitte Ana, there was no Transcendence to mitigate that blade, so I was surprised that this was a 3-0, to be honest, and with Chengdu being in 5th place, being 4-5 before this match, they will go to 5-4. Now it'll all depend on how Fusion and Shanghai's match go to determine who's going to get that 4th place spot. But there was one player that just massacred this match in the best of ways. Your player of the match, of course, is our boy Lee from the Chengdu Hunters.
MVP killer, whether it be on the Sojourn or the Widowmaker, Leave had himself a game today. And that was so important to do, because of course, Dia, one of the more legendary Chinese DPS, but Leave has always been considered the big boy when it comes to representing China on the stage for damage heroes. and today was a showcase, admittedly. This was one of the crunches that I was talking about that really showed me how Chengdu Hunters are playing this dive composition at the moment. For a lot of other teams who are playing the Winston, it's a little bit slower, it's a bit more pokey. You have your Tesla coil when you have Winston hold some space to try and force teams into using their resource and being whittled down before the play is really made. But for the side of Chengdu Hunters, because they have so much power with Lee, they try and play it a little bit faster, add the speed by having the additional Discord from Molly that does more damage, so that Lee can start picking off players a lot earlier with the space that Gaga makes with aggressive dives.
I mean, you know Leave's the better Sojourn. I mean, statistically, the numbers are there. Also forced Dia to swap to the Hanzo. Leave made a huge difference on circuit with 3 or 4 Ks, especially on the point B push to the Sojourn plays on New Queen Street, which was a bit closer, but still very impactful for Leave until the very end. You saw the Sojourn replays. This guy pops off. So it was we've had 2 3-0s today. But I think this next match is going to be a banger because there's so much on the line. The mid-season qualifiers is still in effect, and there's only so many matches remaining. But this final one, Philadelphia Fusion versus the Shanghai Dragons, are up next, and you won't want to miss it.
The Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Watch One Pre-Show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me on our desk are Jonathan Reinforce Larson, Scott Costa Kennedy, and Danny One More Rep Lim.
One more rep, Scott! One more rep! I was actually very surprised. He said he hasn't worked out for a really long time, but it was actually really strong.
He was so mean in the gym. He's like, one more rep. You can do more. You're doing great. It was so rude.
I mean, I was there. I didn't. First of all, so for context, everyone watching who has no idea what's going on, we had a little team building exercise in our local gym here on campus yesterday, and it was fantastic.
It was.
And yes, Danny, you have been pushing Costa to its limits. Also, you're super whiny, but you're not a quitter. But you're not a quitter, and I respect that.
I will complain the entire time.
As you did.
But I will do it, and that's the most important thing. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing.
It was how many was that? 10? I'm gonna do 2 more.
But you didn't quit, so yeah, gotta put respect on that. Now, while we recovered from our physical exercises last night, our Eastern teams, they got their sweat on during our APAC matches. Up first was the Guangzhou Charge, and they had to go up against the Seoul Dynasty. And while Charge, they put up a fight in the early stages of Colosseo, Seoul made the rest of the match look as effortless as stealing candy from a sleeping toddler. Reinforce.
Oh wow, that must be hard. Wow. Guangzhou Charge, yeah, they actually had a pretty decent Colosseo. I mean, they were one team fight away from actually winning this map against Seoul Dynasty. So you deserve some props there. But really, this match, in my opinion, it was the Stalker and it was the Prophet show. The Stalker, Sojourn. I feel like last week we kind of like eased ourselves into it. We were like, yeah, it was pretty good. The stats, the support that he's a really good Sojourn. Was it a statistical anomaly? The answer is no. Stalker is a fantastic Sojourn, and I feel like we're just warming up to, proclaiming that he's like a top 3, top 5 Sojourn in the league, and he's going to be instrumental for Seoul Dynasty here in the Midseason Madness playoffs as we get closer to that, of course. Here on Dorado, Prophet was just absolutely insane as well, hitting pulse bomb after pulse bomb and carrying them to victory. So the Seoul Dynasty, they're looking like they are a complete team. I mentioned Stalker playing the Soldier and really good. Fitz was playing the Widowmaker here on Dorado, so you got that up your pocket as well, up your sleeve. So he's going to deliver at a constant Smurf, diving in with the Primal Rages, making Winston work. And Creative and Vindime as well, playing Zenyatta and Ana here on the high ground. That's going to be way easier to hit your biotic grenades. It's going to be easier to land damage to Zenyatta and to hedge your defensive selves as well. And then here on Ikemalde, it was a complete stomp. Like, look at the time. 4 minutes to go on checkpoint 1, and that's not even like the best part. Prophet just hunting down Brigitte here on the Tracer, playing with his food, and then they end up capping out. Look at the top of your screen. 3 checkpoints, 408
Oh, that
to go.
has to be close to a record.
Well, Goats was one hell.
Oh, that's true.
That was a trip. That was like a weird, fever dream. Goats, weird stuff happened. If we take a look at Prophet stats against Choice of One here on Dorado specifically,
wow.
Just look at the stats. 7.9 final blows per 10 minutes versus 4.3. 3.6 pulse bomb kills per 10 minutes. 63% pulse bomb attach rate. So not only do you have Prophet just like carrying on Tracer and just taking over maps like Dorado, now you've added Stalker on that Sojourn as well as like a top tier Sojourn player. Seoul Dynasty, they won the APAC kickoff clash and they're going to come into the mid-season madness just red hot, ready to go, on fire. I'm so excited to see more of them as we get closer to the mid-season madness playoffs.
It's so impressive. 2.2 deaths per 10. Did he even leave spawn? Like, I don't know.
I'm looking at the other stats, and I think he left spawn at some point.
Probably did. Yeah, no, that's super impressive. Love to see it. Now, second match of the night features the LA Valiant and the Chengdu Hunters. 2 teams still very much in the running, technically, for the mid-season madness tournament. But while the Valiant had their moments during the match, we did continue to seeing a 3 Overwatch trend that Seoul started earlier that night, Costa.
Yeah, so 3 Overwatch was the name of the game in the APAC region last night, and the Los Angeles Valiant, just like the Guangzhou Charge, they came out hot on this new Queen Street map. They're playing their patented Lucio Zenyatta Sombra Zaya composition.
Yeah, Sombra! Did you like it?
Okay, here's the thing. I saw it last week and I hated it, but it worked. And then I saw it again this week and I hated it a little bit less because they have so many big ultimates.
It's growing on you.
They have the Graviton Surge, they have the EMP, they have double big defensive ultimates, so they were able to win fights, but the theme throughout the entirety of this match is that they had moments of brilliance, but then Lever's on the other team, which is just consistently brilliant. And he absolutely showed up on this Circuit Royale on the Widowmaker, just busting everything wide open. And he's just absolutely incredible, not just on the Widowmaker, but everything that he touches. And that's enabling Jinmu to really play to his comfort. He's playing a little bit of Tracer, but when he comes out on that Genji, he can have that impact. So Valiant did get close to winning Circuit Royale once again off of some individual brilliance, but it just wasn't enough. And then we went over to King's Row, and this map was not particularly close. The Zarya has some success, especially in the neutral, and when they can pull off these Graviton Dragon Strikes like you're seeing right here, it gets value. But other than that, it seems like they're struggling to find any purchase and find picks and find consistent time, and Chengdu Hunters finish this map with about 3 minutes remaining. So the Hunters continue their dominance. They are still playing to be a part of the mid-season tournament, and they are getting close, but they're going to need someone from the top 4 of the APAC region to start stumbling, because they have a long way to go with a 5-5 record.
One of those might.
One of them might.
You're way too excited for this.
Philadelphia Fusion.
Now, Shanghai Dragons, they faced off against the somewhat confounding Philadelphia Fusion team. No one really knows whether Philly is like good or bad. Like, I don't know. They're like the Schrodinger's Overwatch team, kind of, right? So, yeah, the big story, however, in that match was that the Dragons, they kind of returned to form. I see a smile, I see a smirk on this side. Someone's happy about it. They brought in Lijiang and Fate. Dragons were dominant off of the back of really MVP-like performances from their damage dealers, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, to start off, I don't think Philadelphia wasn't that bad, but honestly, I think they got teamed in, because, ladies and gentlemen, Shanghai Dragons, they're back. Watching this match, they were super dominant. I think Coliseum was a little bit close, but after that, it was just Shanghai Dragons just showed up. I think what their strategy was, instead of following the meta, they were like, hey, they set their foot down. We're gonna play whatever we want to play and what we're really good at and confident in, and it really showed. Fate on the Wrecking Ball and on the Winston, it was very impressive. Fleta, I don't know what his pulse bomb attach rate was, but he never missed. And then we have Lip. Lip Soldier, ladies and gentlemen. It is, I think, he's probably one of the best. I think he comes close to Kai. I might be a little bit biased because we watched a little bit more Kai, but on this match, he just, oh my god, there were so many moments where he clutched out the fight, clutched out the win, or even clutched out a win for his team as well. So I think right now, Lijiang and Fate in for this match, and I think this roster right now just looks really good. I think this is what the Shanghai Dragons should continue to do. And yeah, I think it was Shanghai Dragons. Very, very impressive.
Is this match recap video, or is this just a Lip highlight reel? Because it feels like a Lip highlight reel.
Both.
Why not both? Wow.
It was insane. Yeah, I mean, guys, if I could see how good Lip was in this match, that means all of you guys can see it as well. So if you haven't watched this match, and if you're a fan of Lip, please go and check this out. This was a great match.
Yeah, they went for some lip service there. Anyway, I have a question for everyone.
Except boo!
I just got booed by my producer. I was about to make a really bad pun to get into the standings, but you know what? I'm not going to do that now. It was another rhyme. It was brilliant, but
you go for it.
No, it's too late. I just want to look at the standings now. Forget it. Forget it. No, we're done here. Seoul Dynasty clinched, as well as the Hangzhou Spark. They are in for sure for the mid-season madness tournament. However, the rest is still battling it out. Of course, Shanghai Dragons are looking good to stay exactly where they are, but there are still some teams who can make it down in the middle of the pack. Which team do you think is going to make the cut?
Well, no, I want to say Philly, and you should say, but this is prime Philadelphia Fusion of they come second in the tournament to then not make the next tournament somehow. Like, Chengdu is looking good, and Philly look like they forgot how to play Overwatch.
But I mean...
Fusion fans.
Like, percentage-wise, I do believe Philadelphia Fusion has the...
Yeah, probably.
I mean, they could, but would they? Like, we don't know. Like,
that's the question.
That's the actual question here. But this is how the East looks like for our Mid-Season Madness qualifiers for now. And with only 4 days left of qualifiers and then the tournament, of course, to follow, we thought to ourselves that we do really want to see, or we rather thought to ourselves, what do we really want to see in a mid-season tournament. Like, let's get deep, let's get reflective and introspective and create our mid-season madness wish list. That's right, after this short break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. With the qualifiers rapidly approaching their conclusion, we thought to ourselves, what do we really hope to see from the upcoming tournament? Like, what's missing, I guess? What is the void within us, which can only really be filled by Overwatch? Too far? Am I going too far?
You're getting very dramatic here.
I'm very committed to this. I mean, all that is to say that we have a new segment, which we like to call Mid-Season Madness Wishlist.
Yay!
Insert rainbows, sparkling sounds and things. Reinforce, I want to start with you. You may have gotten your wish a little early, actually. So I don't know if it's worth setting up, but still, we discussed this last night, so we didn't know. On this, you are perhaps a prophet of some sort. Maybe you just spoke it into existence. Maybe you just manifested the result into the world. So maybe share with everyone what was on your wish list on the #1 spot.
My mid-season madness void was filled by faith. Shanghai Dragons, I just want you to be epic. I just want you to be elite, world class, okay? The 2020 season with Fearless, it was so much fun to watch. Just look at the records, 27-2 in the regular season in 2020, 12-4 in 2021, first in the APAC region, plus 44 map differential in 2020. When this team is elite, like when they're playing at their absolute best, it's peak Overwatch. It's so amazing to witness. But so far this season, just hasn't been there. They haven't been able to figure out their tank rotation between Void and Fate. They complained about their shot calling issues they had past week, and obviously subbed in Lijiang on and Fate this in tonight's match. And we saw amazing improvements. Lip as well, he's finally playing at the all-star caliber level that we've come to expect from him from the last 2 seasons, bringing out the Sojourn. This is what I need to see. They need to be the villain, and I know some of you guys are fans, by the way, but to me, they're like the APAC villain that just like comes in and dominates. Like, take no prisoners. We're just going to pick the San Francisco Shock in the very first round because we're going to come out, dominate them. We don't care. We're the Shanghai Dragons. We're the best team in the league. And them not being that, it just feels like we're missing something. It feels like we're missing something.
To be dominant.
Seoul Dynasty are supposed to be disappointing and just like have a miserable fan base, but instead they're just popping off. You know, I haven't come around to the Seoul Dynasty kind of like arc yet. You know, like the story is set in motion. They're starting to be really good. They're winning stage titles and stuff like that. I'm still accustomed to the good old Shanghai Dragons. I miss the old Shanghai Dragons. I want them back.
Times are changing, Johnny. It's old news.
Yeah. Get on with the program.
They've lost enough, okay? You lost 42 matches in a row. Like, you don't deserve to lose for like 10 more years. Like, you're done.
Actually true. Actually kind of true, though. I have to agree. I'm sorry. But yeah, it looks like Christmas came early for you. They looked great last night. Now, Costa, perhaps you need to think just on your wish a little harder. Maybe more thoughts and prayers. I don't know what will do the trick, but you have to manifest your wish. However, you want to see a little more hero diversity. Nay. You only really want to see one hero played more.
You like horses?
Nay, indeed. I want to see more of the horse. I want the battle horse to come out, okay? I feel like... No, I don't think the horse is good. No, I really don't. I think she doesn't really offer that much. But just, I want to see it just a little bit more. I feel like she's been memed so much ever since Krusty said, "What was that?" when Mag pulled it out against the San Francisco Shock in the kickoff clash. But hey, look at this. 25% map win rate is not that bad.
That's bad.
No, it's
horrible.
How much time?
Okay, so funny enough, the one map that it did win, it was actually last week when Reiner picked it against the Houston Outlaws, and he played it for a total of 7 seconds.
Yeah.
But they did win that map. The other time I remember Orisa working was when Mag did that on Control Center on Lijiang Tower, and he switched instantly. But hey, maybe a little bit more trust and a little bit more, you know, as like a, oh, you don't know what to expect kind of strategy. It's probably not going to work. I just kind of want to see
Do you want good teams to play because it's BM, or do you want bad teams like Vancouver to just like, you have nothing to lose, just play Orisa?
Washington, you got nothing to lose.
No!
Washington,
no!
At this point, you've already lost my trust.
The fans are distraught.
If they play Orisa, I might reconsider my position.
Think of the
I
fans.
want to say, I know a lot. I've been learning a lot about horses.
Okay, yeah.
These days. You know, they do need a lot of love and care.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
So
with love and care, it might work.
yeah, and Orisa could work.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably not.
Yeah, but still, we want to see that toothpick horse coming into play. So why not? It's your wish list.
Yes.
You do whatever you want with your wish list. It kind of looks like it. It is what it is. Reinforce. He wants to return. He wants a return of something old. Costa wants something new. I think we can skip something borrowed. And Danny, you want something blue?
Yeah. Kind of get it. I get
You
it.
get it?
I get it.
You
I
get it?
Yeah. Yes.
You understood my setup?
I did get it. Blue, yes, everybody, yes. Burn blue, everybody. What I want to see for the mid-season tournament is Fearless. Yes, I mean, we all know he's still playing and he's still good, but do you guys remember the 2020, 2021 Fearless, his Winston? It's like, when you think of Winston, it equals to Fearless. If you think of Fearless, it's Winston because he was so good. And I mean, he set a, I think, primal rage kill record, I think, in the league. And so, I think you have the stats.
Yeah, I have that framed on my desk to this day. It was on the fateful morning at 10 a.m. on April the 24th, where Fearless hit a 16-kill streak primal rage record.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's it. That is exactly what I want to see. Like, we haven't really seen that Fearless pop-off moments in the 2022 season, so I want to see that again from Fearless. You know, I love that guy. I want to see more of him. We've been talking a lot about Hanbin. Hanbin is a great player, but Fearless is also a great player. And I know what he's capable of. I think I just want to see that for the Midsummer tournament.
So you want them to play Monkey?
I want to play Monkey. Yeah.
Monkey's not that much of a throw. It's only when Toronto
It's not that much of a throw.
when Toronto Defiant did
When
it
bad,
everywhere.
bad. When good, good.
Yeah, right. So it's a 50-50 chance. That's fantastic. You got to take the odds every once in a while. Yeah, no, I like those wish lists. Yeah, I just want to see great Overwatch. Yay.
Wait, is that all you're saying?
No, but I know what's on everyone else's wish list, everyone watching. That's right, Overwatch 2 beta. Lucky for you, Overwatch League team has another 1,000 spots that they're willing to give away. All you have to do is scan the QR code, which is happening on your screen right now, or go to overwatchleague.com/email to sign up before the end of day on July the 3rd. For a chance to win one of those 1,000 spots, and you'll also be put on a list. That's right, you're right onto a list. But this list gets you all sorts of emails about Overwatch League, so it's a good list.
Great list.
A great list, fantastic. Not one of those bad lists. Lists are not always great, but this one's it. So you don't want to miss out on that. Now, we do have a big matchup today heading your way, which is the LA Gladiators going up against the Washington Justice.
Yay! Oh, I thought we had to...
Now, the Gladiators, of course, they have looked great, but the Justice, they're full of surprises, you know, and we'll break that match down right after this break. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to Watchpoint. Later today, the LA Gladiators will go up against the Washington Justice. Now, the Gladiators, of course, they've already clinched their spot for the Midseason Madness tournament. However, seeding still up for play, and that is especially important because we're going to combine the East as well as the West, so you want to have those upper seedings and get your picks in that first round. Now, perhaps we need a visual aid, and boy, do I have something for you. Standings! I know, I love you guys. So we share that excitement for those graphics. Of course, the Shock, Gladiators, Fuel, and the Outlaws, they have clinched their spot, but there's still some up for grabs. Which team do you want to see up there?
Washington.
No, okay, no. Hey, Washington actually has an interesting path forward on that thing. So they need to win today, otherwise, over the Gladiators, they need to win today, otherwise, the fate of the Midseason Madness is no longer in their hands. They need other teams to start losing and stuff like that, even if they win the next 2 matches. So.
Yeah, and you never want to be put in that position as a team. You always want to have it in your own hands, your fate. So, yeah, let's see what's going to go down between the Washington Justice and, of course, the Gladiators. Now, this Washington Justice team, definite point of pride, shame, frustration.
Wow, that sounds like everything.
Contention. There was just a lot of emotions for us here on the desk, especially when it came to our attempts of predicting whether they win or they lose. We were all over the place with that. And now the Washington Justice have gone and made things even harder because they added or now have an availability of another piece they added to their roster, Reinforce.
This is going to be a good one, though. It's a good piece.
That's what we say every time.
This is a chance for Washington Justice to turn a page, to start anew.
Stop it.
To build a new chapter in the roster of Washington Justice. What's that, little bird? It's Vigilante coming in hot on the flex support role. This is going to be so good for Washington Justice. Going into this season, Vigilante was all the hype, one of the top 5 rookie support players coming into the league with the likes of like Chorong for Toronto Defiant, Chio for the Dallas Fuel, Ultraviolet for Atlanta Reign. Vigilante, he is on that level of play when it comes to his flex support capabilities. We're like, oh, Krillin, he's going to be a throwaway flex support player, and just until Vigilante turns of age, and then they'll just play Vigilante all the time. Just so happens, we're in a double flex support meta. For a lot of these teams, they're playing Babsen, they're playing Sen Ana, stuff like that. And Vigilante is just going to slot right in. They got a difficult matchup today against the LA Gladiators, but then they have the Blono Spitfire, they have the Vancouver Titans, so, you know, those are very realistic wins here for Washington Justice. I know they haven't looked as clean yet, but come on, they're not gonna come out and play Kalios Doomfist the entire time, right? Right? So with Vigilante in the mix,
right?
You know, I think they could really shake things up in that backline, and things could look promising for the Washington Justice, okay? The two of us, we're looking forward to it, but I know not everyone does looking forward to see the Washington Justice, but I think it's gonna be good.
All right. And that's all you can hope for, honestly, heading into a match like that. Now, on the other side, the Gladiators, of course, we know that they have one of the strongest rosters we currently have in the league. Lots of flexibility, versatility. And Danny, you believe that the real strength for this roster lays in their backline.
Yeah, definitely. And even right now, the meta is it's really good to be a support player right now.
It sure is.
Spotlight. And talking about good flex support, just in case that you guys forgot about a player named Shu. That's in the Los Angeles Gladiators. Yeah, he's a flex support player. He's kind of good. Let's take a look at the stats. Yeah, just forget the last one.
He dies a lot, Danny. He dies a lot.
Come on.
He can die. Honestly, he could die a lot if he could pull out those stats.
Okay, that's fair,
right.
yeah.
Right. If he's a very aggressive flex support player, you could just think of him as a third DPS.
That
has very accurate shots, and sometimes he pumps out some heals for his teammates, but mostly he pumps out damage more. But yeah, I mean, we've seen him yesterday a lot on Ana. Like, Ana's his signature hero, but his BAP is also one of his best heroes as well. So right now, yeah, whether it's gonna be BAP or the Ana, Gladiators, they got Shu right here for them. So I mean, I think Shu is definitely one of those standout players in the. Honestly, I can't really say that anymore because Gladiators, all of their players are good, but definitely one of my favorite players is Shu, definitely.
Yeah, again, like most of us here on the desk have never left the Shu train. Like, we've been on that one for a long time.
It took me a while to get on, but now I'm on. I'm never getting off. You know, I like it.
You have all the comforts you can bring to that train.
They got good amenities.
It's a very luxurious train.
Yeah,
it is. So if you can hop on, this is the time. Like, definitely do that. And now, yesterday, we did run through some fix-it ideas, I guess, for different Overwatch League rosters. And one of the themes of us fixing things was for teams and them forcing Doomfist. Now, the question here is, Costa, if we're looking at the Washington Justice, are they forcing the Doomfist where they maybe shouldn't?
Okay, so I've seen the stuff that you're about to see, and this is going to come off as rude, but Kalios, maybe Doomfist just isn't your hero. You know, maybe we need to accept that you as the Washington Justice shouldn't play the hero, you know. So first we're going to take a look at the stats. So this is out of 12 players on the Doomfist. Kalios really struggling, 2.5 final blows compared to his 8.2 deaths per 10 minutes. So not great just looking at the thing, but we're gonna slowly start to see things. And I want to sort of defend Kalios a bit here as I sort of bring up my point. Yes, I don't want to see him on the Doomfist for all these reasons.
I remember
It gets me every time that you're about to see, but Kalios is a great player. They have the ability for him to play that Sigma, another hero that we know is quite prominent in the meta. They have Mag on the bench where we said Winston can work probably 50% of the time. They can put Mag in to play that Winston or even the Wrecking Ball in certain situations. Yes, Doomfist is working very well for some of these teams, but it is not working well for the Justice, and I don't want to see them go back into this pick. If they are, they need to commit to it hard and they need to be good in this match right now because just looking what you're seeing, that's a lot of improvement that needs to be made. He's so far behind the 8 ball. He needs to be able to step up in such a short amount of time. So I'd rather see them go to their comfort. There's only 3 matches left in this stage before everything changes up with a patch again and we see Junker Queen. So get the wins that you can get now, stick to what you're comfortable with.
I'll make a small prediction. They're going to play Sigma, but we're also going to see Kalios Ball.
Kalios Ball?
That's my small prediction.
Really?
Kalios Wrecking Ball.
Well, speaking of predictions,
we've
let's
seen
see
it all.
who you let's see who you decided will win these matches at hand. We of course had 3
Join
matches
Washington.
to go through. I feel like there
Maybe?
shouldn't be any surprises, but I don't know.
Oh!
Yeah.
I made
No
a
one
promise.
was brave enough.
I made a promise. No more justice.
Yeah.
But if you wouldn't have made that promise, would you have picked the Justice?
Maybe. I was thinking about it.
That sounded very non-committal. I'm not taking it. Anyway, that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you, gentlemen, for all the insight. We're going to get you back on camera and pick your brains once we're heading into our first game break. But for now, we are done here, and the Mid-Season Madness qualifier continue right now.
Architect is bringing the thunder from the back. And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome back. It's a shiny, bright Saturday. I'm joined by Rose, and we got a hell of a game coming up next. Yeah, a hell of a game. It's going to be great, I'm sure. San Francisco Shock facing the Vancouver Titans. Rose, oh man, look at the scoreline across the regular season for the San Francisco Shock. They're 10-0.
Yeah.
Literal flip on his head. You look at Vancouver Titans, 0-10.
They're consistent.
It couldn't be more opposite right now in this series. The Vancouver Titans, though, I really do feel like they can win a game with the team that they do have. Are they going to win against the San Francisco Shock? Probably not, since Shock have been performing above and beyond expectations for the longest time, since the start of the season, in fact. The Vancouver Titans, on the other hand, yeah, flashes in the pan here and there, Rose.
Absolutely. I mean, for the San Francisco Shock, you take a look at the roster. They just integrated Mikey into that main tank role, which really allows San Francisco to have a bunch of flexibility. And speaking of which, we're going to get Mikey in the starting lineup for the San Francisco Shock as well. And especially when we're kicking things off on Oasis, I do think that that's going to provide a lot of value for the team to kind of just play a little more flexibly. Maybe some Wrecking Ball here, maybe some Doomfist. I don't know. It's going to to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, probably Wrecking Ball, I can imagine, Rose. They always have him in for control ever since they picked him up. The Vancouver Titans, on the other hand, I mean, look, it is the Shock. Could you take a map? Maybe. I think a lot of people will be predicting a 3-0 in the favor of Shock today. But we have seen, especially in a meta that is quite solo dependent, especially in the DPS slot, Aspire and Shockwave can pop off, but can they actually stand up to arguably Rookie of the Year, some people calling him MVP of the Year, to Improper, or Sam, who has also been flexing on things like Genji, who's looked unbelievable. Here's the starting lineup for the Titans. We've got Mirror in, so Doomfist for the Vancouver Titans, Martin, Aztac, Aspire, and Shockwave in DPS.
I'm really excited about Aztac in this starting lineup. I mean, Aztac, I feel like in stage number 1 with the meta as we had it, I was looking for more individual impact on the maps that he was subbed in for, because he didn't play every single map. But now that Aztac gets a chance to play Zenyatta, I do feel like that has been a very impressive hero for him so far this stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much he's able to help bolster up the team's backline playing a hero like that.
Mirror's kind of like going a little bit crazy. He's ready to go in. We'll see if Aspire can be truly nasty in this game. Him and Shockwave have been so good. Like, Trace is the perfect hero for Aspire to play. It's one he made his name on in 2021 for the Toronto Defiant, when he got added quite late into the season. And his Tracer was just a standout performer. Shockwave as well. Another very, very mechanically gifted player. On things like Sojourn, it's perfect. It is the perfect meta for the Titans. It's finding that first elusive win, really getting you off the ground. And it's been the same story for the Titans over the last couple of years, Rose, of course, with the Runaway roster not playing anymore. It's been an interesting couple of years for the organization as a whole, but I think the Vancouver Titans fans out there, they're still looking for them to, build this big comeback, and I think this roster, they have the potential to do it.
Yeah.
Especially with the addition of Mirror too, another very, very good flexible player. We saw him play every single role for he was the first player to play every single role in the Overwatch League back when he was on the Gladiators. We saw him play support, tank, and DPS, which was kind of crazy. And it's good to see him flexing over to things like Doomfist in this meta.
Yeah, I'm laughing because 1v1 ball.
You can't aim. Oh my god, Doomfist.
Ball.
Right, Rose?
Yeah. I think this Doomfist makes a lot more sense on University just because you have way less room to be able to make those Wrecking Ball rollouts. So it just helps to enable that front line a little bit more.
Spire winning out the small little 1v1 there versus Proper. That's what you like to see. Taking control of the mini-pack is fairly important. Gives Violet and Finn somewhere to hide, so Mikey is currently fighting over that, forcing Mirror away. Point unlocks. Now the pressure begins for the Shock. They planted 2 people firmly on it. Nice little dive in for Mirror. Takes care of Finn, but Proper and Sam doing a little bit of defense. Proper running to the back line, killing on Marsa, and the Titans are history. Violet cleaning up the rest as the Shock claim the point.
Yep.
Oh, don't lose the 1v1. Okay,
Sam getting so low. Yeah, I mean, at least like Sam's playing Hanzo, so he's able to get back to point and still have impact from that longer range, but it wouldn't feel good to get staggered like that. Look how much damage Mirror has already taken, though, waiting for those cooldowns to come back online. Mirror has been hunting that backline for the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, Proper's actually playing super far back. He's actually on his mega pack.
Yeah.
So when Mirror tries to make an entrance, well, Proper can just do a little flank. Oh, nice shot from Shockwave. In fact, a couple of nice Storm Arrows to follow. Violet and Finn didn't expect Shockwave to be on the side. They were all looking at Aspire, who is kind of owning and trying to own a lot of space with the help of Mirror. Mirror does end up getting slept. He is in a small corner, actually uses the Meteor Strike to get out of the way as the Vancouver Titans find the cap.
Yeah, it was a really well-earned cap as well. You know, Shockwave being able to take that flank. Mirror in the pack again.
Wow, not bad. You take those. Oh, what a sleep from Finn. However, the pulse bomb is going to connect. They do take care of Mirror. So now the San Francisco Shock have to back up waiting for Finn to come back in. They have Nano, where they know Aztec doesn't, because they use that to get Mirror into the backline.
It was a nice surprise
40%.
from the Vancouver Titans to go into the backline, but Shock's not the type of team to allow that to happen to them twice. You know, fool's not. Wait, shame on you if you have that happen again or something.
Sam is super low. Nano onto Mikey, creates a little bit of space. Forcing Shock all the way back, but it doesn't really result in too much. That punch didn't connect either. That would have been devastating if Aztec fell off the map. Mirror is already down, but Aztec finds a kill in Violent. Somehow, just not healing his team. I mean, he received the beat. You might as well do a bit of extra damage. Now he's in a whole lot of trouble. 3 people have dove on top of him, and Sam finds the kill. Proper sitting on a pulse bomb, might not need it as Mikey kills Shockwave. Still, the San Francisco Shock having the Tracer on point is going to be tough for the Titans to dislodge him, especially now with Mirror not having the power block. Proper running rings around the Titans right now, but Aspire stalling for long enough to get them 84% on point.
That's amazing. Vancouver Titans have earned themselves that 1 fight territory mark. They just have to come back into this one, get a nice big stick with the pulse bomb from Aspire, and that might open up the doors for them to go ahead and take a round here on Oasis. Mikey switched over to the Wrecking Ball, though, and you got Sam on the Genji there to back that up.
Really nice nade from Finn there. However, no follow-up. Aspire and Shockwave had to back up. Proper threw the pulse bomb in on top of it, and they didn't manage to get anything. But Mirror dives in, gets slapped, insta-killed by Prophet. That Discord Orb does so much, or the Ana, sorry, does so much. When you hit that sleep, the nade, there's not much you can do as the Doomfist. You haven't got the power block, you basically die. Looks like a go again for the Titans, but that has allowed Shock to build it towards the blade. Maybe they even get Nano, depends how much healing and damage Finn can output in this next small skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, look at the poke that I feel like San Francisco Shock is allowing the Titans to get onto the team so Finn can actually build up to the Nano to provide that over to Sam's Dragon Blade. This is tough, though. I don't think that Mirror's Meteor Strike is going to be enough to open up the door for Titans.
Oh, Mikey was in the skybox there, trying to go fisticuffs with Shockwave. Mirror already using the ult. Like, Mirror's using a lot of his cooldowns to try and take care of Finn. They do so, but they trade their honor. There's the blade from Sam. Misses the one swing on Shockwave, who's high in the sky. Is he going to be able to get the second one? Nope. Has to just hit the deflect before Shockwave does kill it. Overtime is here, and the San Francisco Shock still have control of the point. A nice pulse one from Proper. He's taking the game into his own hands. Trying to spawn camp Aspire. Doesn't have a recall, but has the heals to back him up. A beat and a Nano available for the Shock to try and defend. The Titans managed to get on point. Increase the overtime clock, but with Master dying and Aspire with no recall, it should be all over. Yeah, a beat and a Nano, you can't contest with that. And the Shock get round 1.
Shock did such a good job of forcing Mirror to use the Meteor Strike without using it for that explosive damage to just disrupt the Shock's composition. But Shock had also switched it up a little bit. They kind of recognized, hey, the Doomfist isn't working out as well as we really wanted it to in that first half of the map. And so changing over to the Wrecking Ball in a more dive-centric composition with the Genji in tow as well really did allow the Shock to kind of dive onto the backline and trade those a little bit better instead of just having Finn and Violet dove on repeatedly by the Titans. Big switch-ups, though, coming in here. If Shockwave stays on this Sombra, this could be really big to make Mikey's Wrecking Ball a huge ultimate battery for the Titans.
Yeah, it looks like he's staying on it. Okay, okay. Sombra picked quite often when you go against the Wrecking Ball. Some people love it, some people hate it. I'm like in the middle. At this point in time, I think I'm in the middle. We're seeing a lot of APAC teams perma play the Sombra.
Yeah.
I just think Toronto Defiant just have Hisu not on Sombra, they should have him on Sojourn. I think that's where my hate for the Sombra comes in. I'm going to be real.
That's fair. Fair and valid.
Nice little dive. Oh, wow. Spike got rolled by Proper. In fact, Proper's just rolling everybody by the looks of it. Yeah, Titans tried to go for a dive, and it seemed their target was the front line. Like, Violet was just chilling on his own. They just all tunnel into the left-hand side there, and Mikey and Proper and Sam just let it loose, and yeah, wow, that was very quick.
Yeah, the direction that the Shock took that was really disadvantageous for the Titans. They would have liked to have a little bit more time to set up Shockwave in the backline to be able to get a key hack, but the way that Shock played that tempo made it difficult for Titans to actually get set up there.
Oh, another Bionade on Mirror. He slept. Oh, every single cooldown from Ana being thrown at him. Luckily, a spine. Oh, Mikey! Oh, that's why you bring in the Wrecking Ball specialists.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
hello and goodbye. Double boop into the cars. Woo!
Oh, we know we're talking about like
Need a replay of that.
disrespect of like Zenyatta kick on an environmental. That feels pretty bad too, not gonna lie. That was a strike there coming in for the shock. I saw that coming too. I was like, no, surely not, Jaws.
Just turn into roadkill. Unlucky Titans, it's all good. First still coating the tarmac though, unfortunately. Proper has got the pulse, 55% for the shock. Sam gets taken out fairly early. Time for the shock to go, try and make a play. Aspire's already been checked by Proper, had the orb on him, but Proper's got the health back at his back. Pulse bomb looks pretty easy to line up, but he's got to be careful of Master Shield, and Mikey once again just rolling over the rest of the Titans. Even a nano onto Violet to keep him alive through that engagement. Woo!
Ah, that was so big.
A shock. Just running away with.
Yeah, this has been a perfect stage so far for the shock. I mean, they're going to have the Transcendence. They didn't even need it for the EMP that came out, so I love that Finn was able to give that nano over to Violet to keep him up and alive, but this is going to be a tough one for the Titans to get anything done if they don't get the Rally and the Transcendence online. They've also got to stagger those.
Ooh, that was a really nice hack. However, the wall climb still going to be there. It's more of an interrupt now. Would have been good if someone else followed up, but Aspire unfortunately wasn't in a position to do so. Overtime is here. The Titans pop the rally, but Shockwave is actually already dead. Translocator maybe destroyed, couldn't get back to it in time. Dragons to separate the Titans, although it goes mainly into the floor, so just ripping up some of that flooring, I suppose. And Aztec going down, not looking good. He had Transcendence, but the Titans weren't able to get that off in time. The Shock just firmly planted on the point. Aspire takes care of Proper, a little bit of revenge, but that should just be it. The San Francisco Shock claim map number 1. Looking like they're going to continue their undefeated spree in the regular season thus far.
Think
but,
so.
you know, Titans, they still got something to fight for.
I liked the Sombra choice for a little while there. I just don't think it was seeing the value that the Titans really wanted it to have. I mean, look how mobile the composition on the Shock were when they had the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball. You can't hack every pack, you know? It's just going to be tough to keep that map territorial control.
Well, there you go. Can the Shock continue their streak? We'll have to find out. Map number 2, right around the corner, just after this.
doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Tennis is doing so much, cleans it up like BPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back. Yes. Here's the player that we need multiple replays for. Splatter spree for the cars there. That was rather silly, but I mean, you'll have to see it. More wreckable highlights like that, please. And thank you, Mikey. All right, map number 2 coming up in just a bit. Sky Ripper is in for the Titans. We're not seeing Masa anymore. So what does that say to you, Rose?
Well, I think we're going to see some Baptiste coming out from the Vancouver Titans. You know, Sky Ripper used to actually be, I think, like a Mercy 1 trick and then ended up flexing over to heroes like the Baptiste to be able to play a little bit more to the meta that was happening in the Overwatch contender circuit. So I would love to see if we're going to see some like Baptiste and Zenyatta action. That's been very meta so far. But Jaws, I gotta point out that Mikey's staying in for this next map, and that makes me very excited about the main tank play we're going to see here from the Shock.
Yeah, we're going to King's Row as our second map. Man, Mikey's staying in. Wrecking Ball, we saw a little bit of his Doomfist. I can imagine he just wants to continue playing the ball. We'll see what he wants to do. They're on defense. The Shock are on defense first. So you can play Wrecking Ball here. Swing around the statue if you really wanted to.
Maybe.
Just chill up on the high ground, go for the power drivers. Not something we'd usually see, but yeah, I'm all for it.
No spin
honestly.
to win?
No
spin to win around Mundata?
Around the statue? Yeah, why not? I think it's really good that the Shock are doing this too. Getting Mikey's just some more playtime is always quite exciting.
Wait.
And,
no. I was
okay,
like, no. I know that the desk want
Big troll.
that on their wish list. We're not going to get it checked off the bingo card today, though. The Winston makes a lot of sense. We've seen Mikey play some of the Winston, especially when you're going to want to try to pair that with the backline of that Zenyatta. That makes the dives way more impactful. And then you also have the Genji from Proper that can go in and help clean up those eliminations, too.
Yeah, I mean, almost a classic dive.
Yeah.
Except there's no Tracer. It's just a Hanzo. What Titan's going to do? Are they going to match it? I can imagine Mirror's only going to play Doom. There's just almost no way that he matches the Winston. I mean, he could, but not a traditional tank player. It would have made more sense to swap him out for False if he was going to. If they wanted to play something like that. There you go. You see, that's what I mean. Like the Vancouver Titans. They're 0-10, yes, but I really do believe this roster has what it takes to find wins, and that is a little bit sad to say, you know, but.
Let's go Shockwave!
There's sometimes Shockwave with 2, 3 on the entrance, a nice little double kill on the supports. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's like you spoke it into existence there, Jaws. I mean, Shockwave is one of those players that can absolutely have those pop-off moments, and that didn't even need any setup, you know? That was just kind of a big hero play coming out from that Hanzo, and it really opened up the point so that Vancouver Titans could get this payload rolling. Oh my god!
Spy goes on the Tracer, and Shockwave helps him finish it up with the arrows. However, a body shot and then a melee will finish a Spire, unfortunately. That's got to be one of the quickest. Oh my god, what a flick onto Prophet. Proper. Oh, they're almost the same person. It's both insane at Overwatch.
Fair.
Finally gets shut down by Sam, but wow, Shockwave is having unreal impact on this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been absolutely incredible. Oh, poor Shockwave. Definitely didn't want to go down there. Wants to buff up his KD ratio, you know? It's been pretty good so far, but we've got to tone it down a little bit, Shockwave, okay? You're running the server right now. Chill. Chill, bro. But this is great. I mean, Sam's keeping up, though. You know, Sam is going to be getting that Dragon Strike online about the same time that Shockwave is going to get his up as well. But as the attacking team, the Titans can really use this to their advantage to just split the team.
Oh wow, Finn and Violet again just getting assassinated. Dragon Strike from Sam doesn't result in all too much. Finish up the kill onto Mikey. There we go. Easy peasy. San Francisco Shock. I'm not sure they knew what hit him. Well, I'll tell you, it's the locks coming out from Shockwave right now. 1v1. Mirror currently losing. Oh, unlucky, yeah. Unfortunate. Sam should go down unless he pulls some ridiculous Hanzo moments. No, there you go. Spire cleans him up. Shockwave finds a headshot onto Proper. And a 5.5 minute time back for the Vancouver Titans on King's Row second, going into third.
Oh man, this is making every Vancouver Titans fan super happy to see. This is a lot of time, and Vancouver Titans should be able to capture all 3 points here, especially when they've got the ultimate economy right now. I mean, Mirror can go in super aggressive with a Meteor Strike available, and you've got the Transcendence in case things go awry.
Yeah, and Shockwave is whole right now. He's ready to rock and roll. Nano boost for Mikey. He's trying to rock and roll in the back line. Immortality field used, and Transcendence from Aztec. Not enough to save Sky Ripper, and with Mirror going down, that should be it for the push. I mean, when you're feeling yourself on the Hanzo, like, you hit some just god tier stuff. Yeah. And you can see the shock. Proper was kind of juggling on the high ground there a little bit. He knew Shockwave's onto the side, but didn't really want to peek him just in case. Yeah. You got to be scared when the Hanzo's on fire, because, yeah, they're hitting some nutty.
Especially because, like, you have Deflect on cooldown, you know? And so, yeah, definitely don't want to get stuck with your head peeking around a corner. But that was a really expensive fight for the Titans. They were really hoping to get something done there, but they used 3 ultimates to Finn's 1. And so now, just like that, Shock are the ones that have that ultimate economy in their control. And you've got to be patient now as the Titans to try to get some of this back.
It's a good start. Pulse on to Finn. Shockwave in a little bit of trouble. Didn't see Proper coming, but he does get cleaned up. Aspire. One-man wrecking crew in the back line for the Titans. Takes care of both Violet and Finn. Pushing the payload all the meanwhile. Discord Orb is going to force Mikey all the way back. He was in prime, but that health bar was just dipping oh so low. The Titans have a lot of space to work with now. However, the Shock, they do have Blade and Transcendence in their back pocket for last, so the Titans have to play a little bit slow. Just wait for 5 and then go again. Oh, good sleep on Aspire. Can they finish this up? Yes, they can. Nice sleep from Finn.
That's a good stagger as well. You know, the Titans are just going to have to kind of keep up with the pressure that the Shock are putting out there. That's a great start, though.
Wait, Mirror's in, and he's out. Kills Violet. Window for Sky Ripper, so the Shock can't peek. Someone has to touch. Someone's got to do it. You've got to force this payload. Mirror now in the backline. The solo plays from the Titans DPS and tank roster right now. Meteor Strike straight on top of Proper, who's extremely low. He's using the Blade, but he can't really do all too much. And now once again, Sam is under so much pressure. Mirror in the back. Misses the punch. Sam takes care of him. Proper without the Blade kills Aztec. They got a few meters to go, but a lot of time left in the bank for the Vancouver Titans. They can go again. If Aspire opens us up with a pulse bomb, they should be good.
Yeah, that was able to happen before Aspire landed the pulse stick onto Violet. And Violet doesn't have the Transcendence, so, you know, San Francisco Shock aren't going to be losing too much here, except really stopping that ultimate generation progress and kind of making that off kilter with some of the things that they'd like to combo. But let's see what this pulse can do.
Ooh! A certified Shockwave classic there. Couple of Storm Arrows. Finn's already dead. They Shock lose the Nano, and they've only got the Dragon Strike to already work with. Aspire's running rings around Proper, and the Vancouver Titans have killed 2. Pressure on the payload is what they need right now, as the Vancouver Titans backline's in a little bit of trouble. A nice anti-nade from Spawn, and a Nano boost onto Mikey might be the defense the Shock were looking for, but they're still struggling to get a space on the payload. But with Shockwave dead, there's a whole lot of damage from the Titans now down. Aspires to follow, and the Titans are going to have to go again once more.
It's a lot of time eaten off of the bank as well. Vancouver Titans walked into this one with 5.5 minutes, and they've got 2 left. Aspire going to switch things up here, going over to the Sojourn. But at this point, let's hope that that Sojourn is going to be enough to provide that long-range damage and sustain. Unfortunately, just the Tracer wasn't giving the point presence that the Titans would have really wanted it to have. And I think also putting Mirror in some very awkward positions to have to go in more dangerously than he would want to, especially without that Meteor Strike available.
Dive for Mikey, pops the Primal and gets away. A Dragon Strike, stopping a lot of that. Oh, what a shot! Sam jumped off at the top rope, tried to get a headshot, but a headshot himself. Proper's got the Blade, no Nano to follow up with, and the window's been used on the Titans. Mikey trying to jump back to try and stop the Titans using that window, but they just swap sides, and they end up killing him. Okay, a minute to go. They had 5 minutes and 30 seconds coming into this point, and Finn's on the side, trying to go for a cheeky nade once again, but actually using the nade on himself to keep himself up. Mira jumps to the sky using the Meteor Strike, and the Vancouver Titans still trying to force an ultimate out of the Shock. They do so, but Vida using the Transcendence gives the San Francisco Shock a lot of space, and Proper's still holding onto this blade. Ultimate Economy's looking great for the Shock right now, as now there's 40 seconds to go. Proper pops the Dragon Blade, the lamp's already been used, as Shockwave takes him out. The Vancouver Titans now trading 1-for-1 as Aztac falls.
Aztac now going to have to come back into this one very quickly. The Transcendence being used here in this last fight to no avail is going to make this tough.
Nano onto Mikey, he's straight into the back. Mira punches him into the wall, but Proper's already taken care of Aspire. Titans were so distracted with the Nano Wrecking Ball that they couldn't look after Aspire, who was way further up than the rest of the team. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough battle for the Titans, like with the lack of point presence they have here.
Sleep nade, the Immortality Field was not enough. The power block was already used. Not sure who's really going to touch in this situation. Aspire through the window does manage to snipe Sam. And now Proper's going to have to be the wrecking ball that he is. There we go. 1, 2, and 3 dashes for Proper. Mira is back, but he is dealt with. And the San Francisco Shock whittled down that 5.5-minute time back from Titans on point C.
It was really disappointing when the Vancouver Titans used so many ultimates when they had just entered into that third point. They had 4 available just, and they used 3. 2 Finn's Nano. That's all the Shock needed to keep the Titans out of completing this third point, and then from there it just felt like it was a bit of a struggle to keep up with the pace the Shock were setting, especially in that last fight. Shock saw an opportunity and took it when Aztac was just coming back from the spawn, and they were like, well, we've got a Wrecking Ball, we've got a Nano. Let's see what we can get done before the Titans are able to reach the point. So very tough stuff there for that final point, but it's still winnable. Maybe the Titans could still close this out on third.
I felt like Shock were just the ones to go first.
Yeah.
Every single engagement. Mikey was just permanently jumping the backline, whether it was on the Winston, whether it was on the Wrecking Ball, whether he had Nano or he didn't, if he had Prime or didn't. Like, there was no case in which he was just not going in, just full force. Yep. And a lot of the time, the Titans members were having to recoil slightly and then trying to deal with Mikey, and then we saw on the second to last fight, Aspire got picked because Mikey was in the back. Yeah. Nano does Wrecking Ball, so rather tough. And the Titans, who had an unrelenting pace on point A and B, unfortunately not able to get to C. We'll see if Shockwave can hold down the fort, though.
It was able to,
good clip.
like,
I mean, even if you don't win, that's a good Twitter clip right there. Shockwave getting unreal kills.
That's one for the highlight reel, that's for sure. Sam already doing some damage, though, at least to whoever's waiting in the wings on the right. It's going to be Mirror over there that gets the ante, too. Oh, man. A Shock could just kind of kite around this, though. They could just go through Hotel and completely bypass a lot of the damage.
Oh, what a sleep. Finn's sleep accuracy is insane. Can they actually kill Mirror? He should have power block up by now. Aspire was, with the help of Mirror, just kind of chilling and sleeping in the backline, takes care of Sam, but the Vancouver Titans are quite split. The Shock support line more than happy just to duo and just kill Mirror or force him all the way back.
Yeah, Mirror at least is going to be able to get a health pack, heal up very quickly, and you know what? Titans haven't given up the point just yet. Like, what's this in the back here? Proper just trying to turn some heads.
He's in the spawn. Proper is in the spawn. He's trying to spawn camp the bat, and it's going to work. That is very unlucky. Sky Ripper had Proper on him the moment he spawned. Oh, can he get the wall? Right click? Yes, he can. Aztac was there to finish the kill, but it doesn't matter. The Shock are going to get the payload going.
At least Aztac walks away with some extra ult charge, so that's fun, right? And you're definitely going to need that Transcendence when you look at how much damage is about to be headed the Titans' way when you see that Finn has that Nano up. But let's watch this sleep. Oh!
Nice. Quite straight line using Seismic Slam.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little
bit obvious,
telegraphed for the Ana to be able to hit that sleep, but it's still impressive nonetheless, just given like the accuracy that Finn has had with those sleep darts so far this series. And then you also just get to back up into a health pack, so really nicely played by Finn. And that nano is going to be available now to give over to Mikey or, yeah.
Oh, what a stick. Oh, Transcendence forced. Who take those? Who take those? However, Titans had to use the Transcendence of their own. Mikey was jumping in with the nano boost. Means Proper doesn't have the nano for the blade, unfortunately, but doesn't seem to mind whatsoever. Window will take care of Mikey, but Proper still in the back line, causing absolute pandemonium right now. Aztec, though. Hello? Aztec? Okay, let's not shoot deflect, though. One more kill for the boys? Yeah, okay, Aztec.
That's what we're talking about, right? The backline of the Vancouver Titans, like, you know, across the board, we've got stars on this team, but it's about seeing them have these individual pop-off moments, which they can have. Look at Shockwave. Skyripper has been hitting some great immortality fields, Aztec as well, with these nice pop shots, right clicks, good stuff for the team.
Dragon Strike. Forcing Titans back. I hear Mirror. He's in the back line of this Shock right now. Yeah, it is. Look. Yeah. Everybody from the Shock.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay. There's no way you survive that. That's rather unlucky. Tried to get back to the rest of his team. He's not as quick and as small as Tracer is, unfortunately. Oh, dear. Here's the resets. Should be fairly easy from now on, unless Shockwave just goes crazy again, but unlikely in a small corridor like this. And there we go. Titans laid to waste, and the Shock pushing on to point B.
Unfortunately, the Titans don't have a whole lot to stand their ground with, but they are able to come back in and recontest this point as long as Mirror doesn't get taken out here. You see him go back to get the health pack, but that cart rounding this corner should still have enough time for the Titans to come back and get the contest in.
Yeah, it should be enough. I mean, Mirror's there, he's going to have Orb. He is discorded though, so he has to be a little bit careful, and Spy can juggle the payload on top of that. All the way at the back. Oh, what a stick again! Aspire's sticks are just unreal. You don't even really see him coming, which is the danger.
Oh, no!
Oh, they really just did it. They really just did that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Yep. Yeah, that happened. Anyway.
Let's move forward.
That's an Aspire nasty moment. Oh, not quite.
Well.
Right, Titans unfortunately C9 their payload, and now the Shock of 3.5 minutes to get to just before that last checkpoint.
And the Dragon Blade here.
Nano, Blade, oh, lamp, kill the lamp, please kill the lamp with the Transcendence. He can go for the slash and dash combo, but with 21 HP, I don't think Proper wants to go for that one. Nice delayed lamp usage from the Vancouver Titans, but with the supports being this far up, seems rather unsalvageable now, although with the Mirror coming back, kills Proper. Not a bad start, but Mikey still just going in the back line over and over and over and over again. He's permanent. He's like set up residency in the Titan support lineup right now.
Ooh. Okay, Meteor Strike. Does Mirror get to find some value with this? At least he's able to get away, but I think the Shock have to back up on this one. The respawns are coming through too fast for the Titans.
Dragons versus nobody there on near the payload. Proper take Aztec. Aspire, he's playing a little bit more defensively now. Of course, you have to with the payload this far off. Not many flank routes either on this point. Gets antis Proper with a quick dash melee. Insta-kill. Get on the payload. Oh. Don't. Oh, well. Unfortunate. Wasn't really a C9 though, I will say. But the San Francisco Shock, they do claim map number 2 in the series. A very, very strong showing from the Titans, and Shockwave more specifically there from the Titans. It's 5 minutes and 30 seconds going into point C, so that cannot be understated. Yep. However, the Shock looking as good as ever. 2-0 after that Kings Row, looking to make it 11-0 out of today, Row.
Yeah, this is going to be another probably, you know, what people expected coming out from this matchup, but I love the nice bright spots we're seeing out of the Vancouver Titans. There's definitely signs of life in this team.
Absolutely. We're going to jump to a break. We got Escort coming up. We'll see you in a sec.
tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotation away from WGS Phoenix, winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Even scale instantly deleted. Oh my goodness. The old bait switcher.
Want a chance to earn some sweet, sweet cash and rewards while watching the Mid-Season Madness qualifiers? It's pretty easy. Just head over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and make your picks. There's also private leaderboards over there now, which is pretty epic as well. So yeah, you can win some prizes. It's great, Rose, and cash up to 50 grand.
It's a lot.
Pretty awesome. Just go make your picks. If you think you're smart enough, maybe you win some moolah. Right, back to the game at hand, the San Francisco Shock and the Vancouver Titans. Final map potential here for the Shock. If they can round this one out, it would be a sweet 3-0, but the Titans, they're looking pretty decent. Coming off the back of that King's Row, they had 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank for point C, off some nasty arrows from Shockwave.
Yeah, that was really, really nice to see the Vancouver Titans have that lightning fast pace in King's Row. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the job done, but there's still so much to really be looking at and celebrating here for the Titans. This stage, they've looked even better than they did in stage number 1, and it's still very possible that we don't get a 3-0 here looking at our next map.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. The Shock have subbed out Sam. Kilo is now in, so it's Kilo and Proper in the DPS line. Keeping Mikey in. It's Gibraltar. A little bit more like Monkey, a little bit more Doomfist if you really need to, a little bit more the Wrecking Ball. Can flex onto a whole bunch. Shock going to be attacking first too. See what Titans want to play.
I feel like we're just going to see more of the Winston coming out from the Shock. They've been really, really good on that in particular, but then I don't know about the Titans here. I feel like they're baiting us just a little bit. I don't think Diva is the right call for the meta right now. As much as it's fun to see that hero, you just end up having a lot of issues with getting taken out of the mech too early and then not being able to provide any extra help over to the team. So the Doomfist makes sense. Mirror's been really performing well on this pick, and especially when you've got Aspire and Shockwave there to back you up and secure those picks. It feels pretty good. This is a composition that's really vibing here for the Titans.
Wow, I didn't realize those had hitboxes, those little antennas. That's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. All right, yeah, so you're right. It's just going to be the Winston. Oh, nice name. Very nice.
Very nice.
All good, though. Aspire on the Genji and Shockwave back on the Hanzo. You want to keep Shockwave on the Hanzo. He's definitely been feeling it this season, this series, or, well, this season, to be fair, so far, especially on that pick.
Yeah, I think this is a really good look here for the Shock as well to kind of keep up with the dive that will be coming in from the Titans.
Oh, nice. Shockwave finding the first kill. Almost kills himself by accident. Oh, and there's the dash. Nice. Yep. Few orbs and a few extra bullets thrown his way as Proper deflected a lot of that damage towards him. They do trade, and look at that, Shock undeterred. They do push through Car Wash with ease. But the Vancouver Titans have the high ground now. Good for Skyripper and Aztec.
Yeah, they can play back a little bit farther.
If they want to get on the high ground, I mean...
Maybe from server,
maybe they don't go up to high.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because, you know, you have Mikey and you've got Proper that have easy access to those types of places. So Skyripper and Aztec really do want to play this a bit safer, especially when you've got the pack right there.
I mean, the dive from Shock is just immaculate. Kilo with 3 kills on the Tracer, 1, 2, and 3. And I mean, with Proper and Mikey diving, yeah, they didn't even really need heals. Skyripper and Aztec were left out to dry, unfortunately. Go on, hit the reflect kill. Oh, no. Shockwave's not going to manage to find anything. Payload gets to checkpoint A. 5 minutes on the time bank. And with Shockwave going down that early, it's not the best look. The Shock can take the high ground with ease now.
Yeah, that's going to be like easy territory claimed there for Mikey. You can see him already set up on top of the ship. And Titans are stuck in the stairwell.
Oh, Nano. Proper's going to be able to turn Blade off. This is only 10% away. A couple of Shurikens will do it. Make that 5%. Oh, Nano fades away before he gets it, but Just passively, he'll get it in a moment's notice. Aztec gets Nano to try and save him. Sky Ripper not quite so lucky. Unfortunately, can't nano yourself just yet. Proper in a lot of trouble. Ain't even a Transcendence forced. If Proper stays alive, he can play for free after this. He's got a couple HP left, finally taken out. But all the meanwhile, Kilo has been on card duty. He's pushed it almost to the second point already.
Yeah.
Meteor Strike used by Mirror. And while he's up in the skies, unable to protect the rest of his team, Mikey handily takes care of Shockwave. Sky Ripper is back in the action, but not for long, as Mikey bashes them away as Kilo sits on the payload, ever so close to capping point B now.
Mikey's, I mean, gonna just trying to keep everybody on the Titans away from the cart right now.
Seems pretty easy. Third kill. Ooh, a little whoop-de-whoop. There you go. Nice. Good stuff. The Shock, 5 minutes still in the time bank. Kilo that entire time. He's been doing a fair bit of damage, fair few kills here and there, but he's been planting his feet on that payload that whole time, and he didn't stop it rolling.
I mean, that's the tough part about trying to hit a Tracer that's playing around a cart. How do you do it? Maybe with the Dynamite, this will help. Shockwave has switched over to the Ash. Easy to be able to get up on the high ground with that coach gun for the mobility. And then you also just have free reign. Who do you send after Shockwave up there except Mikey?
Nano on to Mikey. He is discorded, playing his bubble, but he's stopping the supports from Drury, helping his team right now. Choga is taken out by Proper. Nano boost onto Mirror. This is where they need to party. Get on to Violet and Finn, force that Transcendence. That is going to be the aim of the game. Pulse bomb from Kilo does go wide, but Scarippa steps a little bit too far forward. Has to hit that recall as Aztec's hit him with a headshot, and a Transcendence has been forced by Violet. And Aztec, in fact, wanting to continue this fight. Pops the Transcendence of his own, but unable to kill Finn. But Shockwave on the high ground from the spawn takes care of both DPS from the Shock. Ooh! Violet with a little kick there onto Mirror, managed to make that a trade.
Hey, that feels pretty good, right? If you're Violet,
yeah.
That's a nice way to keep the Shock rolling this cart forward, because we've just had enough trades that Shock can continue with this momentum. Yeah, the Titans are going to be coming out of spawn, but Mikey, big tanky Winton right now, looking for the nano from Finn.
Oh, there's the Prime. Pushing people back into spawn. Mirror has got that power block, but a good little sleep gets woken up. That's not what you want to see. And the payload continuing its journey to point C. Does pop out of the Primal. Hit with the Nano. He's still playing dormant. You can't pass, buddy. You ain't got ID. Finn ends up going down to Aspire's pulse bomb, but the cart is so close to being completed. Titans need to be able to touch. It's only 1 meter to go. Proper on the payload. Takes care of the Titans, and with 3 minutes in the time bank, the Shock find a full cap.
That was nice and clean coming out from the Shock, especially when they were able to get those big staggers and can keep taking that space. Whew. Yeah, Shock are just kind of, you know, showing us why they are undefeated right now in the league. Titans definitely have their work cut out for them as we look to swapping sides.
Yeah, both 5-minute time banks going into point C, B and C for the Shock, but does feel like a regular day in the office. That, I'm sorry. I don't know, did you see how big Mikey's flask was? That was the size of his head. Oh my god. I do like those comically large flasks though. Yeah. I mean, it means you don't have to keep going to go fill it up with water, which is quite nice, I suppose. Maybe it was just me, and I only had a brief glance at it, but it looked huge.
I think it also, from my perspective, looked like a pretty big a water receptacle.
Yeah.
Hey, at least...
Unless it's like a fisheye camera, like a little bit of fisheye on the lens, so it looks bigger than it is. I don't know, but it looked massive. But he's staying hydrated.
Yeah, hey, that's another player you can check off the hydration list, if not already.
That's true.
So...
That's very true. There you go. Okay, so Shock on the defense, Rose. They got the Wrecking Ball instead of the Winston here.
Yeah, I like the Wrecking Ball. I mean, we've seen how proficient Mikey is on that hero. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of control the space around here, especially when you see what the Vancouver Titans are kind of coming out of spawn with. I think the Wrecking Ball is just a safe play because you know that the Titans can just go back into spawn and change up what they're playing.
Yeah, it can be quite deadly when you go into that car wash or come out of it, to be fair. Just a big old easy slam. Shockwave trying to find some long-range arrows. can't quite call himself legless, at least in this map.
Yeah, just patiently waiting to get the Storm Arrows back online, see if he can find some damage. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate, though, until pick happens. Mikey's making it real difficult for Titans to want to move forward.
He's
oh, no.
a little bit of trouble, too. He has been discorded, yeah. That was, he tried to go for a slam kill on to the Hanzo, onto Shockwave, but got discorded quite quickly and dealt with. Kilo could store the payload for an ungodly amount of time. Didn't steal the health back. In fact, Spy had a nice little blink to take that away, but with Proper chasing him too, has to hit that recall. Kilo pretty low. Can he get killed? No. Luckily, Finn was there in server, or near server, to heal him up. Sky Ripper with a Sky Nade kills Kilo. Okay, good start. Let's go. Aztec kicking Proper. The payload's not moving, but the Titans are forcing the shock all the way back to the spawn room. Okay.
Payload's going to start to get rolling here. You look at how far forward some of the members of the Titans have pushed themselves, though. It's going to be a little iffy whether or not the Shock can actually get back in and contest as a full team here. It almost like they took a little too long, the Titans, to push that cart.
That's a right click there from Aztec. Oh, and a nice, you could call it a nasty pulse bomb there from Aspire, sorry. Aztec going crazy with the nano. Just give Aztec nano every game. Why not? It saves him from getting domed by Mikey, and then he just gets kills. So easy game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bloodthirsty supports across the board.
I mean, why not, right? Like Violet, both Violet and Aztec getting the nano. I mean, look at Aztec here, taking the high ground and then waiting for this picks to come through. My goodness. Oh my gosh, the Proper doesn't want to be there either.
He didn't even need the nano. He was like, yeah, just use it, mate. It's all good. I mean, we're going to get the point. I'll put up a number one, no worry.
Yeah.
Nano Blade almost available for the Shock. They got a pulse bomb already. Vancouver Titans need to save Aztec if he gets dove. They do not want to use this Transcendence early. Something that's going to be the key to success at this point. Kilo takes an arrow and an orb. He's got Finn to back him up, however. Nano Blade available. This is when the Shock want to pop it. Aztec is fairly far back. Dragon's in the spaceship to try and save. There's the Nano, there's the Blade. Finn's already dead. Can he find anything? Transcendence instantly used. The San Francisco Shock, don't know what hit him. They lost Finn and Violet so early on in that fight, and Proper had to come up with something, and Aztec sat there with the Transcendence, more than willing to accept that Nano Blade right on top of his head, because he can go invulnerable. 3 minutes to go. The Titans getting close to checkpoint B. A pulse bomb available from Aspire. Doesn't quite get it off. In fact, Finn with a nade at his feet kills Aspire, and those mines are going to stop the Titans from touching.
Yeah, that's a great way for the Shock to just kind of keep the Titans at bay. Oh, Jaws, they were so close too, though. You know, I really thought that they were going to be able to push it all the way forward. Shock just respawned too fast, and now what is happening?
He was just one random shark and would have got him a reset there. Oh, that's so sad. It's so frustrating being that far away is the Genji, just trying to spam right.
Yeah.
Or hopefully land a lucky left click. It's a hard weapon to use at long range, the left click.
It's a little tough. Proper, though, you know, just trying to build up to another blade.
A bit of sweet revenge there for Violet. God, I love sitting here as Zen on the ship.
Yep.
Easy access to the doors. Oh, nice little nade from Finn. That was wow. The Spy was blinking out, and Finn just followed him with a nade.
Feels good. Feels pretty good. Proper's body blocking a doofus. I guess Mikey's there too, but oh man, what is it with these Genjis right now? These Genjis and these Hanzos just dealing with mirror, just kind of crazy.
Oh, Spire still causing absolute mayhem on the Hanzo. Can Violet survive? No. Wow, Nero, 1 HP. A nano boost onto Aspire to try and end this fight quick sharp. A quick blank melee will kill Kilo. And the payload is being pushed. The Shock can come back with a Nano Blade and a Transcendence, but the Titans are going to gain a lot of free ground.
Yeah, this is good though, because they kind of want the real estate that they had garnered just a couple of team fights ago back. I mean,
good sleep.
Yeah, sleeps.
Good headshot. Wow.
Shockwave. The Shockwave is here.
And he's here to stay. That was a really nice couple of arrows, then a sleep on to Kilo before he could get out of that door. That was a nice, nice separation of kills there onto the Shock. every now and then just slowly getting one. The Shock just continuing to kind of run into the point. All right, third is tough. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and with a nano blade in the back pocket of Proper, he already pops it. The nade from Sky Ripper right on top of him and Aztec. There's no way you can do that without a dash, unfortunately, Proper. You can kill people through the trance, but it's normally quite unlikely. You have to hit the big old slash and dash combo. And the Transcendence fades away, and the nano, as it was applied late to Proper, he still had that, was able to right-click one-shot almost Sky Ripper. And now, a small little sponk.
I mean, Mikey with Primal Rage can just sit on top of the Vancouver Titans spawn, keep them locked at the doors and away from the payload. I definitely expect Mikey to play way more aggressively here, just knowing that that ultimate is available. I mean, look at him on the high ground right now, just trying to body block the door.
He's getting double pocketed, has the orb, Finn shooting darts into him.
Yep. I mean, Finn just kind of has to stay at bay a little bit here to keep Mikey up and away from the dive.
Mikey's taking infinite damage, luckily, like you said. He's got the Primal Rage, but a mid-air sleep from Sky Ripper is going to be Discord, and a right-click, and a couple of extra bullets from Aspire. Kills Shockwave, or kills Mikey even. Shockwave also dies. So Proper. Okay, Aspire with a pulse. They've still got a fair bit of time, 60 seconds to go as the payload has rounded the final corner.
Well, I'm looking at Shockwave's Dragon Strike. You know, Shockwave has been able to do so much, being able to just kind of split the team of the Shock. Oh, that's a great opener too.
Big stick again, Finn now under a lot of pressure. Aztec has taken care of Kilo. It's unfortunate Violet couldn't do the same thing to Aspire as they now push the payload even further. And with 30 seconds to go and the low health bars are Shock, they're going to have to play safe, giving up even more ground.
The Shock, they have the spawn advantage though, as long as they start getting picks here.
Aztec, he's nanoed again. He's going crazy. Give him a kick, give him a punch. 2 kills for the Zen, a completion in sight, another kick and another kill for Aztec. He gets slept and finally put to rest, but not before the Titans can get the payload in. A minute in the time bank versus the 4 from the Shock. That's what I'm telling you. Violet rubbing his eyes like, oh no, how did we let this happen?
Oh.
Aztec, I'm telling you, nano this guy every single time you got it.
It's working!
Because he's kind of going crazy. Yeah,
it's totally working. Like, you know, when you look at the nano, you're like, I'm gonna give it to my Winston. Make sure they get Primal. Or I'm gonna give it to the Genji. Let's do a Dragon Blade combination. But what about Aztec? Let's give the Zenyatta even more powerful kicks. I'm here for it, Jaws. I love great Zenyatta play, and this is just delightful.
I mean, what, 45? Okay, I'm literally going to bring up a calculator right now.
Okay.
67.5 damage per kick with the nano.
Yep. Yeah, that and a right click, you're fine. You got this.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy.
Easy game. All right, Spire has it out for Finn, apparently. Okay, Finn's willing to accept the challenge. I mean, to be fair, I'm not surprised Violet had his head in his hands, you know, because he has been on the receiving end of so many Aspire pulse bombs.
Yeah.
It's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, Aspire definitely has his number right now, and that definitely doesn't feel good, but nice rotation coming out from the Shock as you do see Mirror start to approach the high ground. You don't want to get caught out by enough of that dive, but Vancouver Titans are definitely playing around the cart just a little bit more, waiting for some of these pieces to get set up, especially when you do have that Sonic arrow giving information over. But they've got to make it under this car wash first and start pushing this cart way faster. Ooh.
Damn, unlucky. Yeah, you just take the duel and you lost. Nothing really more you can say about that one. Those ricochet arrows can do a whole lot of damage if not careful. Nice punch into the wall, Mirror. Good bit of tech, kills Finn pretty quickly. However, the Vancouver Titans still need to touch. Aspire needs to be on payload duty in this at this point. Mirror almost goes down, has a Discord orb on him, so has to play safe around the payload. Overtime is approaching now, Rose. And Mirror is low.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror's just taking so many
carry down.
clicks into the head.
The carry is down, Aztec is dead, and Violet paying Mirror a little visit. OT is here, and Aspire still on the payload. Aspire trying to, Violet even trying to all of his little tootsies, but not quite getting there. Oh, can he win the 1v1? He does kind of. They end up trading, and Mikey is on the point, swinging around it. Aztac has come back on the Lucio to help Aspire put the payload in. Kilo goes down to Aztac as Mikey is now the only one left. They kill him off, and they've unlocked the payload. Point B now is their aim of the game. A pulse bomb missed. Unfortunately, Finn dodged it, and Aspire gets owned by both supports.
I was about time. I feel like Finn and Violet expecting that Aspire is going to go into the backline here, but it's overtime. Shockwave trying to keep it pushing.
This guy kind of nasty with it. Woo! Takes care of Kilo pretty easy. And now overtime is here. Mikey with a quick bit of roadkill. And the Titans don't get to the payload. Yeesh. Alrighty. Still very winnable for the Vancouver Titans, although with a 4-minute time bank. It's not unheard of to get stopped before first, but it is the Shock after all.
That's true. The Shock, they're going to take that 4 minutes and they're going to turn it into a lot. But the Vancouver Titans, they can stop that cart. Like mathematically speaking, right? Let's say they win out the first 3 minutes, they stop the cart. Maybe, just maybe, depending on where that cart is, Jaws, they can stop it with enough time that the Shock can't get back. I don't know. It is possible, is what I'm trying to say here in a very roundabout manner.
It is possible, but it is an uphill battle, that is for sure. Gonna rely on Shockwave hitting some more of these arrows. He's shown us what he can do so far. We'll see if he can continue.
Ooh.
Oh, this is okay. This is where they killed Mirror. Mirror. They didn't kill him. They just slept in. That's as good as a kill. And yeah, no one's on the payload.
Yeah. Oh, with the nano also though.
It's like you give me nano, so it's like okay, I kind of have to go in, right?
Yeah.
Aztac, you saw there at the very end, Rose trying to shield bash towards the point, and yeah, unlucky. That's that is a certified Charlie Niner.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those this weekend, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah. Something about people being allergic to the payload, but that's okay. That's okay.
It's good because gas prices are so expensive, Joss.
It's true. They don't want to push it that far. They want to rack up those bills.
All right. Moving on to the car wash. Shock kind of just taking this slow here. Again, posturing for position to try to get... Oh, Mirror slapped. Oh, no. Disaster.
Good. It's not good. It's not good. What a sleep and what a dash. Reset for Proper. Nice little reflect. Saves his life just for a brief moment. And with the Vancouver Titans losing Mirror, they have a whole lot else to do. The support in the server room are quickly dealt with by the perfect dive from the Shock. So precise and clean. Vancouver Titans, no hope with defending first. They're going to have to give this one up. 3 minutes to go now. Only, what, 30 meters for the Shock to make this a 3-0.
Yeah, and look at this. Shock know that they could just push forward, play aggressive, and one pick, that's it. Titans will be out of this series.
See ya. Mikey stepped up to the plate. Got dominated. Oh, Mirror. Okay, they got a lot of time, like you said, Rose.
Yeah.
Oh, he got slipped again! Nano boost! Shockwave in trouble! That's a one-shot. Proper doesn't need much more than that, and neither do the rest of the San Francisco Shock. In a blink of an eye, it's done. The Shock. GG's all round. A 3-0. 11-0 now in the regular season. After that game, still mad bright spots for the Vancouver Titans. I'm very confident they'll find their first win maybe next week against the Justice. But for now, it is Shock's day. 11-0. What more can you ask from this team?
I don't know. They're undefeated. They're playing for that first seed. That 3-0 definitely going to help out their map differential. Looking ahead into mid-season madness coming right around the corner. Jaws, if you're a San Francisco Shock fan, I think you're pretty happy with the results so far of the season.
Yeah, super happy. Now, you got to continue that into the tournament, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think let the Shock down last time. They went to LAN. Maybe it was nerves from a lot of the rookies that are currently on the roster, getting up on that big stage. Mid-season madness a little bit different in that regard, but they do play some of the Eastern teams, which could be could be an interesting affair.
Oh,
In fact,
yeah.
it will be an interesting affair. That clash is always very fun. But the Shock, they're looking great. Unfortunately, Vancouver Titans still 0-11, but Shockwave, I think, can walk away from that game especially proud of himself. The amount of Hanzo kills he was getting was crazy, and he made Kings Row extremely close.
Yep.
But the San Francisco Shock, as good as ever. Player of the match, who is it this time? I think we're going to give it to Finn. His sleeps this game, Rose, were kind of nasty.
They were so good, especially when you just look at how Finn was just constantly focusing down Mirror's Doomfist. That was a really, really big reason why the Shock were able to shut that down so much. I mean, we just saw a really great example of that on Gibraltar as well, where Mirror had the Nano and then insta-sleep, game-winning, series-ending sort of play right there from Finn.
Yeah, it's one thing having an Ana player on your team, and it's another thing having Finn on your team playing Ana. Just world class right now. I think he can cement himself up there. If he continues this performance, at least, going through to the end of the year, up with legends like Twilight. His Ana is just ridiculous. Now, Sleep Dart's success rate is a big stat on your screen, 46%. And like you mentioned, Rose, his ability to control Mirror on the Doomfist was paramount to the success in this series.
Very much was. I mean, 46%, you look at that and you're like, well, you know, it's like not like outstanding. I mean, for an Ana, that's incredibly good, but you're like, well, you look at that number, maybe like 60-70% would be like, ooh, ah. But it's really important to look at that stat and understand when those sleeps hit, they hit different for Finn. Like, they were so impactful because every sleep shut something big down on the Titans.
Oh, yes, it did. Yeah, the Shock maintaining their lead in the regular season, and coming out with a 3-0 is pretty important too. They're still fighting for that seeding, Rose, worth keeping in mind for the mid-season madness. So if they end up first, again, they get to choose their opponents first, which is always a big benefit. We're going to jump to a quick break though. We got a couple more banger matches after this. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by, hey, it's Mikey from San Francisco Shock. Mikey, congratulations on the win. I think it's my first time talking to you, so very excited for this. I do want to start off by asking you, you were sort of the wrecking ball specialist for the San Francisco Shock, but today was a little different. You played, of course, wrecking ball, but not only that, you've played some Winston as well. What was the team's or your thought process behind you playing Winston over Kaluj?
Well, I'm not really a wrecking ball specialist anymore. You know, my first time in the league on Boston, I was kind of like a wrecking ball specialist or whatever, but I've been practicing like all the other tanks since then, and I've gotten like really good at all the other mid tanks. I've been doing really good on in scrims. Today was a bad display, I'm not gonna lie, I did not play good, but yeah, you should look forward to seeing me play a bunch of other tanks, not just ball in the future.
I honestly thought your Winston was amazing, but here's another question for you then. I mean, because Kaluj plays a lot of Winston too. Are you better than Kaluj?
I'm not gonna talk about my teammate. Kaluj is good too. We're the two best, I'll say that, okay?
Alright. Just poking a little fun at you, bro. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Alright, my bad. I mean, also you are, the newest member of the San Francisco Shock family. Because San Francisco Shock is one of the top teams that we have, and you guys are undefeated. When you first joined, did you feel any added pressure?
Not really. I guess like at first a little bit, but it's a good meta for me right now, and I know I'm the best ball in the world, so there's no pressure because I'm confident in that. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, damn, San Francisco Shock, they got the tanks locked down. You guys, Shock has the best wrecking ball. That's you, and they also have the best Sigma. That's Kaluj. So really good for San Francisco Shock. All right. Last question. This is more of a fun one. I just wanted to get like a player's opinion. Like, what are your thoughts as a player on the APAC region currently? Whether it be the meta or the players or the teams, what are your general thoughts of the APAC region?
I think the meta is kind of similar to what like teams in our region play, but I think they're not as strong as like the teams in our region now, but because Shanghai was like really dominant last year, but I think a lot of teams are like struggling with Overwatch 2 and like adapting and stuff. So I don't think there's I'm not scared of any APAC teams.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of agree as well because they don't have a team like San Francisco Shock. They don't have a team that's undefeated. So good job, Mikey. All right, thank you so much for the interview. That is it from me. All right, and again, big congratulations on the win again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh man, all that schmoozing and didn't even get a wave.
Feels cool though.
Yeah,
it was fantastic. No, it was fantastic to hear from Mikey. First time we get to talk to him, you did great.
I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I get a little shy when there's, it's like if I talk to a player that I haven't talked before, I get a little nervous.
I mean, essentially, it's like talking to a stranger, right?
Like, hey, and you guys know me. I'm not that good with like talking to strangers.
No, your small talk is great. That's awesome.
But yeah, no, Mikey was great.
Yeah, no, that kind of stuff is easier when it's in person. You can chat with the player beforehand, but then going in cold, of course. But it was fantastic to hear from Mikey. Yeah, let's discuss the game. Reinforced San Francisco Shock did come out on top. Everyone did expect that. However, I do think that there were a lot of bright moments for the Vancouver Titans here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like the hardest part about my job is just like rethinking in how many ways I can say that a 3-0 series was close, because it just keeps happening. This stage we get 3-0s, but the maps are kind of close. I'm not going to say in the slightest manner that like Vancouver Titans were on par with the San Francisco Shock. I'm not going to say that, this series could have gone our way. Not like that. But like the moments we saw from Shockwave, especially on the Hanzo and King's Row, Aspire on the Tracer as well, being able to find these picks. These are signs that Vancouver Titans are improving, and they're getting so close to finally getting that win of theirs. They've just had this terrible luck with this strength of schedule these past 2 months, it feels like. And meanwhile, the San Francisco Shock, they put on a clinic. They haven't lost a step. Just perfection throughout. The Winston dives with Mikey were on point, whether he was synergizing with Proper, whether it was with Kilo even on the Tracer, which we didn't really expect. There was a bit of a newer look where Kilo placed the Tracer, but like the synergy was there, the dives were beautiful. So it was tough for the Vancouver Titans because I do think that they looked good and they have so many amazing pop-off moments, but like at dives like these, coming in from the shock, like what do you do? What do you do if you're the Titans? It was just a class differential right here, but good performances from both teams.
Yeah, this kind of reminded me at certain times, especially on this Gibraltar, of like a tavern brawl. Like it didn't.
Tavern brawl. You and brawls.
You know, sometimes people just need to fight. You know, and that's what this match was, in my opinion.
So
Shockwave on that Hanzo, Aspire on that Tracer. They were trying to go toe to toe with some of these players. You know, Violet, Finn, Proper. They were just trying to win these 1v1s, and they did get the upper hand from time to time, and that goes to show the incredible skill from these players on the Vancouver Titans. They have good players, they just haven't been able to string it together so far. And as Johnny said, they've had a hard schedule. Since their improvement has come through, they haven't really had that sort of softball game. It's just been like, San Francisco Shock, Gladiators, Dallas Fuel.
How about it?
Come on, guys, win one.
Hey, but that's trial by fire. Everything else after that is gonna look a lot easier.
Yeah. It's like Mitch's favorite phrase. You know, the talent is there.
It's true though, Mitch. Like, it's true. What can you do? We do have another great match coming our way. We did preview it at great length already in our pre-show, but let's dive in one more time. LA Gladiators going up against the Washington Justice. And I'm not going to do this to you, Cos. You may chime in as well, but Reinforce, before we actually started this match, you said that you were tempted to actually pick the Washington Justice. Why is that?
Okay, first of all, context, you know, this comes from someone, disclaimer, this comes from someone who's on the Washington Justice copium like every day, every single hour of the day. So, yeah, not the most honest analysis, but the Gladiators, you know, sometimes they put Padipan on Tracer, for example, hasn't looked the best. They've struggled a bit this stage. Washington Justice, happy, Decay, really individually skilled players. Krillin Vigilante! Krillin Vigilante! Come on! No more Kalios Doomfist! Bring out the Sigma! Let's go, boys! Come on! They got a chance.
I'll give you Vigilante. I'll give you Vigilante. He's the new fresh blood, something different. But I am so sick of talking about, oh, it's Happy and Decay. They're gonna be sick this time. I know they are.
So sick!
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for whatever reason. We have not been able to put our finger on it. Maybe Vigilante with the double flex support, and they put Kalios on the Sigma, we'll see something.
Gotta figure it out.
Will they beat the Gladiators though? 0%.
Didn't
0%
just say like a couple of weeks ago or a couple
that he will
never go for the Washington Justice?
And he didn't.
That's true.
He's just like the copium on the side.
He's just like, he just wants to look like a genius in case Washington now wins anyway. He can be like, well, but I did kind of call it, right?
You think I look like a genius with this?
I mean, hey, you do what you can do. Job security, that's what we're all about here on the desk. Yeah, no, but it's definitely going to be an interesting match either way. And what a laugh we're going to have if Justice actually wins, right?
They probably will, knowing the Justice.
Yeah, like that would be one of those moments where, like, of course they won. And then their social media team is going to come at us like, you didn't believe in us. So, yeah, we're just waiting. Come at us. We're ready for it. We are ready for our casters as well. And, of course, once more, that's going to be Matt and Mitch. Take it away, guys.
I love it. Every time we get to watch the Injustice game, there's usually like a discussion, obviously, about like their flip-floppy nature, the coin toss, or whatever. Like what other memes we have? It's like an iceberg meme where it's like at the top, it's like Happy Decay.
I wore my funeral attire.
Yeah.
My casual funeral attire.
I don't feel like this is a funeral. I feel like this might be more of an extinction event. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think that people are here to pay the respects. I think we're here to watch the meteors just come crashing into the Justice.
Like Danny joked about, like, you know, the talent is there. Is the Justice the most talent is there team we've ever had? The talent, Mitch, is there.
Is it in fact there? Yeah.
This is the most talent is there team I think we've ever had.
You're lucky you're on that side of the screen, Matt. I swear. You're so lucky you're over there, Homer.
You're small now.
Like Custer said, find me a tavern. Find me a tavern. I'm not small. What are you talking about?
Look, I see those workout streams. You're down to lifting 10s. You're looking. I mean, that's way.
No, listen. Like, the camera like takes off 30 pounds. All right, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Okay, I understand. Like, where we go when we start talking about the Washington Justice, right? I think the Kalios Doomfist discussion is really interesting because it feels like it's the kind of hero that they need, right? They can't really go without it. There's definitely some maps where, like, you don't want to play Winston, you don't want to play something less mobile, and you really, like, even Mikey's playing Doomfist, right, in that first map for the Shock.
And, like, a player I was, like, a little bit worried about for this team coming into the season, like, Krillin, like, he's actually been quite good in, like, a lot of the games we've seen. Like,
he and Aztec, right?
Yeah, where Krillin has been pretty strong. It's just this team has not been able to put it together against the top teams. And then also they've kind of faltered and really struggled against some of the teams that we think they should beat. So it may feel like they're in a bit of a free fall right now, but no, a crazy series win in one like this definitely turns it around.
All right, here's your Los Angeles Gladiators. Matthew Kevster and Patapan start in here. And with Funny Astro, of course, coming in at support. And Lijiang Tower is going to be our first map supporters, so that should start to inform the discussion here. I mean, this team looks squeaky clean, incredibly solid. Obviously, they're the most dominant team that we saw through the kickoff clash here for a very good reason. Patapan's really developed into a legitimate threat. Shooters looks, you know, terrifying no matter what he's playing. I think the tank matchup here is probably quite interesting just because, Matt, of how we've sort of seen Kalios' hero pool look fairly slanted towards those sort of less mobile tank heroes and not so much, you know, towards maybe high mobility like Winston Doomfist. So I'm very curious to see where Kalios goes here. But again, we know that Reiner's good for anything, right?
No, this team is so flexible in terms of what they can do. You really don't have any weakness across the board, right? If you want to play the double flex where you have Skewed, you can bring in Ons as a sniper in space, another tank role. Take a look at the Justice, like you mentioned. Kalios in the tank role today, kicking things off. And then also Vigilante. You were saying that they were trying to make him nervous for his first game in the chat today.
Yeah, even Happy is saying it. People ask him on the Gladiators side, like, Vigilante, are you nervous? Happy chimes in, yeah, cheer for him. He's actually extremely nervous right now. He turned 18 yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Vigilante comes in previously from, look, a pretty well-respected talent esports roster, which was kind of up there, you know, with your O2 blast through Korean Contenders last year. So quite the pedigree for Tier 2. Vigilante known for being a flex support player here. And alongside Krillin, who has already developed into quite a weapon on the Zen, for example, that's an exciting prospect. And it's someone that I know that the Justice organization have been excited to put in that seat and send him out onto the battlefield here. So new looks for the Justice, hoping to begin a new chapter in this team now as we still trying to figure out whether they're in a nosedive or they're just, you know, just dumping some altitude briefly.
Let's kind of figure out a way the Justice could have looked the way they've looked over the last, you know, few games or whatnot. Maybe they've been practicing with Vigilante and then not able to obviously play him in games until now, and maybe that's kind of taken away from some of the stuff they would like to do. Maybe they look better now and, like, actually whole as a team. That's a possibility.
We'll see how this plays out here. Control Center is going to be our first stage on Lijiang Tower here. So, again, gives us the opportunity to see, like, I think someone's asking for Kalios Sigma, right? But on Control, that seems a little less advisable here, a little bit harder to pull off. Just a pause at the start of the round here. We might even see, like, I don't know, like a Patapan May scenario where Reiner, you know, plays that Reinhardt, or we see sort of a rush attempt here from the Los Angeles Gladiators. So, we'll be jumping the game in just a moment here. Clearly, Vigilante's nervousness has caused him to shake all his peripherals off the surface of his desk, well, so we'll get that sorted.
Judging by the cameras, you know, I would assume there was something with Kevster, as he was there, and then he was not there.
I see.
So I would assume something with Kevster. You know, we've had in the past where players have, like, spilt drinks on, like, mouse pads and stuff.
Yeah, explosive bowel movements. Family
I don't think we've ever had a pause for that, but I also can't prove that we've never had a pause for that.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's plausible. I've heard the whispers. You know, Scrimbuck Stock Exchange is definitely included. You know, some missives about, you know, some of these biological breaks we have.
Midway through.
Yeah.
So
all right,
Kev's like everybody's good to go.
Okay, so yeah, back in his seat now is Kevster. So not really too sure what that was about, but he's ready to focus up and jump into the game here. And apparently,
Funny Astro's looking like he's having the best day ever. He's got the biggest smile. The whole, I don't know. We gotta find out from them what is so funny that happened here at the beginning.
Yeah, Patapan says in match chat that Shu's internet went boom, But I mean, it wasn't Shu out of his seat, was it?
Right there. We've seen Shu's camera the entire time.
Yeah, he's just been...
maybe-
is the
maybe
relationship
it was,
between
I don't
Shu
know.
and Kevster... Did Kevster lose a bet to Shu and now has to go and, like, take Shu's Ethernet cable and sort of, you know, unplug and plug it back in for him, you know, if he ever has internet issues? Must
Yeah,
be
it
nice
looks
to have
like
a
we're
lackey
getting
on your...
closer, though.
Well, normally I just use coaching staff as a lackey in that situation, but Shu, obviously a very powerful individual. Got to respect it. Here we go, Lijiang Tower. Control center will be our first round.
So what do you think we'll get the Kalios Doomfist? Is that what you're thinking here?
Yeah, I think so. Unless you want to see... Yeah, okay, and the Rhino. So, look, if this is anything to go by, I'm absolutely spot on. No surprises there. The Gladiators obviously...
I almost just spit my coffee out when you said spot on with your analysis.
Mate, I literally said... I said Kalios Doom, I said right hard. I put myself out there, you know what I mean? Just like every time Johnny predicts the Justice to win.
Last week I was like, let me see how Jaws and Mitch are doing, and I watched you guys wonder what Sojourn's disruptive shot was called for like 5 minutes.
I didn't wonder. No. He definitely wondered. I just wasn't listening to it. That's
it.
a big difference. All right, here we go.
I think the Reinhardt's going to be good against this. You're kind of playing like a pretty bit aggressive style of play here for the Justice. The Reinhardt with the Mei is so difficult to take down, especially with the Batiste in the mix. And going up against a team that is not the most coordinated is Vigilante with a nice dodge getting out of the way. Unfortunately, Krillin doesn't make it.
Yeah, not sure what the idea was there. Krillin on Lucio, by the way, so a bit of a different feel. Normally we'd see opener in that role. So credit to Vigilante, doesn't die first in his debut match, but he leaves Krillin there to sleep with the fishes. Kalios down, Shu's able to pick him off there, and that's a nice little main wall, going to make it very hard, impossible in fact, for Happy to return to his crew. His Arctic expedition is over.
Yeah, from Vigilante's point of view, it was like he was in like he had a guard at him and got out of the way, and then but didn't realize his homie behind.
Yeah, Vigilante was holding the red cape. Krillin was stood behind it. Didn't even leave him a healing orb.
Vigilante goes away from the Moira now over to Ana, so trying to like use the biotic grenade a little bit more offensively here against this static comp. And 3 players make it in. The Doom is alone though.
All right, so really disjointed from the Justice so far, Matt. I understand why you switch off the Moira, yeah? I think the Mei really discourages a full commit style because you walk into a trap. So you want to play a longer game with the Ana.
Well, this is what I was talking about a few, like right before the first fight where I like this Reinhardt comp, because with a team that's as disjointed as the Justice trying to like dive and play aggressive, and you can split off players with the Mei wall, you know, just kind of hold positions with the Reinhardt, like this is basically a comp where the Gladiators are saying to the Justice, like, hey, we're going to hang out here until you make mistakes, and the Justice have just kind of have players all over.
Well, Mei wall again, the Justice gets sectioned off from each other. I think, look, this composition really requires you to be on point if you're pushing into a Mei Reinhardt setup. You can really punish mistakes. That's how London were able to take matches off many teams who weren't ready for it in that first stage. Happy though, sometimes skill wins out. Going to be an overclock kill in a second as Kevster walks into the crosshair there. Reiner is lost at sea.
Yeah, and that was one where the Gladiators ended up using both support ultimates they invested into that fight. They thought they could possibly win it. No, this is going to be a nice stall from Panapan here.
Bit of extra percentage now. Immortality field even going to be thrown in. Frustration starting to mount for the Justice, you have to imagine, because they're back.
Astro here too, yeah, you have everybody back.
Reiner steps onto the point here. His backline stays a little more scarce. Nice pick off from Happy though, Matt.
But this is like effectively when the Justice started to cap the point, it was like 76. I mean, that is such a large stall there for the Gladiators to get all the way up from that point to 99. Now you can come back, you have your own overclock, you have a Blizzard of your own, they shatter. I do want to say, we'll take a look at it as like kind of the series progresses. You know, Kalios is going in and getting some damage down, but like there's nobody like there to help him, whereas Decay's got to be up in that fight as well.
Vigilante able to avoid the shatter there, but it's going to be an Immortality field that Decay has to contend with. He's been here before, Matt. Shu gets bisected by the blade, and Kalios is able to finish the job there. Reiner makes an exit elimination. That's all he's likely to have here for the time being, is the Gladiators must wait for the triumphant return. Kalios having trouble dealing with Reiner here. He can't really CC him in a big way, and Ryan can just stay alive there, charge some ult, come back in. He's already a third of the way back to another shatter.
And they can sit on this point with Reiner and try and have the, well, maybe not anymore because you lost Shu, but you could have sat on the point, just contested it, and then used that Mei Blizzard. and forced everybody either off of the point or into a really bad spot. As now you've actually gotten some picks and you forced them back. So the Justice starting to mount a pretty good hold of this point.
Shu's getting picked off at the start of these fights. Shu's positioning fairly aggressively. Here he's actually leading his team in final blows. It definitely makes him subject, though, to Happy just finding a rail shot across the map. Here's Vigilante in a pretty safe position, all things considered, but I can't say the same for Krillin once more. Sleep dart on the Rhino.
The May wall.
Here's a Blizzard as well. Vigilante might have a health pack, but he's going to be unable to get away with this one. Meteor Strike. Drop on a Patapan. He walls himself off to try and back away, but Vigilante was on the right side of the wall, enough to get rid of Patty. And yep, the power block isn't going to save Kalios. He can't touch, and the Gladiators get it done.
It's a nice comeback from the Justice, though. 99-0, they get up to 83%. They lost Krillin at some really unfortunate times, but a lot of the time it was just him getting sectioned off by a May wall and not able to get out with the rest of the team. So see if we stay on these comps, if they do a better job of that.
We'll see Night Market come up out of the rotator here for this second map. And, you know, I'm not surprised, again, that we see Kalios make this, you know, sort of commitment to the Doomfist. I think a lot of teams get a lot of success with it. I think of the Toronto Defiant, for example, who Muse really seems to have a good understanding of that hero. You know, when we get on a patch where the slow gets nerfed, like it is on in sort of the PvP beta right now, then maybe that's a different story. But can definitely see Kalios continuing to workshop the Doom play. Reiner still... this is some LH
There's also
cloudy
opinions
position.
on that. Some people think that the slow will really hurt.
Get Quaked on thinks it's fine. He's still strong.
Yeah, and I think I saw Chips have like kind of the same opinion, that he thought it was actually Doom was still really strong. So interesting. We'll have to see how that goes.
All right. Well, the Reinhardt means you can set up shop here on the point first, 9 times out of 10, and Kalios, oh dear, whether there was a power block involved there or not, he just got absolutely ruined. But Decay's able to get into the back line and find Kevster. Paddy's going hunting, sees a Lucio. Just be a little careful just in case Krillin about faces and goes for a boot, but that's, look, really not a situation you want your Lucio to get caught in, right?
Yeah. No, and I kind of feel for Kalios, and as we watch some of this game, like, you know, he's in there, right? I know a big seismic slam there, trying to put in some damage here. Like, there's nobody else that's being aggressive with him. You know, where we see a lot of teams where you have the Doomfist, right? You have like a Tracer to work with, or Genji. Like, you know, Decay's on Genji right now, but we almost never see him kind of working in tandem with Kalios. Like, I don't think you can kind of like look at a thing in a situation and be like, well, this is just like a tank. I think it's just kind of like playing around Kalios. Like, I think Kalios is in the right positions. They just have to be there to support and help.
What's something about Funny Astro's play as well I want to put out quickly? He doesn't really wall ride unnecessarily in like these close quarters, right? He actually just sort of stays on the ground and tries to make sure he can just effectively, you know, position himself where he needs to be. Also, make him less vulnerable to the Doomfist there. If you're on a wall, getting punched against it seems just a little easier. A nice little adaptation here, considering the matchup. Here's a Blizzard in close quarters, but a nice biotic grenade is going to put some pressure on the Glads. Immortality Field taken down in a matter of seconds, but Decay looks elsewhere as Shu was picked up by Kalios already. Nowhere else, though, to sheath this blade. So the Justice opt to move to the point now. And here comes Reiner. Mutual knockdown between him and Kalios, but Happy's there with a headshot off the railgun. Patapart serves himself up as a nice little delectable treat. Throws up the May wall to keep himself alive, though. And this is good stall again, Matt, from the Glads, even in a losing fight.
Yeah, even in a losing fight, you still get it above 90%. So they'll have a Shatter coming back in their own sound barrier. So we'll see how they end up using it. But the 2 fights that we've seen the Justice win, like throughout the, like handily throughout this first map, or when they have the Nano Blade in play. But I think it just takes so long to develop now, where in like Overwatch 1, you just farm tanks, right? And you let a team get so high in percentage. It's going to be a nice May wall, separates them up, not able to get back towards the point.
Sound barrier here just preemptively. The Gladiators know there's going to be a bit of a stash ahead of them here. Krillin going to reciprocate now. Overclock from Kevster here, hoping to flank around and put a bit of pressure on. He needs to find an early kill, but with Happy going down, that is a huge boon in this fight. Funny Astro strikes a critical blow against the Justice, who now have to work it with 4. Great disrupt the shot placement. That's going to be a lot of free damage, and the Justice had to walk into the meat grinder there. Kevster knows there's a Mega right next to him, and with Kalios out of the picture now, you like the mechanisms to threaten this backline outside of Decay. He'll just be forced away with the Super Soaker. And there it is. The Justice concede the first map of the series.
Yeah, that disruptor shot is huge. It puts down some damage, slows a bit, and then Kevster's putting down some damage. And what do? Do you want to run towards the Sojourn? He's just gonna dash and run away. You can't run towards the other way because the Reinhardt is swinging in the doorway with the Mei there as well to wall it off. Puts the Justice in a really tough position.
Yeah, remember, if you want to return to DC in a flash, just click your heels together 3 times and say the talent is there over and over again until you wake up at home. Stick around, everybody. Map number 2 is right around the corner here, but the Gladiators off to an imperious start. As is the norm, ladies and gentlemen, the Washington Justice service up quite the display of individual talent. However, when it comes to the combination of those ingredients, they are less than the sum of their parts in map number 1 as the Gladiators take it away by playing a composition that really doesn't require them to think too hard, right? Play Ryan, play Mei, play positionally, play safe, and obviously allow your DPS to do work. A very good opener here for this LA squad.
You know what I was thinking watching that Gladiators hype video? We need like a caster talent hype video. Skewed comes in for Funny Astro, where he would just be trying on a bunch of different shirts.
Yeah.
You know, Scott would be opening his emails on stream. I'd be sleeping with a hoodie. You know, we could put together.
You said hype, right? You're not being.
No, that would be hype. We get rid of the gamer poses. And we can do kind of like real life action shots.
Yeah, okay. Of me just trying on shirts. You really think that's what I do all day? Half these I don't even try on before I put on. That should be self-evident.
I mean,
they just come in the mail. And I'm just like, yep, that seems good. No worries. Slap it on.
Yeah, I don't know where you and Johnny find the time between, you know, tweeting everybody on the internet to vote for you guys for the Esports awards and then doing other daily activities. I don't know where you guys find the time to do so.
I want you, although, should have had that award 3 years ago and 2 years ago and a year ago.
I know, I should have
Go and find where I tweeted that once. By the way, nominations are closed, but you'll be able to vote for me in Play Caster of the Year soon, so keep an eye out for that one. Matt, well, he might be there too. You should give him a vote.
You can vote for me. I probably won't.
I mean, if he wins and I don't, though, I'm quitting. So it's been a good run.
I mean, that's more incentive to get out there and vote for me.
Yes, chat. If you want to put a stop to this whole charade, you know exactly what to do. However, if you want to support great, you know, if I do say so myself, talent, then you know.
This should be easier for the Justice to pull off. We were talking a little bit during the commercial break. Like, they just look so disjointed with what they were trying to do, man. Like, I think this playing like Kalios on the Sigma and then Krillin on the Zen and playing a little bit of a slower pace, I think this is going to benefit them coming into this map. I think they're gonna look much better on this than what they did on the last one with the Doom.
I also think this is comfort picks for everybody. And also, so it's not just like, you know, individually, but also I think like a style that the Justice seem more comfortable in, because Decay can sort of do his own thing, try and negotiate some space and some picks here in the back line, sort of on his own. Again, though, look, this is you're dealing with this, man. Like, Patapan just takes Happy's head clean off at the start of the round. Didn't even need Goku to put him in a headlock to secure that hit. And away we go. That's 2. My man's on a roll, and he knows it.
And they just bypass Kalios. Like, they don't even think about diving Kalios. They don't even Discord him. They just run right by. In which, yeah, I mean, the Justice not able to put together really any defense, but I think that's, you know, Patapan coming in hitting some insane shots, right?
Yeah, I mean, we spent a lot of time maybe talking about like the overall team strategy for the Justice and what they can do there. The fact of the matter is there's a fundamental element to Overwatch where if you have someone step up like that and find 2 rail headshots, then it all goes out the window, right? If you can't stand toe-to-toe with the team on the fundamental level, forget about the strategy, forget about the tactics.
And now you can start to build up some of this nano, right? You can nano Reiner or Kepser, try and get some of this high ground. Things really start to spiral out of control in favor of the Gladiators at that point.
Kalios trying to be the front line here as much as is possible, but Reiner just goes around him, Matt. Like you said, ignore Kalios. A lot of pressure on Krillin here. Good defensive bite, a grenade though from Vigilante. However, that just turns Reiner's eye towards him. Kalios eventually gets taken down as he's forced to basically commit after the Winston goes over his head. That doesn't go well.
And the bad part about this is that, like, the Gladiators can now control this high ground if they want it. And it's a lot harder for the Justice to access. They're not playing like a Winston or a Doomfist who can get up on top and play for that again. This is going to allow you see where the supports are trying to play for the Gladiators, trying to get up on that high ground.
Okay, with the pulse here. Couple shurikens there. Decay unperturbed for the most part. Gravitic Flux now from Kalios. He's looking to use it to reposition. Right. Well, that was an ultimate that happened. Kepster taken down by Krillin, though. That's a big one, as Kalios unable to regain that high ground here. So in the longer fight, Matt, you've got to feel good about the Glads.
Yeah, now Patapan gets up on the high ground and is able to get a nice point of view. Get one as Happy comes in with Kalios. Able to finish some players off as Vigilante helps out there as well. So
looks like a big bio from Vigilante, right?
Yeah. So the Justice do get a fight win here. That's huge, because it was looking to be like the Gladiators just going to roll through this part of the map.
Happy he looks. Seething on his face cam at the moment. But this is a great place to be as defensive teams. I think anyone who's played this map, had a chance to play this map, or watched a lot of games, he knows that for attackers, you can get snarled up here pretty easily. Natural high ground for defenders. A long way for the cart to push. Patapon playing... Wait, what? Patapon playing extremely aggressively for the high ground here. Disrupt the shot also to clear some space. Oh, that's just not okay. It's wrong. And Happy is going to make sure there's some justice in the world.
Man, the Sojourns are so good. Oh, and that's going to be the Transcendence before this Blade comes out. So, you know, maybe if he loses this fight, the Gladiators are going to back up here, and there should be the Justice cleaning this up. That might be enough to get this card over the line in the grand scheme of things, right? You come back with a Nano Blade, potentially. It could be huge.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a peak in Ultimate Economy comparatively for the Gladiators here, so they really want to make good use of this next fight. I will say, though, I think the Transcendence is a fine response. Right? I think Krill and Vigilante are handling Reiner to a decent degrry here. They're under a lot of pressure from that Winston, but Shu has another Nano for Reiner, or that Blade, right? So, like you said. Oh, Decay. That's what we call dropping a sitter. No connection on the pulse bomb there, but Cart not moving at all, so silver linings. Disrupt the shot, Kevs is caught inside, but Happy finishes the job here. Decay's managed to weasel his way into the backline.
And that Nano is actually onto Kevser, but it doesn't give him the heal and the damage reduction by the time he's taking down that damage. So you actually get nothing with the Nano. That is huge for the Justice, because you're worried about that Nano Blade and how it really could you know, mess things up. Allow the Gladiators to take that second point. That's a non-issue now.
There's a real vulnerability in the window between deploying Nano Boost and sort of your target getting eliminated. You don't get it back. And if you are the kind of player that uses like confirm Nano Target function in game, it can be even worse, right? So look at this, he'll let it go. Oh man, absolutely devastating. Every Ana player knows that pain well. And it's a real blow to the Gladiators, but they have 4 other ultimates to lean on, Matt, so it's not all doom and gloom.
No, as Reiner goes in, takes some big damage. They're going to build back up towards that Nano rather quickly. But you still have a lot here. And that's going to be a kill on the Decay. You may not even need the Blade.
Okay, Transcendence here.
Up there.
That's for Shu's benefit, and no one else's really. Primal Rage here, Reiner goes deep, woken up from his sleep and looking for another target. A little low here, but he's able to deal with Vigilante. Cart, close enough here with 3 players on. This should be the checkpoint.
And the Justice look much better playing this type of style. Now, the aggressive style built around that Doomfist, and even I think, I know if they had like Mag in to play the Winston, I just don't think that's what this team is excelling at right now, where I think you slow the game down a little bit and have this Sigma-based comp. They're looking much better than they did on Lijiang Tower.
2 minutes 10 on the clock here. How much of that is just the Justice getting good value out of a very strong defensive position on the map? Because the Gladiators only spent 2 ultimates to win that fight. Shu, by the way, already has another Nano. Built that up unbelievably quickly. Okay, that's the play we're looking for. Finally, Kevser has a chance to make it work. Kalios looks like to be the object of his desires presently. And he's not even able to eliminate him because the Nano Boost gets deployed onto the Sigma, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say, because they Nano Boosted Kalios to keep him alive on through that. Happy with the overclock. He's going to get 2. And that's going to be a team kill in favor of the Justice. So we talked about having that Nano Blade, nice Nano on the Kalios, able to keep him up, realized he was going to be the dive target, that, you know, Kevster and Reiner were right on top of him, and then Happy with the overclock, Halo picks him up.
The question is here, is it not make more sense maybe just to give Nano to the Winston and play a Tracer or something similar? We know what Prop is able to do on the Genji as well, so obviously we know Kevster is really lethal on this particular hero, but hard to do much with a Nano Blade there when your target gets nanoed. Sometimes though, you just get pickoffs. Yeah,
Kevster's been able to get some picks on players just without the Blade in general. That's how they ended up taking the second checkpoint, right? Kevster got an early pick off the start, and now it looks like they're going to be able to push this all the way, you know, near the end, off of the back of one as well. Reiner's going to get out. That is tremendous.
Yeah, he was discorded and by it as well. It's such a golden opportunity to find a kill, but the players weren't really there for the Justice to follow up. Overclock from Patapon. A little patchy, if I'm honest. Okay, you had better respect Vigilante here. Patapon having to play a little bit safer now. Yeah, got to watch out for the Hyperspheres in this corner. I mean, this guy is living on the edge, and Happy puts him to bed.
Oh, he was so close to living. Reiner's actually going to use Primal.
No!
Covering the
card on it.
No, again. Another C9. The hits just keep coming, and the talent is there, Matt. Oh.
Look.
Okay.
Okay. That was good defense by the Justice up until that. And no, but we didn't see the whole picture there. Reiner's like knocking players around. Maybe you know, somebody's not able to get a touch, like they're far, and just use an ability or something.
In fairness, yeah. So like, to be more specific, right? Decay is in a position to touch, but he's dealing with the backline. You know, he's trying to pressure the Gladiators down, and the Primal Rage is keeping everybody from the Justice inside that spawn area. I mean, you don't have, I give like a couple doorways to filter through, but otherwise not much. So it's really hard to push out against that sort of Primal, and Ryder has nasty Primal mechanics as well. Just so you know at home, just because our pro players, our very respectable, venerated pro players of multiple years, many of them put C9 in chat, doesn't always mean that's what it actually is. However,
so let's see. Kalios is asleep out here.
Kalios he's not sleeping.
Okay, so you did have all
he's
6
playing
players
an off angle
alive.
in a single tank setup.
Well, I mean, you had all 6, you had all 5 players alive. They were so split though. Like,
okay, and reminiscent of our first map where they were playing a bloody Doomfist comp. This composition is maybe designed to be more proximate to one another, and still.
No, do you have to play together at once? No, like not everybody's standing on top of each other like goats, but you see one player going for support, you know, 2 players trying to play like, 3 players trying to play like defense, the tank trying to deal with like the Ana, maybe put a shield in the way where, you know, we see a lot of teams have great success of like focusing their attention onto 1-2 players, right? And trying to deal with them, and then always kind of keeping the objective at the forefront.
The Justice, regardless, got some work to do now. The Gladiators finished this map with some time to spare, which is, again, like on Circuit Royale, a big deal.
I would say as well, Happy is a very good player, like we know that. Like Panapan has had a really strong series on the Sojourn thus far, and as I said, able to take out Krillin. It is not an easy matchup to go like head-to-head in terms of like a a hit scan type of role with somebody like Happy, but Panapan's been sick today.
I also want to point out that obviously Patapan comes from being a pro player in a game that's really about like sharp aim and positioning. Before he came back into the Overwatch League, right? I mean, the guy was finding success there, so I feel like Sojourn's pretty decent for him. I think it kind of does a lot of things that he wants. Okay, it doesn't have to crouch and spray control so much, but again, it suits him really well. He did. You saw the final seconds of that last round get himself into a bit of like a dangerous situation, but Patapan's the kind of player that will take those risks here, where Kevster, can really make up for that sort of with his consistency. So it works as a boon for the Glads, whereas for other teams, maybe it would work against.
So see Kevster just trying to hold down that like right-hand alley.
Yeah.
The Tracer got by, and see he's just shot that Krillin. Comes around the corner with a volley of orbs. So gonna lose Kepser, but they had him in that position, like Reiner and Panapan trying to look down the choke.
Reiner's having trouble with Shu at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he loses out that battle. He gets him with a Biter Grenade, I think, but there is some help as Decay comes to the rescue. Now Krillin has a very safe angle. Kepster is going deep. He's going deep for this one. He's nanoed and still is scared of the Zen. Doesn't know what to do about it. Krillin causing him all sorts of problems.
Zen is just a tank at the moment.
He'll kick you. He'll straight dragon kick you into a wall. A nice pulse there. Reiner obviously in power block. Can't do too much about the pulse bomb as it comes in. The Justice will eventually move back to the point. Don't freak out. They've got 2 ticks and they're almost there, and there we have it.
And Decay will turn back, kill Kipster. Krillin's point of view had to be pretty epic. I think he's getting healed by Vigilante. And then also, you have Kipster miss a few shots where the passive kicks in with the supports. Unable to start to get some of that healing. And man, he was impossible.
I mean, he went from comic relief character to final boss in the snap of her fingers. That's pretty impressive. And he seems to be nanoed, like
going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, tons here for the Justice. I think you feel really good about this. It looks all predicated on a big pick from Krillin and then Reiner biting off balls Nick and Chew against another backliner. I think Vigilante's had a really good debut game here, Matt. And Happy continues to deliver.
Is Happy able to get one? That'll be Patty using the overclock.
What is this?
He's just trying to challenge. I mean, he knows they need a pick. They need some type of kill to stop the push.
Oh, he
There it
gets
is.
it as well. You can see just the pure force of will from Patapan. He says, I have to do this. I must find a pick, and so it is so.
That's huge. It's going to be a play from Kevser and Reiner that ends up... He lives through that. That's a nano. It's a nano on the Grillin.
Vigilante gets turned into a crime-fighting pancake.
What is going on?
You've got to get back. You've got to get back to the card.
Come on.
Patapan. No idea. He's done it. Oh, my Lord. A C9 from the Gladiators is Decay. Just breaks their spirits.
All right, well, so the Justice don't really have to do much of anything outside of like roll back by their spawn to be able to have the gate just walk it in. What is this map currently? This is getting a little wild here, Mitch.
I mean, maybe it gives extra context to why we saw a nano on that Zen. It might have been the call was just to try and create as much attention or take as much attention away. While Decay did that, but it's a real lapse in judgment from one of our top teams in the Overwatch League. We'll be clear about that. All right, Gladiators. They are once again conscious.
It's huge, like slow things let us down, kind of get it back in your favor. Is so that's a nice sleep there. Ooh, both hit by a biotic grenade though. They're gonna have to wait just a second.
Thanks.
Quite the Kobe. That's a nice little angle to land that bio from Shu, who's leagues away.
It might be able to get back. Yeah, I was going to say the Doom wasn't really working out. I was wondering when they were going to do something like go back to the Winston and how they used it in map number 1. Obviously not against the Sigma comps there, but still, the Winston was very effective.
Again, just ignoring Kalios until he's forced to commit. Just like this. And here, Kevster, he's in the backline, finds a huge stick, and whoop, all of a sudden, no healing for the Justice. You cannot ask for much more than that, Matt. That's a 2-player dive executed flawlessly.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Kevs are looking for Happy, but Kalios was so weak, able to finish him off. So that is a perfectly executed dive right there.
And I want to just mention how hard that is to do, Matt, because in Overwatch 2, it feels like it's Tracer. You need to get a lot closer to put real pressure down on your opponents. And now with Zen being stronger in so many ways and having that kick, it's even harder as Tracer to make things happen.
So much time being burnt off the clock here with these like early pickoffs in favor of the Gladiators for the Justice. But things are looking good, and then now you're gonna have to wait here. You may not start your next fight till like a minute 30-ish on the clock.
I mean, this is how you make up for a pretty egregious Charles, son of Charles VIII, in that previous sort of stanza. So, a couple minutes made up here. I mean, you've got to find a different way to say it. I just cannot say the same thing 5,000 times. It's just, it's
all 5 ults here for the Justice.
Yeah, well, we knew they had them previously as well and weren't able to convert on them. So, they've been saving this up. A minute 22 on the clock. Happy very close to the right here, but he's getting burnt down! Oh, the man! He did not use overclock at the very least here, but the Justice, the rest of them may be forced to use these ultimates, and so they do. Nano for Vigilante, again. Kalios had to use his, and Decay's Pulse kept to the only casualty, and that's lovely awareness from Reiner. Vigilante almost gets away with that too.
Yeah, and he does a really nice job there, Reiner. Like, uses the Winston jump with a little right click that connects onto Vigilante, then the jump pack damage, and then a little bit of the extra damage, plus some teammate stuff. He's dead.
Oh my!
Just gets Decay around the corner. That's huge.
Again, it's one of the highest value things you can do with this ultimate. Get a Tracer mid-flight.
Yeah, he has been connected today on these rails. See how aggressive they're trying to be with Reiner now, and they know he has
the body block.
Yeah.
That's stunning from Reiner. He's here with a Discord orb as well, just doesn't care because he knows he has Primal here. This is what's all but over for the Justice now, unless they do something really cheeky. But I mean, anyone can look at the top of the screen and see the cards moving backwards. Reiner took an ungodly amount of damage there and gets out alive. That's very disciplined.
So you do have the Transcendence and Overclock here. Happy's going to need to get a few kills with this, and you might have the Transcendence to be able to fight on the card. The Transcendence comes out early.
Happy. Nothing yet. But even a broken Overclock is right. Twice a day. Fortunately, Decay is helping him out. Kev's still looking at, again, pressure with Decay hot on his heels here. Reiner's gone down. Decay the one to step up in that previous fight. This is beautiful stuff. Kevster, I really don't know what he's expecting to get done from this position except stall Decay out, and that's all he really does. Overtime now for the Justice. Last stretch here.
Yeah, he's building up a pulse bomb there, just kind of occupying Decay. You're going to come back for the Gladiators. Reiner with a switch over to the Doomfist, so try and build up Shu's Nano in any way possible.
Skewed sends a volley of orbs, but it reveals his position. He gets taken down, and it's a deep extension here for the Washington Justice. And Nanobu's given over towards Reiner and Kalios respectively, but Kempster finds the pulse bomb and happy. And Decay is down, no DPS, and well, an aversion to standing on the card again for the Justice. Hunter making it clear in the chat. Yeah, they had 3 players. They had 2 DPS missing, and card is lava, Matt. This is the way it goes. We actually saw the Armored Titan and the Card Titan join forces in that round.
Yeah, Panavan had another really strong map. I think the Justice looked much better playing those slower comps, based around that Sigma. You can't do it every map, though, but I think that's kind of the right direction in terms of how this team's getting the best results currently.
Yeah. Kalios not happy, unsurprisingly. They're always a bit more of a hot-headed individual, and he'll be feeling the burn after that round. Stick around, everybody. The Justice need to figure it out, and they've got one more map to do so. The global clash of East and West is almost here. Head to the fan art gallery and share your art celebrating which team you think will take the win during our first global tournament of the year. Now, on this note, Matt, I didn't want to let this pass without mentioning it. I did see a little cheeky tweet from you about maybe creating some more artwork. I think it's the best way to describe it. A la in the style of Kyle. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're planning? Because a lot of our community artists are getting a bit excited about this.
Yeah, no, I've heard. Yeah, I was at a winery and Chelsea was making fun of my art and said,
"Well, that explains it all."
Other people, and I was like, "Hey, that sounds."
You had me at you were at a winery, Matt. I'll be honest with you, but
so I'm down. I think the next thing I'm going to draw is I'm going to draw the desk.
Okay.
I think
in the style of Carl.
I think I'm going to draw the desk in my art style.
Okay.
You know, maybe I'll even kind of film the whole creative process. They could probably fit into a YouTube short, just with kind of, maybe take a look.
I would actually like to see the B-roll of like you
know,
just hitting the snooze button on the alarm at like 4:30 a.m., getting up, going for a run, sun's just coming up, rise and grind, and then a slow panning shot over the shoulder of you with a piece of paper in front of you, just smelling the paper, breathing in, getting that sort of, inspiration that you obviously leverage to create these great works. I think that'd be pretty insightful stuff. You know what's been insightful for me though? Every time we try and do analysis, Patapon gets 2 kills. And then basically wins the point for his team. He gets subbed out though because, there's no justice in the world. There's about to be no justice in this match at this rate as Arndt comes in at DPS.
Yeah, so as we go into Dorado, Arndt will come in. You think to fully expect to play like a Widowmaker, right? Skewed stays in for the Glads, and then you'll have a Mag who comes in for the Justice. That tells you you're going to see some Winston-based compositions.
All right. Chance here for the Washington Justice to reverse their fortunes now. Mag comes back into the lineup. Someone we've seen less of over the last couple of weeks here as the Justice have been testing the Kalio's plan. We know what Mag's capable of. We've seen him on the Doom, seen him on the Ryan, seen him on the Winston. Plenty of options here. But it has to happen now for the Justice because they're running out of rope. Gladiators hog-tied him for those first 2 maps. And again, bringing Arndt in always means we're going to get something a little bit more heavy in the hit scan direction. Now, could be Sojourn, but we know what this guy does on the Widowmaker, and it might be a bit of a meta call here as he'll outrange Happy if Happy's on that Sojourn.
Yeah, you know he's able to play the Widowmaker. Something like a Sojourn, right? Kind of fits right into Arndt's wheelhouse. The Justice, we'll see. I mean, are they going to play the Wrecking Ball here? Could possibly play that. It's obviously Wrecking Ball seems to be pretty strong in a lot of different compositions right now. It's just like the mem geometry doesn't really play great for Wrecking Ball here. In terms of like grapples and whatnot, and like accessing high ground makes it a little bit harder. We'll see though. It looks like it'd be like that's what they're going to go with. For the Gladiators, Arndt will TP a few players up to the high ground, and then I'm thinking maybe a double sniper setup here.
Arndt will probably TP Reiner, or Reiner jumps. Yeah, okay, this is a very standard anti-dive defense setup, but Mag is waiting for exactly that. Reiner might switch here as he sees the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
What will it be though? Pardon?
Yeah.
All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys. Reiner's on the Roadhog.
Well, obviously Roadhog we do not see often in Owl.
Matt, you had a great Roadhog game the other night.
They're trying to catch me off guard. Oh, my Roadhog is elite.
I think you forgot that his ultimate is now channeled. Mag, oh dear, Reiner search him up.
I was gonna say for a he goes legend. Well, for a team that's a little bit disjointed, right? When they play aggressive, Roadhog like feasts on teams like that.
I
right?
can't believe
I think if Roadhog is like a pub stomping like hero in a way.
This is the Overwatch League. This isn't your bloody quick play games.
Yeah, I know. Oh, is that?
Reiner just took a drink after getting antied. I'm saying it was on purpose.
No, it wasn't. It's not on purpose.
I'm sure of it.
Cart's made some pretty good progress here. So,
Decay.
Is Decay gonna commit to hunting down Shu?
I mean, I'm scared of Shu. He just ruined Krillin's day.
All right, so they hold on. They stabilize a little bit. Reiner looks to be staying on the Hog for now. We'll see. They got to play so cautious. You know, one hook. A lot of like insta-kill potential with Roadhog, Zen, Hanzo, Widowmaker. And you don't even have to go, let's say you don't even have to go for like the Wrecking Ball if you're Reiner. Like just occupying the space on the cart makes it very difficult for like some of these flankers to even just come out and make a play. So.
All right, Krillin able to survive a little of the time, but that's a nice little double from Decay. You need those, and they are rare indeed, Matt. 2-player pulse bomb kills, that's what bails the Justice out of trouble.
As the fight goes down in that back right corner, doesn't look like Ans can really get a sight line on it. Really nice pulse bomb from Decay. Looks like who did he stick this on?
Zen.
Shoe, and then he stuck it on the shoe and then walked back into Kevster, so quite unfortunate.
Well, here we go again. Ironic considering it was the Washington Justice.
He's good.
Even if he gets hit by it, he just sort of backs up. It's too risky to push him, even if he's bioed. Shoe down though, Mag dives into the back line. Skewed goes to the Immortality field again. The Gladiators are getting baited into walking into that right-hand side building, and they're getting caught by that anti and by the dive. Kevster finds 2 huge picks here, and if we factor in spawn advantage, there might be something here, but Mag's looking pretty clean.
I mean, maybe. You're getting down to below a minute. You're going to have almost all of your ultimates here for the Gladiators. And we'll see. You know, the minefield on the cart really make it difficult. This will be Ons with the sights. This is obviously going to help Reiner on the Roadhog, right? Able to find an easy hook.
Ons just hasn't done a whole lot this round, unfortunately. Not yet, anyway. Hasn't had the advantage. Mag stunned, hooked in, hit with a Discord Orb. Dragon Strike now to give Reiner some freedom on that left-hand side. Kick back on the ball. Shu sends him packing. Mag able to avoid getting hooked there, but we're close to a whole hog. Remember now, you don't have to use it all at once. Reiner, be pretty scary right now. There's going to be an amplification matrix in play. Pulse drop, no connection. Decay walks head first into some buckshot, and here comes the whole hog. Sleep Dart comes out immediately, but Reiner still gets to use his ultimate now, and Mag gets torn to absolute shreds. As he comes back over the top, Reiner removes him, and that's that first checkpoint for the Glads, hog and all.
And the Roadhog is insane knockback with the whole hog. Is Reiner going to stay on this? Yeah. Gonna keep going with it, so why not?
Disrespect of the utmost.
Why is it disrespect?
All right, okay.
They can play the Batiste with this. They can play the Zen. Like,
all right, you tell me
the burst damage to take out.
You tell me about Roadhog's mechanisms of controlling high ground. I'll wait.
Well, look, high ground, you know, overrated.
Don't tell me the
Roadhog.
No, you just said that.
You know, double sniper. High ground's overrated.
Right.
Just snipe them out, obviously.
Yeah, Ans.
No, there is no way for them to control the high ground. That is accurate. His body is so large, though, that they control the cart.
Yeah, because the cart follows his gravitational pull. I get it. All right. Immortality field here. Decay will dispatch that quickly. Where's the backup for this backline? Ans may not need it there as he sends one whistling past Decay. Reiner looking like confused Travolta now as he gets corralled.
You may want to consider the Widowmaker switch here, especially if you can't access like that high ground. So we do have some
Kevster Tracer.
Kevster goes over to the Tracer. So okay, so we do have a Wrecking Ball in play. You'll have Ons stay on the Widow. This is probably easier for the Wrecking Ball, the Widowmaker to play with. Just creates a little bit more space. So you
all right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Decay pressuring Kevster down here with a Discord Orb, but it's Decay's recall that has to be used first. Now pressure's on. Kevster wants to chase this at least. Mean that Decay has to respect a little more, and there it is, the headshot from Arns. Look where he's sat, pretty safe, but he's going to be pressured by the Wrecking Ball now. It's going to be Arns and Shu against the ball. Minefield to force him back into the corner, but they got what it takes to stave Mag off. One more hit, and Skewed finds it.
Yeah, they're able to live in the back here. It's going to be a nice shot there on Krillin, going to back him up a little bit. So, Ons goes right up to the high ground, not scared at all. Oh, they slept Krillin.
Yep, that's huge. He has that Transcendence, and Vigilante cannot be saved. Krillin gets woken up by the pile driver here, but Reiner takes so much damage on the way down. Clever by Krillin. He's able to wake up, put a Discord Orb on Reiner before he drops out of line of sight. That's clean, but that's even cleaner. Arns finds yet another Tracer headshot. Unbelievable value. And now Mag's forced to play car, which means Arns Mag can take to the high ground.
Oh no, Happy gets a flank there on Onso, is able to take him out. And maybe he thought Zen was going to get dove there. Uses the Disruptor shot, and that's going to be the Transcendence.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Happy, how much longer does that overclock last him? Does he have any rails left? Yes, Shu gets taken down as he comes out of that Transcendence here. Glad's down to 3, make it 2. Kevster removed, and Krillin will be sat on the card. Good finish from the Washington Justice. The Gladiators lose a lot of their time trying to attack first point.
Yeah, and not able to make it to that second checkpoint. So you get off to a good start if you're the Justice, and you have a great opportunity to win this map.
I think with what we've seen from the Justice so far, the Mag Wrecking Ball has been really nice. 7 final blows, 3 deaths for him. Managing to do a heck of a lot, especially up against the composition with the Roadhog that you think is kind of tailored to shut him down, right? Hog Hook plus Discord Orb. Pretty bad stuff for the Wrecking Ball, and yet I think we see like 3 minutes made up by the Justice on defense there, which really, really matters. Coolin and Vigilante both, 4 final blows each. Pretty solid contributions overall. And the Widowmaker, Matt, I mean, Arns doesn't really get rolling, I think, on the attacking side. He finds 2 huge eliminations on Traces, right? We saw those, the headshots. Yeah. They don't convert to much, and he only finds 1 other final blow besides that. So
is it a bit easier on defense here with this type of composition?
Well, yes. I mean, Arns didn't have access to high ground. He actually had to play defensively as an attacking Widow, so his opportunities to shoot opponents were pretty limited.
And no opportunity to really peel with a Roadhog in play, right?
This is why you should be excited, though, about this matchup, Matt, because we have Happy versus Arns. I mean, the only way it gets better if his Kai is in the mix somehow. Like, you have some of the best Widowmakers in the league about to put on a show for us.
We'll see who will get the better of the Widowmaker battle here. I think Happy has a little bit of advantage if he's been in the whole series. Right? Arns just comes in for this match.
Yeah. Arns' curse, really, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when Patapan was playing so good, but Arns is, I mean, his aim has never been bad, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's also fairly used to coming in as a bit of a fixer here, right? It's kind of his role on this team. Reiner, the obnoxious Winston high ground defensive hold here is well and truly underway. This is what you do. You just drop down, throw shield, pressure Widow, pressure healing. Force cooldowns, jump up, and you're good to go. Nah, that may be not what Reiner was hoping for.
Yeah, maybe he thought he was actually going to end up on the roof, yeah.
I mean, it's fine. It's like it's like a 6-second cooldown, right? Starts as soon as you jump. So easy as Winston to cycle between the high and low ground, but that's Happy finding Kevster here. Now, where's Arns been? Hard to say, really. Arns forced out of these sidelines.
Yeah, Arns is just getting dope here by Mag. Mag and Decay putting so much pressure on him. He had to back all the way up. There's a point where Arns was like contesting the cart.
If Happy comes away from this round with the dominant scoreline, half of that can be attributed to Mag. Half the reason why Arns didn't do anything in the previous round, or didn't do much, was because of that Wrecking Ball pressure. And Happy has so much space to work with now. Reiner's not in the position to put pressure on the enemy Widowmaker. He can only stall the card. This is where Happy can shine.
Yeah, they're gonna need this. The Gladiators gonna need some big picks here. As they're already down a player. Kevs are gonna come back on the Tracer.
This angle, oh, it's so good. And the cart's just moving. Gladiators give up a lot of ground. They've decided they cannot cede any more territory. Happy gets topped up, but Decay finds the pulse bomb. If it's not Happy, it's his offsider. Arns attempts to take the disguise there, and he'll get away for a time, but I think Happy's chasing him with a grappling hook. Decay with a Discord Orb. It's an easy pick off on Reiner, and the Justice look 10 times better so far.
Absolutely. When they got this Widowmaker battle is going in their favor. Is Happy has hit some really huge shots in this half. And then Mag being able to be a difference maker on the Wrecking Ball. Getting into the backline, making it pretty difficult for Shu Skewed and Arns.
Here's Decay here. Just cover the pulse bomb, Matt. Winging it indeed. And that's where Arns has to run away. So the Gladiators still need to get Arns involved in this round somehow. They have that high ground control, but for how long? Infra sight, that's Happy's infra sight. Arns doesn't have one yet, so this is a little scary for the defenders.
Reiner goes in. He's going to have Primal. They're going to end up using the Nano on him first, though.
How many kicks does it take to get Reiner away? Another Nano gets given to Krillin, and Reiner's happy to force that cooldown. Forces Happy from the high ground. Another cooldown here. Transcendence this time. Oh my. Oh my. Pretty clean from Reiner. Wishing you do an Element Mystic wall at the moment, I think. He'll wait for the cooldown though.
Go over the
Yep. Easy as you like. And back to safety.
Get out of the way.
Relative safety.
Do you see with the Discord orb how much damage these tanks take?
I love this. It's relentless, this pressure on Reiner. Kester at least is going to be able to equalize, finds Decay.
Can you push this though if you're the Justice? You may have to wait a little bit for Decay. It's been such a large source of damage.
Yeah, Mag will just try and, again, occupy the backline with a Brig for Skewed, the Brig rally rather for Skewed. And there's Arns. Okay, he's found Krillin. This time, there's an unanswered infra side that Arns was able to use. It lets him get good position. He finds a key pick.
And that's brutal because you had to wait about like 20 seconds or so. Now you have to wait another maybe like 20. You lose a player here, you're in even a worse spot. Is they don't have to pop rally just yet. Not scary enough, but still, it's been about a minute dwindled off the clock in this position for the Gladiators.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of Midtown, Matt. The Gladiators really let the Justice into the game and then find, again, just take another gear, find a really staunch defense on the last phase of the map. Mag, though, is another beast entirely. But Arns has picked off Krillin once more. They dying first, finally living up to his name.
All right, so you're going to lose Arns here, but they've been able to hold on to this rally the entire time. They've not had to use that key ultimate just yet.
Apologies to those that can get motion sickness there, but the Justice will without both their backliners for a time. So Mag just trying to keep some presence for his team, but they have to give that up now.
And Reiner doing a much better job tracking Happy here. Happy not able to just take these sight lines with ease. Kevster makes his way to the high ground. Walls here, and there's no counter.
Decay taking a ton of damage, so much so that it's really dangerous for him to try and move the cart forward, but Happy, he's found the opening.
Now you'll need this rally. The cart, please. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mag sends it forward. There's still a minute 12 on the clock. Bear that in mind. The Gladiators get in defensive positions and Happy is brought down. So a 4v4 with respawns coming back. First for the Glads, but that's a stick. Nice one. Arns goes down. Decay now considers his next target, but Kepster's got a nano boost on him here. He's a little scary right now. Kepster really just wants to be immovable for as long as possible. He sees Krillin. He forces the Transcendence out. That's high-value stuff here for the Gladiators. Can they back away? Can they avoid getting picked off with that healing in place? Shoe's already been taken down, but the Primal's there for Reiner. And he's going to stay asleep. The Justice managed to get it done. Granted, yeah, look, a little bit of an interesting composition served up initially from the Gladiators, but the Justice show us they can close out, and they do so in style.
Yeah, and maybe they found something, right? You know, you got this Wrecking Ball in play. Happy able to play the Widowmaker here. I think that was really a big difference, you know, in the battle versus him and Arns. I think he played great. Can't do that on every map, but no, the Wrecking Ball, the long-range hit scan, maybe that's the answer.
It is 3-0 Predators in absolute shambles right now. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 4 poses an opportunity for this reverse sweep attempt to continue. if you were, down the store getting some milk, if you ran out and you want a summation of that previous round, then I looked to modern-day poet Matthew Morello, first of his name, who says his body is so large that they control the cart. Thank you, Matt Morello.
No problem. Anytime. I mean, Roadhog is just a unit. I mean... Yes.
Do go on. Do go on, Matt.
I mean,
tell me more about the Rhino Roadhog pick on Dorado attack.
Did he not occupy the cart?
I mean, I would say that in three-dimensional space, Rhino filled some of it. There were definitely some pixels dedicated to his in-game presence. What I would say, though, obviously, is that the Gladiators lost a lot of time on point A, obviously trying to work the Roadhog into a position to start to threaten the backline. It was very threatening to Mag, who often spent time circumventing him here. So Padawan comes back in here. Note that Mag remains in the lineup for the Justice, and we have Funny Astro coming in here. We're headed to push, Matthew.
Which is scary for the Gladiators because it's like a coin flip, right? The Justice come out, you win the first fight or two, you push that bar far enough that it's going to be difficult to match that. So Gladiators need to get off to a really good start or else you could be staring down the barrel of a Game 5.
Yeah, these kind of matches can get out of hand pretty quickly, but what we know about the Gladiators, Matt, is when there's a real game that has to be won, a map that must be won, well, they take it away. Think about their performance over in Texas there. At the kickoff clash, the Gladiators were crowned champions of that event for a darn good reason. They were the best team in the West. And they're looking to continue that streak now, especially when, that title has an asterisk because online, the Shock have been pretty darn nasty and are developing at their own pace.
What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Let's recap. What has an asterisk?
Well, no, just the title of Best of the West, just because the Shock have been so flawless so far in this stage still. So we want to continue to see them go head-to-head. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not true. They're definitely the best. They proved it at LAN. However, they need to keep pace with teams like the Shock who are bound to be improving in leaps and bounds, especially while bringing someone like Mikey in to the roster, and that's just been my TED Talk.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my opinion of it is like, even though the Gladiators don't have an undefeated regular season record, they went to LAN and beat everybody there and they won, so like they are the best in the West.
Yeah.
Until we see them go to an event and lose, right?
Damn, that's actually so based.
Yeah.
Based after
two regular season losses, I think. No, don't equal out a whole LAN tournament win there.
It is a font size 6 asterisk, in fairness.
Right, yeah.
A little one. All right. Around the outside go the Gladiators. All right, Kurtz to try to put some pressure in the backline here. Happy takes an early hit, but Krilla gets stunned up initially by Reiner, who slept, and Bio, and it still doesn't matter because Funny Astro cleans him up.
Krillin takes a massive shot right at the beginning from Reiner. Reiner just punches him in the mouth. Just comes right out of nowhere. And a biotic grenade follows that up, and yeah, I mean, once you get that like massive punch, like it kind of came from like the side where like Reiner had a punch like lined up, and then Kevster came in as well, and there was nothing they could do to keep Krillin up.
I mean, he stunned, lost half his health.
Yeah.
I think everything plus the kitchen sink went in Reiner's direction, right? Like Bio sleep, it was all there, but no, not enough when your Doomfist makes such a perfect landing. And we're well and truly off to the races here for the Glads. Funny Astro finally brought to an end. His reign of terror has stopped, but the Gladiators are trading kill for kill here, and they are advancing the bot even still.
Yes, Mag is going to get low. You may actually be able to get to like this first checkpoint here.
That would be nutty. There's no way. Look, I mean, they're happy with 52 right on that first push. That's insane.
All right, yeah, they're going to back up. It was, Kevster took a lot of damage there, and now Mag over to the Doomfist. So is this the composition we didn't love with the Justice, right? Where they had the Doomfist in the mix and they were trying to play aggressive. It was Kalios playing it at the beginning, though.
Yes, but I think it had a lot more to do about like how dive was executed, right? Mag on the Doomfist now, this makes you wonder like why Kalios gets subbed in. Maybe Mag doesn't want to play the Doom, but has to now. Either way, it's a trade of Doomfists here as Krillin gets the better of Kevster at long range. Decay knocked off course a little bit here. He's not able to find the pulse bomb connection, but that is a stunning bio grenade from Shu. Unfortunately, there's a great one from Krillin, Vigilante, excuse me, as well.
Yeah, so the bot will get moving in favor of the Justices. Yeah, I think maybe Kalios is in at the beginning because maybe there's some other tanks you want to play. Maybe you wanted to play like Sigma potentially eventually, or I know something else, even like a Zarya, let's say. But now having Mag in here to just play this Doom. Now you win another fight here. It's Biotic Grenade Kexa 2. You're in a spot to get close to matching where the Gladiators are at.
The Glads are back though. This is all. Reiner cancels the punch there. He knows he gets Nano and he just wants to close the gap consistently. Funny Astro, meanwhile, just knocking heads together as Krillin again.
Yeah.
Taken to the scrapyard.
It's so difficult for the Zen here in this type of position, especially when they're running the Lucio with the Doomfist, just run you down. The first fight, no, it was a huge shot that comes right to the face of Krillin from Reiner with a punch. And then this time, they kind of like, he uses the punch, goes a little bit deeper, then turns around and sees Krillin, lined off.
Patapon is, this guy's unreal.
Well, this is how we were, before the season, right? Where like, people were playing like the Alpha and like teams were getting ready to scrim and like talking about what was being played. A lot of teams were saying like, oh, I know Sojourn with like a Reaper, which you were just kind of like, oh, that doesn't really make much sense. But they were using Sojourn in like these dive compositions, like these brawly dive compositions, because her primary fire is like pretty fast rate of fire, and also building up those rail shots. The rail does so much damage.
I also think Disruptor Shot was a bit overtuned at the time as well, if you recall.
Yes.
It was doing like extra damage to shields, I think, but it did extra damage to everything instead. So maybe one of the reasons why they wanted the Sojourn there. Kind of cheesy use of her, but here you can see, Matt, I think your point is that the way that she's used is a little different now, really working towards the rail efficiency because it's easy to hit.
She's not used in compositions. No, I think she probably excels in compositions like this, where she can play really fast and aggressive, and like that medium to long range, or even medium to short, where you're not going to play her in like long range pokey style compositions, right? Then that's where the Hanzo and the Widowmaker definitely end up taking over the Sojourn.
All right, that's a pulse for Kevster, unsuccessful. Pressure on from Decay, always looking to take the 1v1. But it's actually happy the headlines this fight. Ooh, nicely done. Catches Funny Astro by his little toe. But 91 plays 18 here, Matt. It's a big lead.
And we're halfway through the game now. So 5 minutes on the clock left. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's going to take how many fights in a row probably here for the Justice. This one looks like it could be a win. But you're looking at needing to string together 2-3. A few ultimates used here for the Gladiators too, with that specifically the Nano on a Reiner. So maybe you can actually start to make some of this progress up.
Reiner and Mag, respectively, neither are really completing these kills. They're really being used just as initiation tools and disruption. We've seen like situations where, Muse, I use that example again, comes out with like top final blows in his team. Both these Dooms only have that one final blow. Decay is 8-2 though right now, dominating in the Tracer battle, double the kills of Kevster.
The Justice have to back out of this position too, Mitch. They don't want to fight in that choke, going up against a team controlling the high ground. So they almost have to back out towards like mid-map, and then let the Gladiators come on in and fight from this position. But the Gladiators can just kind of keep like letting this go back and forth, right? The Gladiators don't need to touch the bot at this moment in time. It's like nobody wants to touch the bot.
They're not incentivized to do that anyway. Well, this is where the Justice kind of want to fight them.
Yeah, the Justice don't want to keep pushing it back, even though they get the more progress, and they want to fight in this area of the map.
Transcendence from Krillin, sleep on Mag, but it is interrupted as Decay finds another pulse connection, and Reiner whistles past Krillin. Mag takes a ton of damage as he goes in, and Reiner is really, he had about 70 HP and he still dives in there. He's either just, completely unhinged or really trusts his team. Leave that up to you. Decay might lose this one. He does. Backhanded from Kevster.
So that's probably worst case there for the Justice, right? You want to fight in the middle of the map. They end up using a bunch of their ultimates and they lose that fight. And look at this, the Gladiators, they just run away. It seems odd, right? But like there's no incentive for them to really, because to push at that point, you're going to have to use ultimates, right? So there's really no reason. Like you already have 91 meters. There's no reason.
But if you have 5
really
ults, don't you think you'd go for it? Like, do you really want to be that bland? You have 5 ultimates and maybe you have to play from low ground. Like, come on, they just play Roadhog, for God's sake.
I mean, you're definitely taking the safest path possible by doing that. This.
Oh my, Kevster. Okay. So we'll see what happens now, where they're able to sort of stop the bot about midway and push it back again. And this is kind of one of the features of
game for like ever.
Yeah, so one of the features of push, right? Which is why I like to added 2 minutes. I thought, okay, that's great because teams have a chance to come back with the extra time, but also there's more time you can get locked in this neutral, right? Look at that, Ryan. It says, no, we're good here. We're going to back away. And pro players are very good at doing this, chat and viewers. They tend to play in the safest way possible. That's why Ghost was born in the first place. The lowest risk composition possible.
If you're playing the beta currently, this is not you. Do not run away from the bot. You probably have a good chance to complete.
All right. Happy finds 2 there, and the Justice are able to push back now. 1:50 left in the round.
And they didn't use that many ultimates either.
No, he's getting away with it too. What? The smooth criminal? Okay. Yeah, he always got away with that. Mr. Hackaway, you're a little unhinged. Okay, I like it.
The Justice didn't have to use a ton to get the cart moving, so maybe they're able to keep this going. Oh, nice sleep there by Shu. You see Mag, he gets the nano. Slept up top.
Yeah, my guy got his sleep number. He ain't getting up at all. He's out. Vigilante. Patapan had his number as well, apparently, as Mag gets caught. So the Glads trudge on back. Pickaxes over their shoulders. Another day at work.
Move it to? They're probably going to move it right to that choke. They're going to wait and kind of have this same back and forth like yo-yo action where you're kind of going up and down the same alleyway. Yeah, just let the bot go. Interesting. They actually have Kevster under the bridge. Yeah,
okay.
So Kevster actually under the bridge.
They get the front spawn. Oh, man. It's very easy to get the front spawn once you get that checkpoint the first time, right? And it's just handy. It means the Gladiators don't risk getting blown out by something unexpected. Sound barrier there. Glads want to fight. If they fight here, then they can push it further, but it's going to be a barrier from Krillin. The only ultimate available to the Justice in this fight. They better make it count. Vigilante in trouble.
Yeah, the long fight is just gonna. The long fight's gonna pay off for the Gladiators so much. They end up using the sound barrier a little bit later, like almost like halfway through. And
the bots are pushing that.
Justice.
They're doing something.
Justice.
Patapan. Goated.
And they could just get away from it.
No. You stick to that. You stay with the bot here. You're in overtime now. The Gladiator's going to see how far they can get here. Reiner gets punched by Mag. He's definitely dead. And this sets up our overtime scenario now, as that pulse bomb is more of an ornament than anything else.
Can you? This is a very long run back, though. I mean, you're going to have to double your actual push.
I don't think you can. There are no ultimates for the Gladiators here, though. A neutral fight in general is about to ensue, unless Patapan is cold with it.
Oh, well, hold on, okay.
There he is, finds Vigilante. Gotta get him close. We have Kevster in this round multiple times because you keep letting the bot move back to the middle of the map, son! Mag, blown up there, railed from Paddy. He has that overclock and he's ready to roll. That will be that. Only one player left on the bot here, and that is Krillin, eventually brought down. And so fall the Washington Justice. A spurt of competitiveness in this last part of the series, but sadly, as is often the case, it is not enough.
So, I think the Gladiators obviously, look good today. I don't think it was like peak Gladiators. Map 2 and 3, much better looks from the Justice. I know Vigilante, I think, had a really good first series in Owl. And then even here on Push, right? Honestly, the first part of the map, like the first fight and like push of the map was really what decided it. Like that was the Gladiators' best push the entire time. And after that, like the progress they were getting was just off of like the bot resetting to the middle, forcing the fights there, and then going all the way to the distance. So not a bad performance from the Justice today. I think Vigilante definitely makes a difference in terms of this lineup. I think if they're going to play these aggressive lineups, whether it's with a Doomfist or a Wrecking Ball, they got to get on the same page and figure out what the actual team objective is, because sometimes it looked really disjointed.
I feel really good about Mag's Wrecking Ball. I think on Dorado, yeah, it played up against the Roadhog, right? But even we saw Rhino make the switch. There might be something there, I think, for this team. Thought that was really clean. Obviously, Roadhog's always a little bit wacky. The Gladiators more than happy to try something a little bit different. And Kalios is still working on that Doomfist, right? So you have both your tanks trying to extend their hero pools right now. Now, a loss here for the Justice is actually going to guarantee a couple of teams a clinch spot in the mid-season Madness qualifiers. So, yeah, the Gladiators have helped out a few of their fellow teams. Hopefully, we'll have our truck elaborate on that a little bit more in the break. But let's talk about a player of the match. We don't often give this to people to get subbed out. Sometimes, though, it's necessary. And I think in this case, it is, right? Yeah. Patapan really opened up a lot of key fights. I thought, you know, they would look really comfortable, the Glads that is, playing the Ryan May setup, Matt. And then when we saw Sojourn Midtown, great example. He opens his fights with 2 perfect picks and just paves the way for a Glad's victory. It's just really clean play from him.
Well, you see how difficult it was. Like, it was only one map, right? And, you know, Ons comes in playing pretty cold, but you see how good Happy is on some of these, like, hit scan heroes on a map like Dorado. And with the way that Patty was playing throughout the entire series, whether it was, like, on a Sojourn or May, he was a huge difference maker. I felt like every time he got the overclock, he was picking up like a kill or two. Really a fantastic series.
Yeah, big fan of this. Really nice railgun accuracy. Many of those, you know, equating to insta picks with these headshots here. And he's finding it on people like Krillin, right? He's really able to punish backliners that are trying to play more aggressively. I think Happy tried to do much of the same thing, but I remind everybody at home that the floor for Sojourn's impact is quite high because there are so many of our pro players that are very, very good at playing sort of hit scan based roles, or if there's insta-kill potential, you're going to see this kind of stuff happen very often. So fantastic performance from Patapan and the rest of the Gladiators here. Finding Astro showcasing that aggressive Lucio style and really getting punished for it as well, which is always handy to have for the Gladiators. We've got another match to go. I'm going to take a breather. I'm a bit loopy today, in case you can't tell. So it's going to be a bit of a wild one. Stick around for more of that. We're going to head back to the truck and have our crew break down some of these implications maybe for the rest of the table here in the Mid-Season Madness qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
All aboard the Shoo Shoo train, everybody. I'm here joined now by, there you go, Shu from Los Angeles Gladiators for the game break. Shu, congratulations on the win. I mean, 3-1. I think it was a pretty decisive win for the Los Angeles Gladiators. However, I'm gonna be honest, I was sort of running out of questions for the Los Angeles Gladiators because I talk to you guys often, but you guys were nice enough to, give me a question. So I do have to ask about the Dorado pick, the hog composition. What was, was that sort of a strategy that you guys thought of beforehand, or was it just, a spontaneous thing that you guys did? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 아무래도 이제 그 도라도의 이제 우리 또 글래디 팀의 호그 픽을 좀 물어봐야 될 것 같아요. 어떻게 보면 좀 되게 재밌기도 한데 이게 원래 좀 이제 연습이 돼 있던 건지 아니면 그냥 월선 산대로 좀 그냥 재밌게 플레이를 하기 위한 거였는지 뭐였습니까?
저희가 스크림 때 이제 그 많은 그 좀 시도를 많이 했었는데 이제 스크림에서 좀 잘 먹혀서 이제 대회에도 좀 꺼내보자 해서 꺼냈는데 이제 생각보다 잘 안 먹힌 경우 생각보다 잘 안 먹혔어요. 네, 저희가 좀 플레이 실수도 하기도 했고 네, 끝입니다.
네, 알겠습니다. Alright, so Shu says that, during scrims, it was actually practice. They had tried using the scrims, and apparently during scrims, it did work really well. But however, when it came for the match time, of course they made some little bit of mistakes here and there when they were running the hog composition, but mainly it just didn't work for them. Alright, but I do think that it was an interesting pick. I love hog. Go Roadhog. Alright, next question. Shu, I think everyone would agree that you are one of the best flex supports that we have in the league, but I just want to get your thoughts as one of the top flex supports in the Overwatch League. Who would you pick as your rival in the current meta and why? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 슈 선수 또 어떻게 보면 우리 리그에서 탑에 있는 좀 이제 서브 힐러 선수로서 지금 현 메타에서 라이벌 선수를 뽑자면 누가 있을까요?
라이벌이라는 건 딱히 잘 모르겠는데 이제 서브힐러 중에 잘하는 선수들은 이제 이번 시즌에 좀 되게 많이 들어왔다고 생각이 들고 이제 쇼크에 있는 서브힐러 선수들이나 아니면 썰마제, 울트라 바이올렛 등등 이제 좀 괜찮게 잘하는 선수들이 많이 들어와서 전부 다 라이벌이라 생각하고 이제 저도 가끔 대회할 때나 이제 게임할 때 실수를 좀 많이 하는 편인데 그것만 좀 줄이면 이제 조금 더 탑 서브힐러가 될 수 있을 것 같아요.
Alright, I'm gonna start off saying I don't know if all these people I could tell them or say that they're my rivals, but there are really good flex supports that came in this year. Players that are in the San Francisco Shock team, and also Surmajed and Ultraviolet. I do consider them as sort of my rivals. And I also do mistakes. I also do think that during match times I make a lot of small mistakes, but if I could just as I play more games, iron that out and correct those mistakes, I certainly do believe that I could definitely call myself a top flex support player. All right, Shu, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 인터뷰 너무도 감사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Bye, Shu.
It's always Shu or proper.
I don't know. Some people get me, That's all I'm saying.
Their favorites, except those two are her favorites.
Except from the ones who are clearly my favorites. But enough talk about Shu. There are so many more players on the server I need to talk about. First things first, Gladiators won. Washington Justice definitely had some moments as well. Costa, I want to get your thoughts on Vigilante. This was his debut performance. Did he exceed expectations? Where are we at?
He was fine. fine. I think it's very hard
Wow.
to determine how
Tough
good
love.
a player is when they played that match. Like, it's against the Gladiators.
Yeah.
It felt like the Gladiators had the upper hand for most of that match. So I think he held his own. Against a quality team like the Gladiators, he was able to stay alive. I think him and Krillin did a great job on that double flex support, making it difficult for the Gladiators dive. And, that's a difficult thing to do. But while we're looking at this Lijiang Tower, I want to point at something that I'm not necessarily too happy with. Yes, the Kalio's Doomfist came out again to much of my demise, but Krillin Lucio, is that really the path forward for the Washington Justice? Do we really think that is going to be the way in which this team is going to improve and get better? I'm not sure. I understand that maybe if they did want to play that double flex support on other rounds, then maybe. But you see here, we went over to Midtown, and the double flex support makes sense. Krillin Vigilante will definitely be a good combination for this team, and they made it work with Kalios on that Sigma. It wasn't enough for them to get the win on this map, but it was at least a good look from them, and that's a path forward, and that's the thing that we keep saying that they need to have. We went over to Dorado, the map that they did win. I think Gladiators got a tad bit silly here on this map with that Roadhog.
Come here.
Yeah, just a little bit silly. As much as Shu said that it was practice, it definitely is not conventional, to say the least. And it sort of lost them a lot of time on their own attack, and that's probably why Justice got the win. But they closed out on Coliseum with a very, very clean gameplay and strategy from them. And, the Krillin Lucio came out and did struggle once again. So some positive looks from the Justice, but I'm not sold that this team is going to be able to turn this stage around at least.
Yeah, I mean, the Gladiators, though, they got the 3-1 victory. Paddy Pound's Sojourn looked crisp for the LA Gladiators here. I do want to get back to what you said about, it is the LA Gladiators.
Yeah.
And it was Vigilante's debut performance, right? So you can't put too much into this. They are playing the Lone Spitfire, right? So maybe that's a matchup you're looking forward to instead. That's a matchup you can win, and they certainly have the tools. I'm not going to say the words that we've said so many times on this, because I'm just tired of it. But we'll see if this Washington Justice team can improve moving forward with the tools they have. So
The tools they have.
That was great, Johnny.
Very, very smooth.
I'm trying.
Put those words in our heads now at all. Now it is time to take a look at the standings, because this match result did have some implications on the overall standings for other teams who were not playing it right now. That's right. We see a lot more green on the board. With this loss of the Washington Justice, we now have the Atlanta Reign and the London Spitfire clinching their spots. And that means 2 more are up for a clinch, 2 more are up for grabs, and we do have more than one teams vying for those spots, and everything will come down to the wire, as we still of course have an entire week of qualifier matches to be played out. Now of course it's not in everyone's hands anymore whether or not they're actually going to make it in or not, and of course we also have the APAC region, which is still undecided, so things stay interesting. We are having one more match to go today as well, and that one will be fought out between the Toronto Defiant and the Paris Eternal. Are we expecting this one to be a close one, or based on Paris's shaky performance recently, do we think that Toronto is just going to roll over those?
I want it to be close. I want it to be close.
I think everyone wants it to be close.
This match deserves it. Paris Eternal, say what you will about their recent performances, but they've at least started to nail the compositions. I think they're playing the right stuff. Now they just have to improve as a team. I don't think their ultimate usage was very good the other day when we saw them play their match. It seems like Wob was feeding a little bit too much on those damage rolls, not getting value from the Genji, stuff like that. So ironing out a few mistakes. I think this is a really good matchup for the Paris Eternal. You're only going to play teams like the Toronto Defiant and below so many times in a season. So this is when you need to capitalize and really put your best foot forward. So I do think that the Paris Eternal, they've struggled so far, but I do think that they're nailing the compositions. They have the players that they want to commit to. Now they just have to iterate on the shot calling and the playmaking and stuff like that. And if they do that, I do think that they could play very closely with the Toronto Defiant today.
On the other hand, though, the Toronto Defiant, this is a game that is like a must-win cleanly. Obviously, we want to see the Paris Eternal succeed, but if you're the Toronto Defiant, we just saw they're on the edge of that clinching scenario for the mid-season tournament. I want to see them come in, have a dominant performance. They have been a little shaky so far in this tournament, but they look to be making steps to improve. So this, to me, is like a a confidence booster for yourself as a team and the fans that they're going to be able to produce the results that they need as they go further into the mid-season tournament.
Definitely a must-win scenario here for Toronto. They find a lot of pressure, of course, on that team as they are trying to stay in the running for the mid-season madness tournament. And now for all the action, we once more hand it back to a caster duo, which I can only describe as so talented.
Yeah.
You know, the talent is definitely there. Yeah, it's so there. Matt and Mitch, please take it away.
I agree, Zoe. I have unlimited amounts of potential and talent. And Mitch is here as well. Well, he was, but he's not here currently. I agree with Scott. This is a must-win for the Toronto Defiant. And not just like a must-win, like a 3-2, like, hey, we just got by and we just tweet out like GG win after. Like, you have to blow out the Paris Eternal here. Like, there's no way you can kind of come into this series and just play average and it goes the distance, or even Paris is going to win it because they've been looking better lately. I think this is one where Toronto, if you want to be a team that contends for your mid-season madness qualifications, even contends for like T3, right? As the season goes on, you have to win games like this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, these are the ones where you look at your schedule going forward and go, right, we got these, nailed them. The thing is, there's no guaranteed wins like that. I think maybe New York, were hoping for that, where they went up against Paris and served them up their first win. So, does Toronto have a lot of things going for them right now? Let's talk about rosters here, because this team, I'm really enjoying watching for a couple of reasons. Those are, finally they realized that putting Hisu on Sombra is a crime against humanity and should be punished by like the highest, at the highest degree, right? The guy comes out on Sojourn, looks incredible. He's part of the reason, in fact, why the Defiant come out of the gate so well against the Gladiators, right? They get a map in that series. He and Muse really turning up. I also think Finale chiming in at key moments on that Tracer has been a great look for this team. Look, Toronto in a great position to show us their best tournament qualifier right now. I really like what they've got going for them, Matt. This might be their time to make a deeper run into a tournament.
And you look at some of these teams across the league that are struggling, and you look at their rosters, and there's not one that you kind of go like that you look at and it's like, oh yeah, well, I get why they're struggling. Like, everybody has like talent across the board. For me, it's just putting it together. Where the Justice Up kind of looked a little bit all over the place sometimes. Like, it seems like Toronto just really hasn't hit the peaks that you think they can. Paris, we kind of know what we're going to get with this roster. Dove and Wub, I think, have looked good together. Obviously, they need a little bit more time. We know the supports. We really like, I know, Khan and Dridro, and then the tanks are going to see probably a switches between Dawn and Vistola over a few maps.
Yeah, I think the Eternal struggled to get sort of decent value out of Vistola in their previous matchup. Saw a lot of Sigma. A Sigma sort of composition that was exploited pretty frequently by their opponents. So it's something to sort of bear in mind here is that, I don't know necessarily how much we see Vistola in this particular series, because we know, Muse wants to play mobile tanks. He wants to circumvent less mobile front lines as much as possible. Muse is like a true carry Doomfist player.
It really kind of comes down to the map pool, whether we see like Hotba or Vistola. Like, if you had like a Circle Royale or something like that, right? Then you'll definitely see like probably
not today
those tanks come in. And with this lineup of maps, yeah, you're probably not going to see too much.
We have 66
variation off this. Yeah, maybe Route 66. I mean, that's a possibility, right?
But it will be off to Ilios first in this particular matchup. Obviously, the Paris Eternal here, they're in a position where they're behind the 8-ball for multiple reasons, but one of them is that they're forced to make some very big roster changes on the fly. Neither of these sort of DPS players were on the team at the start of the season.
Well, they're not. They weren't forced to make those changes. They decided to make those changes.
Okay, sure. I mean, I would consider like losing your games being a pretty compelling decision. In fact, and I'd probably feel forced. My hand is forced. But that's semantics, right? The point is they weren't on this team at the start of the season, right? We're looking at Glister and Naga here. So Paris had to really retool their roster very quickly here, and they're playing catch up. There's no other way of putting it.
Yeah, you're correct. That doesn't mean that their kind of like season is a wash, though, right? Like that Countdown Cup at the end. You have an opportunity to play into the playoffs if you're just, not one of the 3 worst teams in NA. You just need to kind of battle back out of that hole, which the holds kind of make that, top 6.
I mean, even Lassie can't get them out right now, Matt. Like, they are well and truly in there for now.
the top 6 are, probably might be unrealistic, and it's just that, that top 10 though is something that's achievable.
All right, here's the dive. It's good. Hisu's having to get rid of Khan. Muse maybe not expecting that insane burst that Wub can provide here. So Sticky Bomb's going a long way. Dispatch is the main tank here. All right, but without Khan, the Eternal don't seem inclined to invest too deeply here. Dan's Wrecking Ball will be met by Muse, and there it is. Nice little double from Dan. Barely a break in stride or roll from this man.
Yeah, bag is so huge. Just see Don move forward, try and maybe take some of this high ground control, and this will be the Paris Eternal with control of the point first. So nice dive that comes through from Paris. Wub able to put up some big damage.
Oh, but beautiful.
It's really nice, doesn't lose momentum and just slightly changes course there to get that knockoff.
Swerve straight on into the Defiant, does Dan. Trying a similar performance there. This time, Defiant are wise to it. They get rid of Dan. Hisu has the damage there. The railgun finishes the job. Twilight's getting pressured here, but Dub throws a pulse into the corner. Twilight just walks out. Khan not really able to peek as much as he'd like as Finale forces him to keep the hatch battened. And there's a pulse bomb here now for this Tracer. Although it's more likely the Defiant just try and play around the minefield while they can keep Hisu standing, who's playing very close up, might I add. And they get the point while Dan is away.
Yeah, no, it'll be Finale now with a Pulse Bomb here. So, yeah, Pulse Bomb and a Sound Barrier if need be. So, Muse gets quite low, gets hit with the Discord. I think you mentioned it earlier, that damage that comes in from Wub, probably a little bit underrated for Muse. Not really expecting it. Yeah, Wub able to take out Twilight.
I love that from Khan. He drops down preemptively, sees the Wrecking Ball go over his head, knows he's going to get pile drifted if he doesn't just walk off the edge. Then a Transcendence, keep his team nice and healthy in the fight, and the Paris Eternal looking actually really comfortable in this setup, this composition. This might be a bit of a match here, Matthew.
Oh, absolutely, as Muse going to get taken down here. So it'll be, you'll have actually a pretty good set of ultimates here. You had the Transcendence pop there from Khan. I think he was a little bit under pressure and then ran his way towards the point. But nothing here for the Toronto Defiant. That's going to be massive to try and just push on through here. And you have a duplicate here from Wub. So Paris could get through this fight relatively cheap and potentially hold for the rest of this point.
Jisoo leads the way for his team right now. Those couple of final blows. Oh, that's beautiful. Wub sails into the sights and Hisu blasts a hole straight through him.
Yeah. He pops that overclock when he is weak up on their high ground and has to look vertical, like just straight up to be able to hit that shot. That is nasty there.
And what a way to set the tone for the rest of the fight. Hisu's elimination on Wubby is pretty big, but Paris maintain many of those ultimates, coming into what would be final fight territory for them if they can retake. So plenty of good stuff here for the Eternal, but they need to be very wary. Coalescence, Minefield, both of those can really scuttle their plans. I'm curious to see where Wub decides to duplicate as well. Maybe a Moira. Unclear. Khan blown to smithereens here as Wub's able to find the focusing beam and work Hisu out of the picture. He's at minefield on point as expected, and the Defiant really not advised to step onto the point right now. They may cede some control to the Eternal as this fight continues. We have a duplicated Tracer and a stick for good measure as Muse falls.
You were wondering who he was going to duplicate. You had double Tracers on the point there. Very difficult to take out. We're going to see a Sound Barrier used here from Toronto Defiant. It's only going to connect to...
No.
They Sound Barrier and run away. It only connects with 3 players.
Yeah, they realized that wasn't what they wanted there. Dreedro maybe...
And they get a kill out of it somehow.
Yep. Hisu maybe just punishes Dreedro for pushing too far. Muse comes back onto the point pretty quickly, but doesn't really have to back up. Now it's here, though. Trying to knock some of these Eternal players off the point if he can. Finale finds a stick. It's good damage. Madan has a pretty robust health pool in the first place. Another pick from Hisu, though. This time, hard to get a headshot on the Wrecking Ball. You know he has to be out of rolling form to do that. Khan finds 2, though. Last name, Idge. Never forget. Finale gets kicked as he tries to bring the Zen down, and there's Dove. Gonna remove him now. Dreedro moving over to a ball support, and that will be that for the Eternal first round for Paris.
And if you are a Toronto Defiant fan, this is exactly what you did not want to see coming out the gates here is Paris, you're playing with House of Money like we talked about. Obviously you can see the record, not great. They have probably talent that's a bit better than that record, just haven't been able to kind of get everybody on the same page.
No, stop.
What? I didn't say
You implied it. You hinted at it.
and I think they do. I don't think the talent on this team is bad. Like, they just have not been able to have enough time, get everybody in sync. And even then, if you're kind of beating a team like Toronto, who Toronto really hasn't had any like major changes throughout the course of the season, that's a bad sign for the Toronto Defiant.
Hisu currently deadlifting the Defiant. Maybe not where he wants to be right now, but such is life. Moves on the Winston. Choron gets slapped by something. Taken very, very low as one keeps the pressure on. Those sticky bombs are just beautiful. I mean, if Twilight doesn't fall to Darn, it's to the focusing beam, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they've had no answer for this Echo, as Wub has done a nice job, obviously, landing the stickies and some shots and being in the sky, but it really hasn't been a ton of focus on him. So Finale's able to take out 2. Can you just keep this going long enough to maybe have some teammates come back? You have Charon here as well.
Yep, they get Dove. He runs out of recall. Darn has to leave the point here. I think Dridro is going to linger a while, as he tends to do, but quite often it doesn't go well for him, so gives control. Now the Defiant are on the point.
Yeah, so in a scenario where it looked like Paris Eternal was going to be able to take the point, hold on to it for a very long time, only 18%. Toronto comes in, Finale picks up 2 players, and they're able to flip it right back. Let's see how long they're able to hold for.
I think the Echo is a key point of difference between these two. Wub is so good at punishing Muse, especially when he has a Discord Orb on him, which is something the Defiant don't have access to. And then there's Khan. What a weapon for the Paris Eternal. Another final blow for him. Okay, dude. Yet another. Hisu, nice work though. It's going to be a nice disruptor shot placed at Darn, who can't get out of it in time. There's a pulse bomb involved as well. Look at the healing on Hisu. This guy, talk about high economy, everything getting invested into the Sojourn, and Hisu is delivering some dividends, Matthew.
And why not? I mean, if he's able to pick up a few kills like that, we know how good Hisu is. Just invest everything you have into him. And I think what you're starting to see, especially when you go to a Finale's POV, just putting more emphasis on hunting down this Echo. Tracer is great against Echo in terms of trying to fight her in a lot of scenarios as we get Transcendence forced out, with Muse getting the nano boost. But having Finale try and focus down Wub more is definitely going to help.
Oh, Wub maybe not ready for that. Muse able to follow, and Primal. So despite not having Sojourn, they're going to invest a bit further in this fight. Khan. That is quite the getaway, my friend. I tip my hat to you. The Zen survives, the sound barrier comes in, but Darn doesn't get it. So Finale's able to finish off the Wrecking Ball, and the Toronto Defiant maintain control. Dridro's sound barrier ends up being for naught.
Yeah, as they just chuck that in there, and I mean, maybe ends up being for nothing, but well, you still have the Tracer here and
maybe
the Winston,
not,
so you should, you're going to have the Tracer and the Winston are going to be able to contest for a little bit, so.
Well, also the fact that Khan just finds an insta-kill, again. Things you don't count on late in a fight, right? And Wub comes back off the spawn to find one as well. So after the sound barrier, things got much better for the Eternal.
The Eternal stacked up with ultimates now.
Yeah, Pulse Minefield feels fine if the Defiant take a fight inside the room, which looks like they're opting to. So this could play into Darn's strategy here. Yeah, Minefield dropped down. There's a lot of them there, but the Defiant disperse as much as is practicable. He's still across the map trying to land these rails. Uncharacteristically, maladroit.
Oh, still almost so low.
Yeah, Darn not getting away from that one. Wub coming out of that duplicate there. Unclear what it chooses to copy. And the Defiant still have control. They're ticking up now. 99's around the corner, and they have the numbers.
And they have a nano boost here if need be, as they're going to put it on the Muse, just put him in the choke, as that type of situation can't lose Dawn there, especially when he's so crucial to contesting the point. But Dridro's going to take out Twilight.
Yep, sometimes Paris just get gifted a kill from a backliner. Oh, I mean, Khan up for that fight, Muse. You better know that he's ready to kick you. Fine, Finale gets in there and gets rid of the Zen. It looks like the Defiant are forced to concede.
That's wild that the Paris Eternal are able to flip that in a scenario where they lose Dawn really early. I think he's just trying to get over the top of the building, maybe try and go back to that Mega, not able to make it. They lose him, and you think that's going to be it, but Paris able to get on and battle back with some big kills from Khan. Hisu goes over to the Sombra.
All right, we talked about this. The start of the show. Hisu's so good on Sojourn, but now wants that disruption. Let's see if it's worth the loss in damage. They get Dridro Hisu rather has to get out of the fight there, but there's a pulse bomb for Finale. Another hack on a Wrecking Ball would be great, but Hisu's still returning to the fray here. Wub is so low. Nice work by Twilight there. Not always easy to connect an unscoped shot at that kind of range. It looks like Toronto have done it. They've done enough in this round. Muse is there, just punctuates the point.
They're going to do enough to flip it. Can they do enough to... Okay, so they get rid of Dridro. Yeah, nobody going to be able to come and contest. I was going to say, we see a lot of long contests here. They go on well, but it'll be Toronto taking our second point, tying it up.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Sombra switch there maybe not really being the difference maker in that round. Controlling Wub I thought was crucial, man. I really like that we spent some time watching how Finale chooses to do that, because it's not intuitive, right? Tracer obviously is much better up close against targets, and at range she looks a little bit weaker, but Finale was just trying to keep tabs and make sure he knew where Wub was at all times, so Echo couldn't use that element of surprise. Right?
Yeah, just a little bit of focus. What do we see Paris go with here? Because it looked like they were hovering the Sombra as well. So are we going to see a Sombra mirror here and then have a difference of like Finale will play Tracer? Yeah, so you'll play Tracer with the Sombra. They're going to play Tracer Echo. And the only big difference here is you're going to have Twilight on the Moira with Khan on the Zen. So a lot of extra damage coming out here from the Paris Eternal.
Well, Khan really exemplified that point just now. Muse, look at his health disappear. 500 damage in a matter of seconds. He still barrels forward, trying to get rid of Dridro. But Dub's going to be there for the trade. It's a 3v3 presently, but Twilight still stands. There's healing for the Defiant as he comes back into the fray. Doesn't matter though, because Wub's already found another one. Finale, getting the goop.
It seems so odd to me, Mitch, that in a meta where Zen is so strong, you have Twilight on the roster and you're opting to put him on like Moira. I feel like he could be so much more impactful playing the Zen.
What does that mean Chorong has to play though? Lucio Zen.
I mean, you can play the Paris Eternal or just playing Zen Lucio, or play the Brigitte, right? I mean,
yeah, I think Dridro definitely wanting to have a little bit more to help Khan with. Pulse on Muse. Muse gets away, gets a Mega. Chorong with a Discord Orb on him now. Dove is spoiled for choice target-wise, but unable to complete and convert on any of those. Muse again, getting the yellow mist. Still in this fight, but the Defiant, look, their healing is going to run out eventually. They've really got to try and make something happen here. 45% and ticking for Paris. They're not being shifted off the point yet.
No, and you're not really getting a ton off the hacks. Now you do. That's going to be an EMP. And they'll take out Don, but you're going to end up losing your Lucio.
That's clean from Finale. Q's out the pulse before the dash comes in. And the blink just delivers it. You still need the point right now, and Eternal have decided to stall out with these rather nimble heroes.
Yeah, Wub actually used a duplicate on the Moira there. That buys enough time to get the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball back in.
Don is taking negative damage right now. No Discord Orb, remember to deal with that. Good lord, he's been here a long time. Gets off the point, still under control of the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, just really low damage up. But they use a sound barrier here? There's only like 2 players. Okay, we're going to have a Transcendence come through. Yeah, this is just going to go so long. This is so good for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, fight continues to stretch out. They're up to 91%, and they might even win this fight. This fight's been going for so long
they have the rally
Eternal
going.
have been able to get their players back in position. The rally is up from Dridro. Khan
like
benefiting from
map.
it. Yep, it's so hard to take down the Zen with that rally in play. Paris looking very good. Khan playing from a very safe nook here while Dan plays the doorman. The Defiant hang their heads here. I mean, they're playing the wrong comp to try and blow the Eternal up quickly, right? There's no shock and awe. And they're not able to deal with the Wrecking Ball. Dan stays alive for so much of the round here, and that's pretty annoying for Toronto. They're going to have to try and stall for themselves, but they need to convert a stall into a winning fight, and that's just not easy to do here. And it's not enough.
No, it's Paris Eternal. It's really just one elongated fight here on Ruins, and they were able to take it. I really like the compositions they were running. I think Wub was really impactful there on the Echo. I think if you're Toronto, you definitely got to look at what you're doing going into map number 2. I think there's a lot of different setups you can do that would utilize your players a bit better.
Yeah, I love the Wrecking Ball from Dan. This is something we mentioned, right? Maybe last week even. One of the strong points for Paris. And, of course, the Khan on the Zen. Can't go wrong with that. Good start for the Eternal here. Looking to get their second victory of the season. A couple more maps required before that, though, so don't go too far. Good start in this series for the Paris Eternal. They walk in at 1-9. They're looking to double their series wins for the season. And right now, I'm really enjoying the Zen, the Wrecking Ball looks from them. Both look excellent. Paris look primed to make that a reality.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, from the Toronto Defiant perspective, like, can you do a little bit of a better job optimizing some of the players that you have and what we've seen from them in the past to get the best out of them? You lose that first map against a team that's like 1-9 right now with Paris, where no, obviously they've been improving, but still, if you're Toronto, you want to solidify your spot as a team in the Midseason Madness and just a team that's in the upper echelon of the West, where we have Hotba now will come in for Mute. So we were wondering, like, are we going to see a substitution in terms of tanks from either team throughout the series? We actually thought no at the beginning, but we're going to get one here from Toronto.
Right, and maybe we expected to see that on Route 66, which is going to be our third map of the series. But it happens here in map number 2 for Kings Row. Now, I guess we can kind of understand that, right? You can, and we've seen many Sigma compositions played on, this map. Doesn't feel potentially as optimal, unless Hotba's got something else in store for us, but it's very unlikely we should see a Zarya here. I really just thought we'd, I don't know, see more main tank play. Well, it may not be it,
So I didn't think so, because I think you need some kind of versatility here on Kings Row if you're gonna, let's say, if your Sigma kind of falls apart, right, you're able to fall back on some of the other compositions.
Sure.
And we just haven't really seen that, in kind of like Hotba's wheelhouse so far.
No.
Okay.
This would be a bit odd, I think.
They're on offense, so still some time to make some changes, but we'll see what they decide to run. I mean, it's a possibility. You just think that if you're going to bring Hotba in, it's not going to be to play a main tank type of role.
Oh, well, let's talk Eternal first. Again, Darn's Wrecking Ball, great. Obviously, the environmental kill potential for most of this map quite limited. They're playing Ana Zen, Dridro on the Ana, Khan on the Zenyatta, which has definitely served the Paris Eternal fairly well so far. No Echo, of course, as defenders, so we'll see Wub on the Tracer.
Zen is so strong, there's no reason not to play him really kind of in, almost every setup you can think of.
He's so good.
So, Toronto, they'll have Hotba on the Sigma. So they'll run double sniper on the Sigma to set things up. So, okay, so we'll get Finale on the Genji. So, interesting composition here put together by the Toronto Defiant.
Pretty heavy pick-based composition. Toronto really want to get Hisu firing. Darn doesn't really need to do too much yet. Getting a bit of information is crucial, and they reckon more likely to give up a lot of the map here to the attackers. You can see just that with Hotba so far forward already on this stairwell.
Yeah, but you just can't get in a position where you can get like collapsed or pinched on, right? As that's big damage going down on the Dawn as he gets hit with a Discord. Not able to follow it up, but do you push him back enough? Yeah, you see Paris trying to have the regroup around this wall that you're going to be able to get some percentage here.
So you can see where the vulnerability is for this Eternal defense setup. As soon as Darn takes enough damage, he has to fold away. And the rest of the Eternal don't really see fit to pick their heads out either. Dove, though, makes an appearance and gets rid of Hisu. We're one tick in already. This is a Wrecking Ball defense setup. It's complex, to say the very least, and with the Bite Grenade connecting on Dan and Khan respectively, it's an opening for Toronto to push a little harder, but Chorong's been removed.
Well, you see, as soon as they get onto the point, that's when Paris can come from multiple angles and kind of swarm.
When you give up, 2 ticks in order to do that, though, so you need to be pretty clean from here on out, and that's kind of the problem. This is where the execution can fall over.
Yeah.
What? Overextends just for a second too long, and we're back to the point for Toronto.
They're just spawn killing Chorong.
Yeah, the Defiant are going to be forced a little bit of attention to be paid towards them. Finale gets a Nano Uno blade here, so going to get it done the old-fashioned way. He needs to connect a few of these shurikens to really pressure Dredro out, but the rest of his team's done a stellar job. Hotbar and Hisu at the 4. And that's a ball going by the wayside.
Yeah, and this will be a take for the Toronto Defiant, so bringing in Hotbar, playing that Sigma composition works here at the start. What does Paris Eternal do? It looks like, for a second there, I thought they were going to switch, because you had Dredro going over and playing the Batiste for a second. Maybe you want to get used to this minefield and then make it the switch off of this composition. What
is
Dan bring in like a
switch
Batiste
to?
here in the Streets phase?
I don't want to, I mean, you can play, I guess you can play the Winston against Sigma. We've seen that happen fairly often, but it's a scary backline to dive.
Thanks for the help.
You do have Wab there with you.
Feeling better.
Unlike
Can you play like
Sigma Mirror.
like a Reinhardt composition with the Mei, kind of how we saw Gladiators play earlier?
Dan definitely tried to force a lot of Ryan in his time. All right, here we go. Rolling on in. Minefield there. Adaptive shielding. Keeping him alive, apparently. Dragon Strike came through from Hisu, relatively long range here, and Paris able to avoid it for the most part, but not the minefield, apparently. Finale walks straight into one of those.
That feels much better.
And Dove really zoning, I'll be honest with you, just zoning with that Disruptor Shy and Ultimate combo. And Toronto will get caught inside that corridor, so chance for Paris here to ease into a more comfortable defense.
I could use a hand.
Yeah, there was a Biotic Grenade hit there at the end where you thought maybe they'd be able to kill like one player if you're Toronto and then come back with an advantage, but was not able to finish anybody off, so going to allow Paris to still stay at full strength for this next fight. Although Toronto, well,
that's
I was going to say, you have a Blade and you have a Transcendence. Maybe you're able to go a little bit early, but you get taken out.
You're sending a real strong message to the defenders here that the high ground is not safe for them, right, with where Wap was
Chorong
positioned there.
uses the trans here. They're going to try and fight this where they were actually a few points down at the start.
Finale Force trans, that is a big deal here. Paris lose 2, have to back away here. Should be able to deal with Chorong comfortably enough, but getting Khan to part with that ultimate, no mean feat by any stretch.
Yeah, both sides. I don't think that Paris expected them to end up pulling out their Blade, but you know, when Chorong had to use a Transcendence, they couldn't say, well, let's just go all in. They end up using the Blade there, able to get a kill or two, but it's enough to push back Paris Eternal and get Toronto some space.
All right, going into a Nano fight here. I mean, not a lot of great candidates for Nano Boost, I'll be honest with you, for this Toronto setup. Maybe Tracer again. Just saw Kevs to get a few himself. Oh, nice accretion.
You can do it with the Zen. We saw a lot of the Zen ones from the Justice today.
Right, defensively those were used quite often, but still very valid. Wap with the Nano Blade here, looking straight at the Sigma. Oh, that's unfortunate. No Gravitic Flux for you, sir. Khan takes an orb and sticks it with a Sun Don't Shine. Toronto down to 3.
So that's unfortunate to end up losing your Gravitic Flux. No Nano. Gravitic Flux gone here. You know, Dawn the Minefield, like it's going to be pretty impactful. Like, you see this kind of like corridor that the cart pushes through. Like the street, it's so narrow that minefield is going to cover a lot of that point.
You can see how this is a real trap game for the Toronto Defiant. They don't look very comfortable here, playing Sigma on King's Row, dealing with this constant Wrecking Ball pressure. Dove also finding some key picks to start these fights. He's hoping to chart support ults, but needs to respect that Dove could come over the top, and he peers over the ledge looking for a kill. So Toronto outlasts the minefield, and now it's time to go again. Dan runs into the Dragon. And in he goes, but it's Chorong to find the first pick.
And then they have a few other players low, so they're going to be able to deal with Dove. Khan just like a raid boss back here on the Zen.
Yeah.
Seems to be living forever, but you know, with everybody else dropping, they should be able to take the second checkpoint.
That is nice. Very scary dealing with Zen there, but Finale barely batted an eyelid. So the Defiant get a bit of a time extension. It's not a huge one, I'll be honest with you. Just over 90 seconds left to finish the map, and getting slowed down a heck of a lot. We're looking at a Transcendence now for Khan. The last one, if you recall, they had the force out of him by some heroics from Finale. How easy will it be this time, we wonder?
Well, you don't give yourself a ton of time here, Toronto, to be able to finish the map. Like a map completion, obviously what you're looking for here, and that's a huge pick. So he's
right boss down
because another shot from Hisu, man.
Hisu looking dangerous. Off the Sombra to the Sojourn to the Hanzo. Starting to hit a little diff. Okay, so he sees the overclock coming. Dove gets a nano. Oh, it gets shut down. Nano boost on him. Oh, rather Bionade, excuse me. Dove just overextends there to try and open things up, and may have put the Eternal in a very compromising position here. Khan has to use Transcendence, there's no doubt about that. He's going to buy some crucial seconds here, but there's a Discord Orb on Dart, and his time is short. Wab also now getting that. Minefield from Dart, but he's put to sleep for a moment here. Gravitic Flux looks to catch Khan, and they've got the Zen.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's enough. You have Wub and Don right in the face of everybody. So there's gonna be Don getting another one. You still have Wub here, and they're gonna be able to back out if they need. So the accretion just misses. His hop is so low. They're trying to keep him alive. But Mitch, you have a blade and a minefield yet again as Paris holds strong on D.
17 seconds now left for the Toronto Defiant. And just a Dragon Strike now could deny sort of that low ground, that little hallway could deny the left-hand side. Chorong another pick early here. It's not the first time he's done that. Onto a Wub with a blade, no less. So he's that minefield. Twilight trying to skip away from it while he can. Hisu has the Storm Arrow to try and clear it. Frustrating for him. Oh, wait, sorry! Dritro down? How did he find that kill? Dove able to get rid of Hopper though now. There's the Dragon Strike to the card, and Wubby's back in the fray. Here's the blade, but he's hit with a bio before he goes in. Is forced to spend the time deflecting. Chorong comes up and kicks him real hard. Dove on the flank, nice stick. That is very clean mechanics, but can't find the killers. Chorong gets the nano boost. You mentioned it, Matt. Here it is. Twilight using that ult defensively now. Where are Paris? Nowhere to be seen. With the Defiant finishing the map.
So they finished the map, which obviously, ideal for Toronto. It wasn't looking good there for a bit. But for Paris, no time in the time bank. That's huge, right? You look at Paris like, hey, we got a map completion here. You're in a good spot to potentially take map number 2 as well. I also think the Wrecking Ball is going to be way easier for them to play on defense than on offense. On offense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they managed to make it work pretty well. I just think it's very risky, obviously, playing a defensive setup that requires you to allow the enemy team onto the point, right? Because sometimes they're on the point, we have to wait a little bit extra long for a player to come back in, or something's gone wrong, and that's when they start getting ticks and capture progress, right?
They've definitely played it better than we've seen from like other teams, right? Like
Sure.
I feel like the success rate of like Wrecking Ball defense here is like not been high. And the bar may be a little low. We'll see this Chorong's POV.
Yeah. I mean, the Bionade comes in instantly, right? It's Wub and Dan that get hit by that. You can see how it sets them back in this fight. Yeah, the stick there, that was really nice from Finale. Nano. Zen really taking a bit more of a frontline role now with just how enhanced he's become.
He's enhanced Zen.
Yes.
Zen 2.0.
Yeah. They updated that firmware.
So, yeah, so this will be the same type of composition from the Paris Eternal, fully expected. Like, if you're going to play that on D, like, you're going to play it on offense. Toronto goes to something very similar as well. So we'll see how this kind of plays out in that offense-defense switch.
Dove always wants to be going forward, hey. Makes a power slide up. There's always a risk of getting caught by a Tracer and accretion there. He doesn't seem to care. Why can't? Oh, that's nasty. He descends on Finale with the fury of 1,000 suns and gets that headshot. Playing like a frontliner, and why not? You've got 225 bloody HP. Wub in a good position there to have that deflect, and oh my. Living on the edge is Hisu. Hopper goes down. Dove cleans him off there, but still you have to respect Hisu and Chorong combo. Dove now comes back to finish the job here. Pretty clean.
Is it going to be enough to even take this? So there's going to be a Tracer around the corner, some other players coming back for Toronto. Dude, it seems like, obviously, like, I think Paris playing pretty good here today. they've also given like a lot of opportunities for Toronto to like bounce back in some of these fights, right? Like,
well, I will say it's
exactly
like,
been clean.
Right, it's like, you know, are you giving an opportunity to Toronto to like pick your Genji off across the map at the start of the fight, or is he just taking it? He has been fantastic so far in this map.
This is huge, as Toronto trying to get away. Everybody's going to end up falling. Well, I mean, they forgot the cart, but now it'll get going. Should gain a little bit of progress here.
They get through the choke.
Yeah, they'll get through the choke, which is...
and they're playing against the Sigma setup, right? So I think there's definitely incentive for you to sort of leave the cart, rush the Sigma down, which is where he's weakest, then double back. You know, you get past the choke where Sigma is strongest on defense, and it's probably worthwhile in the end, even though it looks a bit weird and unintuitive. Okay, Ash for Hisu. Not a common pick here in the West. Definitely very much an APAC favorite. Let's see what he's got.
I feel like Hisu's just like vibing, just like picking whatever he feels the best in each situation. Just
yeah,
like,
go off, King.
They play in the
Finally.
Yeah. Good sightlines for Ash here, especially against the Sojourn. So you see Hisu's able to pick up Dove. Ash kind of excels in those like a little bit longer range areas of the map where you play in a situation where it does, oh, we're gonna have a blade come out here.
Yep. Chorong takes to the runway with this Transcendence.
Like, that's not bad though. You trade the blade for the Transcendence when you're already down a few players.
I don't think you have a problem with that at all. However,
no,
Paris
you're Paris.
Yeah. Transcendence now and Sound Barrier into the next fight here. So this Gravitic Flux feels like it's harder to get value with, but he's just able to find a headshot on Dredro. That mobility or lack thereof that Ash suffers though, starting to be exposed. He backs up, but Finale and Hotbar elsewhere are making short work of the Eternal. Khan falls and the Defiant stand tall.
Yeah, he felt like it was good that they got out that Transcendence with the blade, but this next fight, they get that first pick and it's not enough. The Gravitic Flux is pretty big. It's a Transcendence that comes down as well, but just some off-angle plays from Chorong and Hisu, able to put down some big damage. I mean, Hisu just switched over to the Ash, already going to have Bob.
Chorong playing very aggressively, Matt. 6 final blows, but 9 deaths, more than anybody else on his team. Wub is 12-7 right now as a outlier. All right, here it comes. Dump flank, playing aggressively. Who gets the short end of the railgun? Answer? Everyone. Absolutely everyone.
And you see that range, right? Where you kind of hear like the railgun and maybe think that like the effective range is like long range, but you see right how close he's able to just get those one-shots on. I know Hisu and then Twilight. Hotba over to the Wrecking Ball now, so it looks like they want to commit to potentially getting a touch. They have the Bob in the mix too.
Bob's crucial, can definitely net you a free kill with that knock-up. But this time Bob actually opts to set up shop a little off the cart. Cart, okay. Spin to win, done. Getting some G-forces there on the cart. He's just trying to connect from long range. You can see it's a little hard. Some pressure on Dub there, but he doesn't seem to mind. Now pressure on Hisu. Yep, Wubcane calling. Chorong with the Transcendence. So Toronto have to use this time to regroup and push now. Hopper stalls, but has a Discord orb on him. Getting forced away.
The fight was so weird, man. As now it's going to be a blade that comes out. It was just like so much jockeying for position, and like there was a long period of time where we saw no kills really go down, but Paris is able to take that point. Yeah, they eventually were going to be able to. You know, we talked about how kind of Toronto finishing the map was like good for them. Like Paris now, almost 3 minutes to finish the map. They're not going to have to make any compositional changes here towards the end to do it. Now we have Hotba over to the Winston.
He is really trying to figure this out. Trying to come up with an answer. Sometimes, though, a good body grenade is as good as anything. Twilight follows up the bio hit by finishing off Wub. Still a lethal weapon. Still in his prime. So let's see what Hopper's trying to achieve here. Pressure the Zen down, most likely. He's off to the races, though, with that nano. But where does he go?
Trying to track down Wub, possibly. It's going to be a Transcendence now for Paris as they can get aggressive behind this. 2-player biotic grenade, though, by Twilight.
Hopper, though, not in a great position to capitalize. Now another sound barrier for the Eternal. They're digging deep. All these support ultimates, and this time, they strike gold. With the sound barrier, they push forward and they clean up the Defiant.
Getting closer to completing the map. You're going to get close to an overclock here, and you're going to get close to your blade. Both teams come into this like no ultimates.
That card though, awful close. Disrupt the shot thrown out there by Hisu, switching back to the Sojourn. Dub trying to keep heads low on that left-hand side of the map here with an overclock available. Ready to try and get to a safe position and play sniper for now. 90 seconds for the Eternal. Here comes the overclock. Glancing hit on Hisu, no headshot, so Hisu lives. Finale living dangerously, although he may not know it, and he walks straight into that one. Still presence on the card though for the Toronto Defiant here. Chorong steps up. Hisu also there. Pile driven, get a nano boost. A lot of durability there for Hisu right now, but can he find purchase? Looking for Dub. Found the ultimate, and that's a lovely connection. Hisu playing so close, so riskily, and gets away with a big kill.
I mean, they're able to keep him alive with that nano for so long as Wub holds onto the blade, so you have the blade with the Transcendence. Combo those together. If you'd like, but it's going to be Kanu takes out Finale as Finale was going in.
Another big Zen pick. Chorong jealous. He switched over the Break about a minute ago. And then Khan's able to get away with this with the Transcendence. Hot was overextended. He tries to get back towards the card here and gets a Harmony or Biotic Grenade as well thrown at him. He's able to take a breather. Somehow Hotbar gets back into the fight, but Wub's going to be there with the Dragon Blade. Dub runs Finale over. It's a headshot from the Railgun, and the Mine takes the Winston down. Pressure on Twilight. He had to use the defensive Biotic Grenade on himself, but Wub can't get there. He's put to sleep. Here comes Dan. But it's Dan and Drigdro against the wall. The Eternal trying desperately to finish the round. There's 10 seconds left. Hisu stays clear of the Wrecking Ball so far. He's not locked off the map. In fact, he's sitting comfortably in this back corner. Paris are brought to their knees and to a screeching halt as the Toronto Defiant outlast the Eternal.
I mean, they were searching for answers the entire time, Toronto. Lots of switches, Hotba changing a bunch of different tanks. Hisu going to like all the DPS, it felt like. But they figure something out in the end that lets them hold on barely. But man, Paris had a few times during that where they had an ultimate advantage. Pretty good combo set up, just not able to execute.
Well, a little bit of awkwardness generated there from Hotbar having to switch off the Sigma. That was always the question. What happens if the Sigma plan doesn't work? You just got your answer, and it still was enough for the Toronto Defiant to even up the series. This one's interesting and a potential trap game for Toronto, so stick around. This bound to be spicy. Well, it's an even affair here in this matchup between the Defiant and the Eternal. Nice little piece there from Twilight as we head across to Hisu. Getting the job done. Toronto really put under pressure, Matthew, but able to hold out right at the end of King's Row here. These two teams feel really evenly matched.
They do. And it's weird to say that when one team is like 500 and the other team is 1-9. But at least so far in this series, it seems like Paris Eternal playing up to the competition, where Toronto Defiant maybe thinking coming into the series taking it a little bit lightly. So for this map, this is where we expected to see the tank subs, if anything, right? We'll see none for the Paris Eternal, and then obviously none but Hoppa is in the game. So that's kind of what we expected Hoppa to be in on a map like this, because you could play some Sigma. So we'll see if we see, I mean, you would see something similar to how we just saw in King's Row, right? Where Toronto ends up playing the Sigma play with Hoppa, and then maybe we see Dawn play the Wrecking Ball again.
Both teams have the opportunity to play their preferred, tanks on this map. You know, we saw a lot of teams play Wrecking Ball defense, offense, doesn't matter on Route 66, and Sigma's been an evergreen part of this sort of the metagame on this map for quite some time, right? Especially on defense. You control high ground, you create great positioning for your Sojourn or even your Zenyatta now to really shine and play that true kind of poke style. Or you play double sniper around it here, which I kind of like from Toronto. So a ton of different options. Twilight can obviously sort of fill any of those roles, and Chorong looks like a very solid Zen, albeit very aggressive and, you know, honestly dying quite a lot in these fights, but a lot of the time is also finding these first picks here. So fortune favors the bold in Overwatch, especially Overwatch 2, and Chorong has been a big part of that formula. Let's see if we get Zen from him again. Again, a Discord Orb mat on the Wrecking Ball, a good way to try and keep Dawn in check.
Yeah, the thing with Toronto is, like, you're winning some of these fights sometimes, but you're also losing, like, whether it's like Chorong or Finale, like trying to chase a kill there towards the end of the fight, and that kind of like spirals into the next one, which is why we see a little bit of like a just like kind of a chaotic pace, I think, to this series in particular.
Yeah, volatile, right? From both sides here, because both teams have very different game plans, and they're both trying to interrupt each other's game plan. So you end up with half a game plan from either squad. Dawn gets a Discord Orb and understands that means he needs to make himself scarce for a moment. And Hisu is trying to put a bit of pressure on Dove here.
It's going to be hard for the Wrecking Ball to make a play here. Like, where Dawn's going to come from the side. He's going to get hit with Sleep Accretion and a Biotic Grenade right away.
Yeah, he got stuck on the Bowsers as well. He saw the price, man, just couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Dawn somehow was able to get away, though. All right, I'll take it. A little late, but I'll take it.
Was, you know, you've been better.
All right.
It's all right.
Dawn again.
Mid-season, Mitch. You have time.
Oh yeah. How about playoffs, Uber? Yeah, don't you worry. I'll be there. All right. Again, look at what this comp's able to do, right? Dove is able to just wrap around here.
Space for Toronto, though. Yeah, I mean, sure, they're able to wrap around and like get this kind of angle, but like just with the Sigma and controlling the cart, they've just been able to gain so much progress for free, pretty much.
But that's what the Wrecking Ball defense does, right? You really do play on a very fine line. You give space in order to allow your team to encircle your opponents and continue to sow chaos. It pays off here, Matt. They give a lot of progress, but it pays off.
Well, I mean, how does it pay off in the sense that, like, what, they just win a fight? It may not pay off because they can just walk right back in and they don't have much for the cart to push to end up taking that first checkpoint. Now, granted, maybe it's a little bit harder to kind of like get this far up, and play from this type of position. Maybe this is where the Wrecking Ball actually, plays better with the cart in this type of position, having to come in with the objective and whatnot. But still, it's so difficult to play these Wrecking Ball defenses.
Well, you can't get as much value out of your poke comp, Matt, because you need to walk up to the cart. Hisu, though, able to find one regardless. So the Tracer gets picked off as they try and make a foray. Is that Transcendence going to get there? Oh, no! Carter able to save Private Dove! The Dragon Strike ends up getting that kill there, and Hisu's going to get a nano boost of all things. So Storm Arrows claim Dridro. Khan was dead either way.
Yes, Khan uses the Transcendence, I think, in desperation, trying to get up top of Big Earls to save Dove, but we'd have to see, like, maybe he was trying to jump on the box, like, behind and get up,
maybe
and be there when it landed. Yeah, the Dragon is in the mix as well, so some extra damage coming down, but it does not work out for Paris. They end up having one defensive stand and then lose right after, so the Wrecking Ball giving up that much space to the Sigma doesn't pay off.
Dub this time doesn't need to give up half the map to get a good perch on this Sojourn. Again, really has been, I'd say, filling these shoes very well. That is just, well, that's gross, but okay. Finale there, headshot. I'm talking about a high floor, Matt. This is what I mean. Effortless from Dub.
And they push them back to the door. They lose Dub, though. So can Toronto make something out of this? At least start getting the payload, you know, maybe towards like that bridge area. Just get you out of the possibility of being spawn locked inside those tunnels.
We have the poke element from the Defiant eventually claiming Dub, and that's what we mean about volatility, right? Out of nowhere you get logged. That's the Hanzo experience. Hisu pressured now, had the Storm Arrow, but healing? No. No healing. Dub able to find the finish. It's going to be a Transcendence for Chorong here. But why?
Maybe you had some pressure there from the Wrecking Ball and you're just trying to keep everybody alive here and try and fight this because you are trading.
I don't like it. I don't like that a lot, you know?
Why?
Well, okay, well, obviously you've already lost the play there. Hisu drops you, use the Transcendence, but the Eternal don't full commit on you, right? I think Dritro got caught up in that room, but Dan steps out, and then he knows he can roll back in, and then Paris end up cleaning them up. So that Transcendence gets used there in a short-handed scenario that Toronto can't convert into even... They can't even convert it into even footing.
Yeah, but if you're brawling like that, like what else are you going to... Like, where are you going to get...
Cop!
So, yeah, but with the Sigma, yeah, but you're inside of that room, right? And you're kind of just, like, fighting it out. Where is the better use of the Transcendence going to come? Like, from, like, a minefield that comes through? Like, maybe they rally and push onto you? Like,
wow.
Like, at that point, like, you're kind of thinking, like, what are you saving the Transcendence for?
Look, I think Minefield's probably one of the best things to use it for. Or you try and match them, right? Dritro comes back with a vengeance, though. Great accretion here. I mean, Hopper, you expect him to be good on that Sigma, just not good enough right now. 1 minute 13 left for Defiant. They need to come up with something, right? Twilight has a nano here, but who gets it? Chorong again?
Maybe. We could see them give it to Hisu. We've seen Hisu get it. Oh, they slept Dove.
Oh, man.
I feel like with both of these teams, whether it's like Dove or we see like Finale or Chorong, like they just have one player that gets like caught out so early in some of these fights.
Gotta put the nice sleep in chat. Yeah, that's Twilight for you. It's called that for a reason. All right, Wipe stuck in though, isn't he? Chorong dismantled. Minefield, a little bit of an issue right now. The Defiant want to advance with it if they can. Defensive body grenade thrown to the ground there. Hisu top right on up, but takes a ton of damage. He gets nanoed just to keep him alive, maybe. Dance that again. Twilight is the orchestra, I guess, of all of this, but it's wiping there with a double pulse.
Yeah, and they end up using the nano on the Hisu to try and keep him alive, but in that type of scenario, like it's 3 on 4, 3 on 5, they're collapsing on you from both sides. Highly unlikely, but maybe you figured it was going to be our last attempt. Is Finale trying to get a touch?
Twilight so frustrated. He did everything he could have done in that situation. He really orchestrated a great response on Dom, but then the double pulse ruined his day. Overtime for the Defiant. What can they do? Rally and play for Dritro here that would make Khan even more of a lethal weapon. Chorong will have that Transcendence in play now, a chance to use it more effectively. And, well, again, okay, we lost the player. Better hit Q. Twilight's out of the picture here. What do they get for this Transcendence? Unclear, but Dove looking to try and finish off Finale, who's able to recall just before that rail comes in. Dodging away from it, a tough angle for Dove to navigate, but still the Eternal, they outlast.
Yeah, and the Transcendence used to keep Hotba alive for a little bit, and then also double back, I believe, over by the gas station. I believe it was like Hisu, I think, who is taking some shots. The decent push there from the Toronto Defiant. Their point A push was good, but also, you kind of look at it this way, the point A push, it was pretty much just given up by Paris, right? Like 2 fights, the Wrecking Ball versus the Sigma. The Sigma just was able to take so much more space. Really, once you got into the area where the Wrecking Ball could be a little bit more aggressive on the high ground and try and lock inside of those chokes and come down and get big pile drivers, like dislodge them from the cart a little bit, that's when you saw the Wrecking Ball really start to pay off, and Toronto didn't make much progress after that.
Well, they were constantly disrupted, right? That's half the issue. You're playing... Twilight switched to Baptiste, but you're obviously playing around Sigma, so to some degree, you want a fairly stable approach. And the fact that they managed to find that key pick, right? Twilight has this, like, cross-map, sleep dart. They pick off Dove. They have a player advantage, but they're not really well positioned to sort of force that advantage. I mean, so this is... Yeah, it's beautiful. Dove strafes into that. And this is Dove playing, as usual, pretty darn far forward.
Yeah, there was I think Wub was up there at one point as well, but obviously made it out.
Dove always wants to try and power slide into your face, make sure he, you know, puts some pressure on you with the disruptor shot and point blank rails you. So Twilight stays on the Baptiste here, Matt.
Interesting. So they do this because they expect the dive to come through. They also bring in Chorong on the Brigitte instead of like a Zen, so less damage output overall, but a little bit more defensive. Like, you see how much there's, like, Hisu's just trying to run for his life. It looks like the support's just trying to help Hisu stay alive as long as possible, whether that be, you know, armor packs, immortality field, etc.
Look at this aggression. The Eternal have taken over Big Earls entirely, excuse me. They deny the Defiant a chance to, like, put some distance between them and the Eternal, which, as you can see, they're trying to do now, right? This really meticulous rotation from Toronto. They're determined to get value out of Hopper's Shield, out of Hisu playing at range, out of Twilight, but they can't play on Cart right now. This is dangerous for the Defiant. Eventually, they have to engage.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me is, like, sure, you can drop the Zen because you want, and maybe it's a little bit more throughput or whatnot, you know, more defensive capabilities, but to lose the Discord is massive. I mean, Discord right now is so crucial for so many teams.
Yeah, you can see why right now.
The added damage is massive, yeah.
Adan just cannot be killed. Finale constantly chasing him, just no good. A very long fight here as both teams have, I mean, decent ability to stay out of the line of fire for the most part. Dove, Wub rather, comes in with that big stick, that immortality field will answer. There's a pulse here for Finale, but Hisu finds Dove. First blood finally drawn, and then the Eternal come down like a house of cards.
Such a long fight. As Paris is never able to figure out the dive target. Never able to kind of isolate one player and get somebody who's not as mobile and be able to finish that target off. We'll see if they're able to do it coming in next, but that's a lot of time off the clock, and Toronto still controls this high ground.
I mean, they're playing Zen Lucio and they don't get a kill for 45 seconds. Something probably not going right.
Yeah, and the other team's not even playing a Lucio to, like, get out of the way, right? Like, disengage.
I don't like this combat, and it's not working against the Defiant, who've built up 6 ultimates after what feels like an eternity. Over 2 minutes of play on this defense so far. And the Eternal, I mean, I guess they need a pick from Dove, I suppose. But Twilight's so annoying to deal with on this. Baptiste is always an immortality field if there's a pulse. Finale doesn't really find anything.
You had 5 ultimates online for the Toronto Defiant. You just end up using the pulse bomb. But still, where the cart is, you kind of are thinking like 2 fights. This type of scenario where the way these things are going, this will be an Ant Matrix with an overclock that comes out from Dove. Try and counter it. This next fight may not resolve itself till like 30 seconds on the clock. This could be it.
Oh boy, whoa, that was a stinker. Hisu, was that Kalat off that? No, surely not.
Yeah.
What? Getting a Tracer and a Sojourn at the same time? That's unbelievable. I mean, he doesn't even look that surprised, but I mean, that is very uncommon. I think we've seen it once in APAC, maybe.
Whew. Yeah, pretty much. So both support ults here, left for the Paris Eternal. But even then, Mitch, the card has just moved backwards so much. You're probably looking at another fight even after this.
They get Chorong though first. Transcendence here for Khan. The Eternal know it's now or never, essentially. And they're able to bring Twilight down despite that immortality field in play. Twilight drops off the high ground. And the Eternal, after a bit of a tweak, bring this the Winston in. They finally get a result.
So you have the switch to Lucio Moira. Do you even need to fight this?
I don't think you do.
You've dwindled off so much clock time. Is it necessary? Hoppa coming back on the Wrecking Ball, though, tells me they're definitely going to try and go out and make an attempt.
Don't want to end the round here, for sure. Hot Baron on the Wrecking Ball. Spin to win on the cart. Keep an eye on Dove there. Playing pretty far forward. And here's that sound barrier from Dredro. Support ultimates being banked up by the Eternal. It's time to see them get value. Can't under so much pressure here. Finale's trying to finish the job. Maybe this Pulse Bomb has a better destination, though. Yeah, the Winston, perhaps. Dunn takes a big hit, but Dunn's going to be there to get rid of Chorong. And where are the Defiant? Down to 3. Hot busing better days as well. And it looks like the Paris Eternal are going to be able to push through, winning 2 fights in a row. And they'll get that checkpoint, Matt.
So here, Schwartz, like, so you obviously made a pretty strong attempt there from the Toronto Defiant. Do you stay on this composition? With Hotba on the Wrecking Ball, and then because this is kind of what lost you, like you lost with on Ilios, a little bit of a different variation in terms of DPS, but still. Lucio Moira with the ball is, they were running like Tracer Sombra, right? But
I think it's awkward to play when your ball is probably going to get a lot of attention, a lot of pressure, right? Hotba with a Discord orb on him here.
And they're playing the Zen, yeah.
I think it's fine if the Defiant can actually just like isolate Khan really early into the fight. Or Hisu just finds a random kill. That's also fine, but the Defiant have to play aggressively as defenders here with their setup. Hisu on one, but Chorong's down. Both the Sojourns are the ones headlining here, and you can see how annoying it is to play against Wrecking Ball with an extra 36% knockback after that change. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah, the thing that's scary about this composition as well for Toronto is like you have to play so close together and so aggressive to get value out of it with the Lucio and the Moira in terms of your supports. That it's just dangerous, right? There's just, when they're in the, you know, you're kind of thinking like melee versus range, right? But like when you're like almost like melee type area, there's just way more that can go wrong, especially with like insta-kill type of scenarios like railguns in the mix.
Defensive disruptor shot there from Hisu. The Defiant would like to get out here if they can. Madan standing in their way, and Khan lines up Finale. Dove, need to see something from him here, something maybe a little special as the Coalescence comes in. He's getting the hose down, but the Transcendence healing kept keep him in the fight. Wipe was hoping to get the Twilight before the Coalescence ended, so a guaranteed pulse kill would have been there, but can't even connect the bomb. The Eternal need to keep it together right now. They're starting to miss some of these key moments, and the Defiant has a sound barrier. Both support ultimates used by the Defiant, but here comes Dridro with the rally. It's Twilight finding Khan first. He's looking healthy, getting a bit of space now as the healing comes in from the Moira from the low ground, but Dridro finds 2. He got both backliners. Dridro's looking to try and carry the Eternal, kicking and screaming over the line here, and he looks like he's done it. There's nothing flashy about these games, but the Eternal come out on top in another slugfest map.
And right there, the Toronto Defiant, they tried to push into that small room, pretty much where the payload needed to go. And as they pushed in, they probably thought they had the advantage because they used sound barrier. The Rally was in the mix. Rally comes out, Dridro doing, you know, tons of other healing as well on the brig, just swinging for the fences. And that gets him over the line.
Pretty intense stuff for both these teams, the kind of series that really start to test you mentally. Let's see which team has greater stamina as the Defiant now are hoping to push this all the way to a map 5. They're going to have to. Map number 4 looms around the corner. Quite the match we've got to serve up to you here, ladies and gentlemen. Two teams playing their unique styles, both refusing to give an inch. It results in a lot of very close maps. Kings Row, Route 66, both coming down to essentially the last fight here, but it's Paris that comes out in the lead here. Obviously disappointing result at the end of 66, but they bounce back. And now we're headed to a new Queen Street.
In Paris, so the Paris could be kicking themselves a little bit because this actually could have been a 3-0 in their favor, right? I know finishing out Kings Row, I believe Toronto didn't have any time in the time bank, right? Like you would have had an opportunity to win it there. And if you're Toronto, you just got to be happy you're still in this series, right? To kind of have Paris come in and play the way they're playing today, and still be alive in this matchup with how you've kind of been playing at some points, is huge. As Muse will come in for Hotba here for New Queen Street.
Okay, so mix up here now for the Defiant, and again, a few options with Muse coming in. Again, feels like the Doomfist is the most likely of those here. Regardless, something that we probably won't see mirroring from the Eternal. No Vistola.
I was going to say no Vistola today at all.
It's just Wrecking Ball all the way for this Eternal team, and I kind of like it, right? The Shock are doing something kind of similar. We saw a ton of Mikey today, although he wasn't always playing Wrecking Ball. He didn't really leave his seat. So a shift, perhaps, Matthew, towards much more Wrecking Ball representation. And hey, he didn't really have his damage buffed. It's just the disruption that's really been taken up to 11 from that hero.
Yeah, and I think also with some of the backlines, I think the pile drive with the knock-up, but then the adaptive shielding definitely helps him a bit. So we'll see as we move into New Queen Street what we get from both teams. Like the benefit for Paris is like if you wanted to play like a Reinhardt or a Winston, like you don't have to make any subs with Dawn, who's just playing the Wrecking Ball. With Toronto, it seems like they do want to make some changes with those types of things happen. Although we have seen Hoppa now play like Reinhardt, we've seen him play the Winston, we've seen him play a lot of stuff, so not sure if like that's necessarily the case, because you kind of think traditionally is like Muse as a main tank and Hotba as an off tank, but
right,
things obviously changing coming into Overwatch 2 is Muse, looks like they bring him in to play Doom.
Yeah, once more, I think that's his best hero right now, honestly. Which is maybe less expected, but he's just taken to the style of Doom with aplomb. For the Eternal, it's still a Wrecking Ball, right? So they really do want to stick to this kind of setup. Again, somewhat different looks here with Khan obviously on the Zen versus the Ana. Bit of variation here amongst these compositions. It's going to be fun to sort of track that as this round goes, Matt.
I was going to say, fighting for this high ground here by the statue, you have to be careful with the knockback, right?
Absolutely. Wrecking Ball, a menace with environmental kill potential. Well, a lot of people got caught in that pile driver, I must say. Darn's still looking very healthy.
And that's where the adaptive shields come in huge. I don't know if you were it's really kind of, it comes in fast, so it's like tough to catch. But when Don ends up using the adaptive shield, he gets like a max one, and his HP goes up above 850.
Yes.
And that obviously he has like a Harmony Orb and other healing around him. Very difficult to take out, especially when the other team, has not been running a Zen. Like, they haven't been running a Zen like the entire series, pretty much.
Yeah, what do? You sleep and buy the ball, and then he just walks away, rolls away, rather. Now you have an indicator as well on your targeting reticle, Matt, where you can see how much of a shield you're going to get based on the number of sort of enemies in proximity. So even easier for Wrecking Ball to secure that extra little bit of durability when you want to go aggressive. However, the Defiant are able to sort of bounce back pretty quickly here, seeding about 33, so it's a decent early push for Paris.
Not much. Yeah, I mean, it's not much.
It's up to the hairpin.
Yeah, we'll see Dove now has the overclock. I imagine you try and pop this and get a fight back by the bot.
Who is Finale looking for? Khan, perhaps? Dove gets easy. Finale knows he has to act quickly, but he runs straight into the Wrecking Ball now. Now on Dove.
And they nanoed Muse there too.
Sorry, sorry, Dove didn't get nano. Excuse me, it was Muse. What does he get with that?
So is Split. The supports are over here on this side, and in the bot is moving all the way around on the other side. Everybody just split on both sides of the map there for the Toronto Defiant, especially when you have the supports with no line of sight to any of the other DPS players, like when you're about like halfway through a fight. Very difficult to keep people alive, especially with two healers who rely on like line of sight, right?
And they took the bot midway through the fight, which means that as soon as they came back to the bot, they were already back to where they had last pushed to. Muse can't get away with that one. No amount of power blocking is going to protect it from the pulse stuck there. Wipe controlling Finale now. That checkpoint comes up for the Paris Eternal. Should have that easily enough.
You'll even get past that straight away, so Transcendence, Sound Barrier available. See how much they want to invest. That's a Biotic Grenade. You're going to have Khan end up using the Transcendence towards the end of it. So you still want to try and get more progress here for your Paris.
Yeah, that's a little surprising, I think, especially after losing Dove at the start of the fight. You'd think that maybe Paris would just concede.
Well, they had the close spawn, so maybe they felt like if they could like elongate that fight there at that moment in time, you actually could have fought again rather close.
Khan taken down here by Finale. Dunn tries to make a big pile driver play, but it's put to sleep instantly. And okay, even with that Discord orb, you can work the Wrecking Ball down. You just need everybody working together.
Yeah, it takes a bit. And not able to charge up a power punch here. So now you've gained significant progress if you're the Paris Eternal, right? 67 meters. Because especially they stop here to take that checkpoint, so it's pretty significant.
Finale flanking again, but it's a sound barrier now deployed by Dreedro that really gets in his way. So much so that Khan can shrug off the attention of Tracer and still find a kill. The pulse bomb on Dove was nice from Finale, but he's a little low on health. Kisu also under a ton of pressure, and Khan just beams him.
Yeah, and that was during a nano as well, as Hisu had the effects of the nano boost, so you get Twilight towards the end here. So this is where you can make even more progress if you're the Paris Eternal. Toronto Defiant will come back. They just pretty much use everything there in those fights. You'll have a Minefield, your Overclock, and Transcendence most likely. A crazy combination of ultimates that you see they're going to get that first checkpoint straight away, and they're going to start to move this around the corner. Minefield would be massive around this area.
Pulse there. Wipe got Chorong with it. That's huge. No more Brigitte. And Wipe now can just circle back around to the bot here. Maybe thinking a bit more about Finale once again. His Dan goes, right, we're going to clear this room here, try and get through, but they don't account for Kisu. How can you? Takes Khan's head clean off there. Dan, wow, the amount of damage is just unreal there. Hisu's able to finish off the Wrecking Ball. Coming alive once more. We know this guy really scary on this Sojourn.
Yeah, well, Don looked like he was trying to grapple up and try and get some more height and go for like a Minefield play, but just was not able to get it lined up. So now we have Twilight on the Zen. This is what I've wanted to see throughout the entire series. This guy was an MVP candidate, you know, as a flex support. Like what, 2 seasons ago at this point, right? 3 seasons ago? That time just goes by. 3 seasons ago, but still, like, he was phenomenal on these heroes, especially even when he was on the Shock, right? Not an MVP candidate, but still incredible. Yeah. And we've seen him really just play like a little bit of the Ana in this series, but like Moira and other heroes that he can't really have a huge, game-changing impact on.
Hisu finally realizing that. Oh no! Yeah, he can't believe it. That's an ankle snapper, Matt. If I've ever seen one.
He gave him the wiggle there.
Oh my. Okay, this is getting a little out of hand now. This is where the Defiant make their comeback.
Checkpoint. Yeah, you'll get this first checkpoint. It's going to stop here for a bit, though. That's where maybe Paris can take their next fight.
Say it.
What?
Why is the bot stopping?
He's going to take that checkpoint.
You're no fun. Hisu from the back line here with the overclock, just pressuring Dan down with the Discord orb on him. Yeah, that really leaves a mark. Dan was almost able to walk away, but Finale made sure he met the Wrecking Ball as he approached. And there's that checkpoint. Iconic moment. There it is. You knew what I was saying.
No, I wasn't. Well, I wasn't really listening to you, to be honest. I was more focused on the game, you know?
Imagine my shot. Right here with the Discord.
Is Paris going to give this like a game up, by the way?
I don't know.
The way that they're playing right now, it looks like it.
Nah, they're pushing back now. This is good. They force Transcendence here. And they disengage for free. If Khan survives here, kick him. All right. Khan survives here and they get Chorong, so this is perfect for Paris. And also, conversely, pretty bad for Toronto when they lose that Transcendence. Dreamdro gets in there. It's a 3v3 right now.
It was another kill?
A lot rests on Finale here. Oh, okay. Or Hisu just bails him out of trouble. Nicely done. Toronto really down to brawl out.
Look at what happens when you put Twilight on this end with the Discord orb. They've started to just move the bot so fast.
Getting rocked.
Yeah.
Hisu was killing Don without his end.
It's so much extra added damage, and you see how Don immediately gets the Discord orb on him. Quite low.
Hisu is popping off. He is absolutely standing up now. That's another one from him. The rails just don't stop coming. Don! Yeah. Can't flatten Don.
Boost too.
Let's keep it up.
Oh, man. Now the Defiant are in the lead with 2 minutes left in the round. Quite the comeback. After being like, what, 17 plays 60? The Sojourn of Hisu starting to heat up to hitherto unforeseen levels.
And he's going to have this overclock, you know, a kill or two, and that can seal the deal. We could have a map completion here.
That would be bonkers. Dove there definitely maybe in his own head after that engagement with Hisu went awry because Hisu's found yet another rail connection on towards Warp here. Dove has to do something huge here, but the Doomfist is coming to call. Punch doesn't quite connect. Powerbox going to be in his face. Dove goes for the ultimate and he is tilting, Matt. He is absolutely tilting.
Oh, and if you start moving the bot closer towards the end, you're going to have a Transcendence to fight here. Right at the end of the map, Dove is going to switch over to the Genji. Now he's going to go over to the Ashe here, try and maybe get a longer sight line.
Here's the rally from Chorong. Twilight now looking like a beast with a bit of an overshield, but it's going to be Dreamdro to strike first. Muse goes a little too far. He's just trying to play safely. With Khan's Transcendence afoot, hard to make those rail kills connect, but he's looking for Khan now. Shield in the way, doesn't matter, doesn't care. Headshot there as Dreamdro finally gets the response. Finale on the bot here, but it's a 1 versus 2 and a chance for Paris to at least take a breath. My God, that was looking dire.
It was absolutely dire, and in the clutch, a game point for the Paris Eternal. Things not looking good. 2-3 minutes on the clock. Toronto, they make a change, and they battle back here. As like you mentioned, it was like 82 meters to like 17, and they've blown the door open now.
The Eternal need to get in a position, at least get this bot back to neutral if possible, but right now they're just getting stuffed inside their Jack in a Box. Here's the Transcendence at play now. Toronto want to go forward. Bomb on the shield, though, that's not going to bother Dreamdro. However, the whip shot from Chorong definitely going to cause him some issues. Dove finds a rail, finally. Feels like an eternity since he's been able to get himself onto the right side of the kill feed, but Muse is instantly going to find Khan. But in the hands of the Defiant, as the Eternal, oh my God, it's such a hike to try and get back into this game, and it's insurmountable odds, Matthew. That is that. Wrecking Ball on the point now, Minefield thrown down around the bot, Chorong able to shield bash away, but the Defiant don't care. They're in overtime. They're going to push all the way in Paris. What a capitulation. That is mental boom playing out in front of you.
Paris, they were close to winning King's Row. They had like a 70-meter advantage here, and they blow both of those maps. And now that gets us to a Game 5 where Toronto, I'd love to see them run some stuff like this in the Game 5, right? You can play some of the Doomfist, keep Twilight on the Zen, that extra damage, just helping Hisu go over the top with those railguns.
Twilight's so important, right? That flexibility really taking Toronto to the next level, and Hisu pops off like only he can on that Sojourn sometimes. This had to be a map 5. There was no other way for this to end, so don't go anywhere. The Defiant and the Eternal are taking it all the way. Welcome back to the Overwatch League, ladies and gentlemen. Your resident Paris Eternal casters, Mitch Leslie, Matt Morello reporting in for this map 5. Toronto take it all the way in that last round there on New Queen Street. And I've got to say, Hisu is just going off. 62 final blows, 32 deaths for the series. The next closest player on his team is Finale at 32.
Yeah.
This is an insane performance.
Yeah, Hisu's been sick all series long, even in the losses. For the Toronto Defiant. Can they just put it together for this final map? This series is massive. And not as much, really, right, for Paris Eternal, although you're still kind of playing towards the end of their season. But for Toronto, right, I mean, trying to, you know, trying to actually kind of like get towards mid-season madness and whatnot, qualify for that tournament, it's huge.
No doubt about it. I mean, a chance to continue to sort of iterate on the current metagame that we're seeing the Defiant in, which kind of involves Muse being really solid on the Doomfist and Hisu just being disgusting. There's opportunities here for a run for this roster. Right now, obviously, 5-5 is such a bone-hurtingly Toronto scoreline to have at this part of the series. Very, very standard for them. But again, you know, you know, we talk about how they often go 500 over a long season, but it's really when it comes to those tournaments, that's where they have the chance to make an impact, right? They just didn't really do that through our sort of kickoff clash. They're hoping for a deeper run and not that sort of elimination early on.
So as we get into Oasis, I would love to see them play Twilight on the Zen again, like the Zen Brig backline like we just saw. I think the Zen was definitely, it makes Don's like life way harder where he's not able to just stay in. Like how many times before then did we see like Don just be able to like stay inside, like, you know, 3-4 members of Toronto for a very long time? Was not able to do that.
So what's it going to be for the Paris Eternal now? I feel like they're comfortable enough they can probably just keep playing the Wrecking Ball stuff, right? I mean, seems like as good a time as any to have Genji have Doom/Wrecking Ball here. Muse the Doomfist being hovered earlier on. What are we going to get from Twilight, right?
Right. I mean, I want to see them play the Zen. I think the Zen just it provides so much for this team. I also think it gives Paris trouble. So we'll see. That's what it looks like right now. It's Paris Eternal looking to maybe have Khan on the Ana here. So Khan on the Ana and Don on the Doom. So slight changes here. Not going to be playing that Wrecking Ball.
Right, I mean, look, Sleep Dart's still the antithesis to Doomfist's power block, right? So can't probably expecting to see this from Muse. Twilight maybe not so much, right? But he can really sort of go anywhere. Actually insane flexible plays in this matchup, there's no doubt about that. Hisu wants to try and make the wrap around early, but yep, Sleep Dart's here from everybody. Choron getting caught by that one.
So it'll be Paris who takes the point first, is able to deal with Finale, and that's really about it. Toronto just kind of like backs up after that. So
they lost Muse so early, right?
Yeah. What do you think about how in the the Brig versus the Lucio is interesting? Like, you've seen teams play like Lucio Zen.
Oh,
so that's huge there coming in from Don. So the reason I say that is because like Paris with the Lucio can engage pretty fast, or they can back out pretty fast. It could be difficult for Toronto to get high value out of the Brig, but as I say that, Toronto battles back, gets onto the point, and flips it.
Well, that's a fair point, I think, dealing with you know, less of an all-in setup here. Done. I mean, people are still underestimating what Power Block can do if you can connect that punch, right? The multi-stun, the damage from that is really quite fearsome. Now the Defiant get to put Hisu in maybe a slightly safer position, but Wub straight up to the high ground already, so he's on a flank. Dart opens up the fight with another elimination here on Twilight. Paris are getting so much value out of this Doomfist dive.
Oh, nice shot from Hisu there. He gets taken out by Khan right away.
Done under pressure here.
These two teams today, Mitch, this is just evolved. I feel like it's so fast-paced and all over the place.
Yeah, it's messy. Like, it's really not clean. There's not really a specific flowchart that's happening. In fact, a lot of these fights going down to like 2v2s, 3v3s at, you know, at best. obviously Finale trying to chase Wipe here. And if you're at home maybe feeling like it's been hard to keep track of this series, it's not just you. Like, it generally, that's how these games have played out. A lot of volatility, especially when there was like a wrecking ball involved. A lot of different things to be watching right now. Down to the high ground, Discord Orb, he doesn't care. He gets thrown in there with a nano boost. Doesn't quite connect that punch though, and now he's sort of caught out in the open. Wants the pressure on towards Muse, who has his power block interrupted. Dan really knows what he's doing there. He knew exactly when to throw that non-charged punch in to interrupt. Whip shot there, knocks Dan backwards. It doesn't matter though, because Dan and Wipe have already struck a critical blow.
Yeah, I think the thing was that when Muse was hit with that biotic grenade, there was no way to keep him alive at a distance as he's trying to be the disruptor for the Defiant, the Paris side of the map. So once he falls, that's really just about it. Everything kind of crumbles after that, but I think Toronto's in a good spot, man. 4 ultimates coming online. Paris had to use everything there to flip that point back. You know, even if you can just get by with using a pulse bomb here, like if Finale's able to connect with one, get a kill, maybe save something else, it'd be massive.
Here's that rally from Chorong. Keep an eye on Khan here. This is where Ana gets deadly when there's not a lot of pressure on her. Dan can't say the same though. Hisu eventually able to bring him down. Nice rail vertical from Dove. Finds Hisu. Pressure on Muse now, who's had a quieter round on the Doomfist by comparison to Dan. The Defiant now, it's equal scoreline. Toronto had to think a little bit deeper. They want to get this fight done, but that's through Transcendence, and Finale disintegrates under the orbital strike lance of Dove. And Paris comes out on top through that Transcendence, no less. That's a backbreaker.
Paris Eternal. I mentioned Toronto had like all their ultimates going in here. Is the support's trying to battle out Hisu, where you're gonna be able to take him out, but Toronto had like all their ultimates pretty much going into that fight. Paris had nothing. It looks like Paris might be able to come out on top, get an OT.
Muse thought he had Chorong, but now he's in trouble here with the biotic grenade, and he has to get out, but Dan will chase, you better believe it. Muse gets caught, Dan takes him down, and he has a meteor strike as well to come back into the fight with, or to get out. He can play extra aggressive, and that's just what the Eternal need right now. A little bit more pepper, a little bit more spring in their step, and look at Hisu clinging to life on the high ground. It would be Wubba, would have been a Doomfist either way. It would have been his demise, and Paris get the first round here. They match the Doomfist unexpectedly here, as we saw Twilight on the Ana, but on this end. And Dan looks incredible.
Yeah, no, I believe it was Dove who comes back on the Reaper at the end, just trying to clean up some kills. So, match point here on Oasis for the Paris Eternal. I think they're going to run with the same thing again. It looks like Twilight and Toronto, they just want to mirror it. They want to ditch the Zen and probably just go with the exact same composition as Paris. We'll see. I mean, Paris has played this quite well thus far.
Bob's been having a great series so far, Matt.
Yeah.
Man, one of his best since joining this Paris Eternal team. Twilight now no fool. He's on the Ana straight out of the gates this time. So what a way to end it, potentially. Mirrored setups. Hisu found Dove. Just the last little bit of that disruptor shot. Claiming the enemy Sojourn. Chorong trying to get his bearings here in the middle of a very messy fight, but it's going to be Twilight to strike next. Good opening for Toronto. Just what they needed.
They needed something to go their way. You lose that first round, you start off this next one, and let's say Paris gets like first blood in a fight like that, things start to spiral out of control in terms of like, you know, confidence, kind of almost knowing, like seeing the inevitable what's in front of you.
Bayonet on Wub here.
It's 5 players there that Twilight hits.
That is so hard to do. People are spaced so much more in this game. And the biotic grenade, it's not a big radius as you actually think it is. That's devastating stuff from Twilight. It resulted in an insta-kill, and everyone on the Eternal just ran away. In that case, it may as well be a bloody ultimate ability. That's how impactful it was.
Yeah, so you can see from Twilight's POV here is he's able to get one heal up top.
I mean, he's a guy. This guy's, yeah, pretty astounding on this Toronto team. Him and Hisu, when they can fire, even when Muse is having a quieter game like he is today, I feel, those two really give you some serious firepower.
I mean, Muse has had a little bit of a quieter match. We saw Hoppa for 2 games, but Hisu's not really leaving much out there for anybody else to pick up.
And I think the Defiant are quite happy with that, just the way they like it. Hisu found that headshot on Dan. This is a bit of a shutout so far, 60% to 0. Nano boost here for Muse to play a little more risky. Perhaps Khan will have one as well.
Yeah, this has been dominant for the Toronto Defiant here. So Paris has really got nothing going on.
And that looks like to be remaining the same, Matt, because Muse gets in there. With that nano as we kind of projected. Stunning opening. Can't able to find a sleep dart on the Doomfist, but they don't have the ability to actually dispatch the enemy tank. So he picks himself back up, and the Toronto get back to business. And business, Matt, is good.
Yes, Jesus got the overclock. It may not even be necessary with how they're playing. They may not even get towards the point or really close to it. As Don's got the meteor strike. Potentially he's going to have to... Nope, he's going to just get on, load up a punch. Now he's going to back off, trying to help some teammates.
He's... Oh my wub! Take it down again, Hisu. Uncanny with those headshots. Yet another one there. The sound barrier, the only thing keeping his target alive that time. Duff with a hit with a bionic grenade here. Don doubles back to get rid of Muse, and this is where the Eternal can get back into the round. What a way it would have been for Hisu if he'd ended it there. Oh man, I'm getting a little excited now.
Ugh. Dude, Hisu has played lights out, regardless of how this series ends for Toronto. He has just been unreal. Like, I don't think I'd be speaking incorrectly if I said he's been the best player in the server today, regardless of team. He has been unbelievable.
Finally, the prince that was promised. We heard about this 2 years ago now, I think. That he was the future. Didn't pan out on Philadelphia, that's for sure. But here, it's a different story. Toronto look like they're going to be looking to get back in control. Momentarily. Eventually, Dredro is extricated from the point, and the Definer back in control now. It's overtime. I hear that from Darby, tries to make the play. But again, he's brought down by Hisu's rail. Stick on the Doom. Dan doesn't know what hit him. And that's about that now. Obviously, nano boost from Khan to try and keep Wub alive, but he's very, very low. Pulse might be a difference maker, though. Muse gets rid of the offending Ana, though. That should do it here. The Toronto Defiant say, no, we're going to take this all the way. Time for round 3 of Oasis.
And on, you know, this next round coming up, do we see the Wrecking Ball come back into play? We've seen the Doomfist on this map, yes, like exclusively from both teams, but
I would like to see Dan play it, but he looks so good on Doom in that first round.
Yeah.
Now you feel confident in either approach from him.
So let's see what Paris. Yeah, Paris. Yeah. So this is something that they were running earlier with the Lucio, the Zen, and the Ball. So that's what they're going to come out with here. I assume Dove probably plays the Sojourn after this.
This might be a fitting end to me.
The Moira.
Didn't we see that on Ilios and?
Oh, now back to the Zen. Okay.
Yeah, I remember like they had Moira Lucio with the ball comp, and they didn't get a kill for like a minute and a half.
And they're going to ditch the Sojourn. They're going to play really aggressive here with the Echo, the Tracer, the Ball, and the Zen.
So Finale's job now changes, right? Now he needs to look towards Wub whenever he can, and just keep pressure on the Echo. Excuse me. Because the Echo requires to be healed, but there's not a lot of burst healing from Dredro and Khan in this composition, so you know, it's a little bit hard for Wub to get into the fight if he's constantly taking chip damage.
Yeah, and for Paris, you can put a lot of pressure on the Hisu, right? The Discord, you know, players coming at him from the sky as Muse gets quite low there, and they're able to get the kill. They're going to trade out Wub for it.
Yeah, Finale, like, he knows what the assignment is there. As soon as Wub tries to focus the target, Finale just locks him down. This is scary, though. He's not getting away with that. Khan absolutely rocked his world, man.
Yeah, he tried to get creative. I know, hide for a second, but point still does not sit in favor of anybody here. Both teams still just kind of like jockeying back and forth for this position, but Paris is going to come out with the point first.
Ever since the inception of this map in the league, Matt, we've seen some incredible map 5, round 3 moments on Oasis. Most of them involved Boston and London in that first year, but still, had great plays for many, many years here. Fitting to see it go this far. Dan's Wrecking Ball, the proof of concept that his preferred style works out against the Doomfist, and Chorong will be deflected.
And I also think it's quite fortunate for Paris that, you know, Oasis is this final map, right, in the pool for today. Because the Wrecking Ball plays great here. You can also play like Zen on this point. Oh, just barely got him. Look at this.
This is good
with the minefield, though. Yeah.
This is what you wanted to see. It's what you said they were going to do. Play aggressive. Get behind this Echo, this Wrecking Ball. Finale with the Tracer duel, though. That Transcendence has now expired. Things get a little scarier from here on out for the Paris Eternal, but Muse tried to get away to safety there with that Meteor Strike, and he's able to get back to his backline. Dridro punished for trying to pursue, but there's not really much to scare Dan in terms of raw damage. That would have been classy from Finale. Unfortunately, Pulse Bomb goes awry in midair. Looking to hunt down the Echo. My God, the pressure is real. How did Khan fall amidst all that? Finale didn't even look like he was looking at him.
Now, Khan was really low, but Dridro's going to come in with a sound barrier, and they want to keep this rolling. And with how this point works, Mitch, Paris could actually get this up to 99. It's not unrealistic.
It's happened before, Matt. Hisu, though, able to find some big rail connections. That one onto Wub. This time, Dridro, a headshot wasn't even necessary, but it'll take style points. The ball's stalling. This is the problem with Twilight playing the Ana, right? We saw when they switched on New Queen Street, brought the Zen in, a lot more pressure, a lot more ability to keep Dan quiet. Twilight, though, doesn't look like he's inclined to make that switch, and it's 91 plays 1.
So you're like one fight away here for the Paris Eternal. You'll have a duplicate coming up here, and you'll have your Pulse Bomb. And Toronto's fighting with nothing yet again. I mean, we've seen it have to happen a few times during this series where Toronto has to dump everything they got to win a fight. So, is that what he wanted? He's Lucio now.
We may never know, Matthew. Dove loses out again to Finale. He cannot win that Tracer duel this round. Why on the Lucio? Gets, well, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Khan is at least able to find that enemy Tracer that's been harassing him so much, but he has to fall. The dive eventually prevails onto the backline of the Eternal, and the Defiant are going to extend their capture time.
And that is, you do not want the Lucio there in that situation, as Wub's going to switch over to Sombra.
Sombra?
I think he wanted the Sojourn, like, up on the high ground, and I think maybe, like, Charles just jumped right in front and got him, but that's unfortunate. Is
that a hacked health pack? No. He opted not to hack the health pack. Instead, opting for Muse, who knocks him out of his invisibility, and off we go. Meteor Strike. Ooh, translocate forced there. I like that. Plucky stuff from Muse. Into the back line it goes, and Dove flattened against the wall, nothing at a smear. This is looking a little bit dangerous now for the Paris Eternal. That are fired firmly in the saddle, and Wub with no way to escape.
So, man, Paris, like, dude, like when Paris needs to be clutched in moments throughout this series, like they've not come through in these like game on the line scenarios. They just need to come through one time here to flip that point back. But this will be the last fight for both teams. Toronto, an opportunity to win the series here as well.
Transcendence up for Khan. It's going to have to be now. Dove also kept a Pulse Bomb going into this fight, but he's just looking to end things before it begins. The rail that could have been, oh my. No connection there, but many more opportunities will present themselves in this fight. Here comes Khan with the Transcendence now. Dove ruminating, thinking about this Pulse Bomb. It's a stick. It's good. Twilight goes down, but he's got to respond immediately now. We have a 4v4. Chorong on this Lucio. Trying to keep Hisu well protected throughout this ultimate, keep him out of traffic, and so he does. He looks both ways. Hisu survives and brings Dridro down. The Eternal are down to 2 players on the point. It's Wub, it's done, and that's about it. The Sombra trying to stay alive, and the Wrecking Ball wants to try and pressure Hisu if possible. But that rail's ready to go. Dove gets rid of Finale. Finally, he wins the Tracer duel. Finally, Hisu gets rid of the Wrecking Ball, though, and Wub needs to go further. Dove also needs to continue to extend his presence on this point. The Defiant are still in control, and we're still in this overtime now. Khan coming back here, having switched over towards the Ana, anticipating a longer fight, but Dove can't get away. He still wants to play for the fringes of the fight, and Muse drops in. There it is. Dove is removed. He can't get away. Sound barrier for Dridro. Only 2 players to benefit from it. It's him and Khan. Wrecking Ball's going to be there, but Dan didn't get the overshield, and now all eyes turn towards him. Finale has a Pulse Bomb. Does he let it go right now? He won't have to. Khan drops in, stuck immediately, and that is about that. Dove is removed, and the Defiant have done it. Heartbreak City for Paris.
It is Heartbreak City, as Paris was so close to taking this series. So, you know, if you're Toronto, I don't think I would be like happy. I would be more relieved, because this is one where you barely get by in a match you absolutely needed, as Paris definitely brought it today.
Devastating moment for the Paris Eternal, but for Toronto, this is huge for them. I mean, maybe you would have predicted there's a bit of an element of a trap game coming into this, right? Oh, look, you know, the Paris Eternal really starting to build up ahead of steam, and we're still a little uncertain. But Hisu, Muse, Twilight especially, these three players standing up. Finale keeping Dove so quiet for so much of that last round. All of that adds up to such a key victory. You can see Muse here chewing the nail. He realizes it was a very, very close one. And for Toronto, look, it's a win's a win, but I don't know if you can walk away from a game against a 1 in 9 team, a 1 in 10 now, it being so close, feeling that satisfied.
Especially when, like, Kings Row, they were setting a better pace than you. I know a few other maps went down to the wire. I know New Queen Street was really close. Yeah, a lot of maps where Paris either won or was in the lead late.
It's a kind of match where you don't bring anything back with you. You leave it all out there, Matt. Our player of the match here, I think it's pretty safe. You alluded to it in that previous round as well for the Toronto Defiant. It's going to be this man on your screen, Hisu. I kind of hinted at it, like he had more than double the final blows of anyone else on his team at one point. The Sojourn play, I mean, Hisu was not the first name we thought of when we sort of considered how impactful Sojourn would be in the right hands. But I'm glad to be proven wrong in that regard. He's looked stellar this series.
He's been really pretty strong all season. Just having him in some positions that don't suit him the best, but when you see him on the Sojourn, man, able to hit so many rails at key moments, and not even just like picking off one player range. A lot of times you see him in the feed, it's 2, 3 players at a time.
He's just someone who's played so many of these picks like Soldier, Sombra for much of his time in the past. 14.2 final blows. I want you to let that sink in. Right now in 5v5, I think, as this is made pretty clear, 10 final blows is insane. So this is something else entirely. More than 50% of those rail guns are connecting. The skill expression on Sojourn allows someone like Hisu to finally take the spotlight. What we now need to see is the Toronto Defiant convert on that with consistency.
Absolutely. And I think you see, when Muse was on the Doomfist and even Twilight, whether it was like the Ana or the Zen, they started to put it together. They started to look good there towards the end. But still a little bit too close for my liking, especially against a team like Paris. No disrespect to Paris, but they're 1 in 10. And if you're Toronto and you're aspiring to be top 8, top 6, kind of push that placement, you got to blow teams out like that. Where Paris came in, they played a great game today.
Yeah, one of the most sort of drawn out, one of the messiest games I think I've seen, but both of these teams really throwing it all in there, which is what you love to see. I'm very curious to see what our desk has to say about this one. I think no one predicted the Paris Eternal, so the fact that they came so close should be a great conversation starter. I'm keen to see hear what they have to say, and of course their interview after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watch Point Post Show, everybody. We're here joined now by Finale from Toronto Defiant. Finale, congratulations on the win now. This really went all the way, but at the end, it was the Toronto Defiant clutching out the win. How'd you guys get it done? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고 진짜 끝까지 되게 긴장감을 놓칠 수 없는 경기였던 것 같습니다. 피나 선수 어떻게 해서 오늘 승리 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단 경기가 좀 많이 길어졌는데 생각했던 것보다 비해 처음에는 이제 소통이 기존의 대회나 스크림 했을 때보다 안 돼서 좀 게임 내용적으로나 팀워크적으로나 부족했는데 경기 중간에 저희끼리 피드백하면서 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같습니다.
All right. I mean, it was definitely a longer than expected game for everyone. I think there were some communication errors happening and that sort of showed in our teamwork and also our individual gameplays as well. But as the game went on, we sort of ironed out those errors and we corrected those mistakes that we made, and I think that's how we clutched out the win. Another question for you, Finale, is my personal opinion is that compared to the beginning of the mid-season madness, where you guys sort of used a lot of the Winston dive, now you guys have a lot of different looks, depending on whether it's map or different situations, whether it's Doomfist or the Winston dive, like I said, or even the Sigma composition as well. With everything, sort of in the current situation right now, with all those different looks, would you say that you guys are sort of more comfortable and confident right now than compared to before? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 제가 제 개인적인 생각으로 봤을 때는 이제 이번 스테이지 초반에는 좀 이제 토론토 팀이 조금 더 윈스턴 다이브 조합을 많이 기용하는 팀이었는데 요즘 들어서 좀 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 이제 상황에 대처를 잘 하고 좀 상황을 봐서 좀 많은 조합들을 다양한 조합들을 많이 좀 사용하시는 것 같은데 그거 어떻게 보면 그걸로 인해서 조금 더 경기에 임하실 때 조금 더 자신감이 생기시나요?
1주차에는 이제 손보라 에코 조합으로 이제 좋게 나오진 않았는데 저희 팀에 맞는 조합과 이제 선수들이 자신 있는 팀편들을 기용하면서 이제 스크림으로나 대회에서 그 전보다 플레이의 자신감과 경기 내용적으로는 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
All right. I mean, first week of the stage, I do feel like we were using a lot of Sombra Echo compositions and things that really didn't work out for our team. But as the stage went on, we were sort of able to find the heroes and the compositions that we were confident and comfortable with. So I think that definitely helped as the days went on and as we played more games. All right, Finale, thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 너무 축하드리고 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 피날 선수, 감사합니다.
네,
바이바이.
감사합니다. 바이바이.
Yes. Goodbye. Thank you so much. Another successful interview, Danny. You're doing it. You're doing it. And yeah, we got another match to discuss. That one went the distance. Hello.
Sweet.
Hey,
we're on air.
Not in front of the people. Anyway. I don't know when I got so close to that point, honestly. I don't know when it happened. But speaking of close, it was a close match. Wow, what a transition. Let's discuss what actually went down and how they managed to edge it out here in the end.
Yeah, it was just, for me, obviously, there was a lot of back and forth. I think we saw both strengths from both sides. But for me, at the final chapter, the end of this match, Hisu just refused to lose. His Sojin just came up absolutely clutch, but there were so many parts throughout the entire series that sort of defined how everything went. Both teams sort of playing this sort of dive style, heavily leaning onto that kind of thing. And the backlines, honestly, were the things that stood out to me. Khan and Dredro for the Paris Eternal just doing a great job. Khan on that Zenyatta, so bloodthirsty. Very aggressive. Dredro is working overtime trying to keep Khan alive most of the time. And for the Toronto Defiant, you got Chorong and Twilight being absolutely incredible. So it more came down to who was getting the more successful dive or who was getting more picks on that Sojin. I think the Paris Eternal team looked a lot better. Just overall, I think Dove was getting picks. Wub had his moments, even on the Genji at times. It made sense why Dan was in the lineup and he was playing to his strengths. And then, on the Toronto Defiant side, I said coming into this match, I wanted to see a clean through. I wanted them to show some dominance. there's still some cracks in their armor. They're still struggling from time to time. I'm not saying that Paris Eternal didn't play well, because Paris definitely pushed the Toronto Defiant, which was a nice surprise to see. But Toronto Defiant, you know, as we said, they go to 6-5. They're getting close to qualifying for this mid-season madness. If they play this way against these better teams in the West right now, they won't be as successful.
Yeah, absolutely. The Toronto Defiant. I actually want to give them some praise. Even though it was a close series, I think they adapted pretty well in the backline. Twilight, we saw him on both Zenyatta and Ana. And he didn't get player of the match honors, but I think Twilight had an extremely good game. Both offensively with the Ana, getting the biotic grenades. We saw multiple sleep darts onto Dan's Wrecking Ball, for example. But then also being able to swap over to the Zenyatta, taking care of Chorong in the backline as well, and surviving those dives. That's very hard as a backline to do, so I think Toronto Defiant did a good job peeling away the Paris Eternal as well.
Yeah, but like speaking of a good job, obviously Paris Eternal, we did hope or expect a more one-sided affair from the Toronto Defiant, but as you said, Costa, the Paris Eternal, they did fight well. There were a lot of really good moments, and Reinforce, you would like to break down some of those for us.
Yeah, I think the Paris Eternal have made a lot of progress, because honestly, just like last week, where we're just like the compositions are awful, like Dan's Doomfist just ain't it. Well, they nailed the compositions, and I think in this series as well, they nailed the positioning. Here, they're playing against Hotba Sigma composition, and the Toronto Defiant, they're hiding here in the gas station, but you can see how Dove is spread out here onto the Sojourn. They're hitting Toronto Defiant from multiple angles. Woob as well is going to be on the Tracer and try to poke at the backline, trying to do some damage. Dan comes rolling in on the Wrecking Ball, and this continued on point B as well. We see a slam here from Dan. We see that Dove is fighting from the rooftops, while Woob is going to come in on the Tracer as well and poke around, get the Transcendence out, and they just keep going. So Paris Eternal, I want to commend them, because I think they made a ton of progress as a team in a very short amount of time. And honestly, we look at this series and we think Toronto Defiant, they played down to the Paris Eternal. I'd say that Paris Eternal, they're in an upwards trajectory and they're improving. So I want to give the Paris Eternal a lot of props here. They're a 1-10 team. I don't want to get into the talent situation, but they're looking a lot better when it comes to the coordination, the game planning. Now they just need to refine the execution, and they're going to start beating teams like Toronto Defiant, Boston Uprising, and Washington Justice. They're competing with those teams now.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a great sight, of course, for every fan out there from the Paris Eternal to see that upward trajectory from that team after they have had so many changes within the team, of course, as well over the last couple of weeks or whatnot. Now, apart from Paris Eternal highlights, we have plenty more spread over the course of the day, and some of them made it into our best of the day. I'm going to kick things off with, I mean... Again, I don't know. I'm always picking those kind of plays where I was like, it's only really 50% of a highlight-worthy moment. The rest is just like, it's tragic. And this one just, it's a C9, all right? They always get us. But this one is just so bold. It's so rude. He's just...
This is a horror movie.
It really is.
Lost in the sauce.
Look at how long
Come on!
he's
just chilling.
Forever.
The kid is like, okay.
You can see that he's like, should I help? And he's like, no, I think I'm doing fine.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and no one even like looks the other way. Like
The clip was so long that it didn't finish capping because we ran out of time.
Yeah, we literally couldn't fit the entirety of the cap. And I always wonder what must go through DK's head in such a moment.
Probably
like how am I getting away with murder? Like, that just happened.
He did it against another team like a couple of weeks ago on Midtown on the exact same point as well. So DK's just sneaky.
Maybe he's just skilled like that. Maybe it's a skill pick.
Guys, we're Washington Justice. The way we win is they C9. This is our game plan. Distract.
No, it's Decay. You go to the point. Everyone distract. Well, Decay, go on the car. Go on the car.
It's like, Decay doesn't get any kills. Well, does he need to? No, he doesn't. Anyway, Costa, what made you happy today?
This is actually going to be a Paris Eternal. It's going to be a positive one because I'm not a negative Nancy like Zoe over here.
Wow.
Oh. So we're going to talk about. There's going to be a little bit of negativity in here because the Toronto Defiant, they're actually playing the Tracer Sombra Wrecking Ball Lucio Mura comp, which has a lot of sustainability, but as you can tell, they just struggle to get rid of the Paris Eternal. Look how many people are on this point. But then Khan gets back with the Transcendence. You know, then we have the rally come out from Dreedro, and they just exist on this point. It's at 9 times speed, what it feels like we're looking at right now. But this is how long Paris were able to hold on to the point. able to flip it back, able to keep it going, stayed at 99, and then eventually Trying to Find just didn't have anything left in the tank and they held. So it was a clean play, and it sort of goes back to what Johnny was saying of just good teamwork, good coordination, something that we haven't really seen from them in the last couple of weeks. So, you know, happy to see the Paris Eternal.
Paris is eternal.
Danny did it. I was thinking
that was a lower third.
Danny did it.
I don't want to take credit. It was Hex.
It was all Hex.
It was all
But
Hex.
you helped spread the word.
I did.
By putting more
I
eyes
got
on
you,
it.
bro.
Spread the word.
Oh well. Danny, if I had to guess what your best of the day is, I think I will get it right.
What is it?
Is it the Roadhog?
It is, but here's my reason. Good teams, what I believe a good team is, they don't follow the meta. They create the meta.
There we go.
So here's Gladiators with Roadhog on Dorado. Yeah, I honestly thought Rhino was gonna switch after like doing a hook, and then they'll probably switch. He did it. What a Giga Chad. Little Piggy made Danny happy. Yeah, and I don't know if it's a little piggy, but he's a pretty big piggy. But yeah, he definitely made me happy. The results weren't that great, but hey, I was very impressed that he stuck to the Roadhog until their failure.
I would be upset at you, but I've been spending the entire day trying to convince everyone else to play Orisa. So I can't really defend it.
True, yeah, you're not really in a good position for that. And you know what? If that makes you happy, then I'm all for it.
Remember,
so happy Danny is a good Danny.
Even when Florida Man pulled it out, I was like the only one. I was like, yeah, Roadhog.
He was cheering as if they're winning a championship at that moment. Like, you're going to stay on the Roadhog. Jog! And we're all like, all right, this is fine. This is fine. Until it wasn't. Reinforce. What got you giggling today?
I got another happy moment for us here.
I love that.
People playing in traffic.
So
wrecking ball from Mikey on San Francisco Shock. Booping people on Oasis. What's not to like? This double kill right here. Bonk.
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 I like the little tech of the short hook as well, so he doesn't go into traffic himself.
Yeah, that's smart. Safety. You know?
Johnny, safety, okay? I know you see.
Yeah, there's a 3-point belt right there or something. I don't know. There's a joke there somewhere. But it's clean. Look at this. It's
That was
clean.
nice.
Oh, that's
He probably didn't time those cars, but he was like, oh, I've never been so happy to see cars in my life.
I mean, you only just recently got your license and a car now as well. So
Stay off the roads.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Learning a
Safety
lot.
first.
Yeah, safety first.
Johnny, all right? Safety first.
Yeah,
Well, we
so,
gotta hit the speed limit first.
I mean, the big takeaway here is like, don't play on the road. Also, don't push people onto the road. There's also that. Now, we do have a schedule coming up, of course. We have one more day left of this week, and that means some more matches to be played. Starting once again with the Eastern region, where Spark will go up against the Seoul Dynasty, and then afterwards, the Valiant will be facing off against the Shanghai Dragons. Any surprises here, potentially? I mean, the first one's got to be a banger, right?
Yeah.
but the second one,
I'm a little. Shanghai looks good today, in their most recent match, but.
Was that a fluke? That's the thing, right?
Yeah, but Valiant though. Shanghai can clinch if they win, apparently, as well. So if Shanghai wins this one, they're officially locked in, and that's important because they have lost a lot of regular season matches already.
Yeah, I mean, according to our prophet, Reinforce, Shanghai are back. No
Oh, that was a wish list. That was not a prophetic.
Yeah, I mean, but you wished for it yesterday, and then it kind of happened overnight.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's like medium prophecy.
Well, okay, I didn't call myself a prophet. You actually called me a prophet. So thank you, Zoe. I can put that on my LinkedIn.
Now, looking at our Western region, we will be covering the Washington Justice and the London Spitfire, followed by the Dallas Fuel and the New York Excelsior. And our last match of that wonderful Sunday coming up is going to be fought out between the Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem.
I'm actually very excited about Boston and Florida. I don't know why. I'm just like, I haven't seen these teams in a while. I'm looking forward to see what they got. You know?
There's a lot of clinching scenarios as well for both of those teams, right? They're both trying to get in, so.
Yeah, everyone's still trying so hard to get in. Some teams have already made it, but again, it's also about seeding, which is very important, of course, as well. So these are the matches we can expect from our teams tomorrow. I'm very excited, and we are done now already with our post. So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for sharing all your insight. And for all the laughs.
And prophecies, apparently.
And the prophecies, like all the good stuff, all the good stuff. We will be back with more of all of that and then some tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you so much for watching, and we see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.